Chapter 1 My Wife's Lies. Dingyang City. RF Center Community. Junyan's wife, when will you come home? Zhuangyi called his wife, feeling extremely heavy-hearted. Today is my wife's birthday. The dining table is filled with carefully prepared dishes and a 3-layer birthday cake. Honey, I'm still socializing. Wait, stop making a fuss, I'm on the phone with my husband. My wife Junyanchi spoke softly, but with indescribable gasps, like the moans of indulgence. Zhuangyi's heart sank suddenly and his expression became stiff, as if he had been splashed with a basin of cold water. This kind of sound, which only happens in bed, was the second time he heard it on the phone. The last time this happened was just a week ago, when the couple had a big fight over this. Until today, which was my wife's birthday, such a wonderful and warm day, he did such an unfaithful thing again. Junyan's wife, this is the last time I will say this. For the sake of my family, I turned back. When Zhuangyi said this, his heart was extremely complicated. Sad, very unpleasant feeling. Zhuangyi. What are you imagining? Just now a cockroach flew over and scared me. On the other end of the phone, Junyan's wife was immediately annoyed. Zhuangyi clenched his fists tightly. It was his lover's birthday, and he didn't want to make things awkward, so he simply hung up the phone. Looking at the table full of dishes he had prepared himself, his mood grew heavier. Putting his cell phone in his pocket, Zhuangyi walked to the sofa area and sat down, turned on the TV and randomly searched for a channel to watch. He has a high nose bridge, clear eyebrows, and bright eyes. He is wearing a neatly tailored black suit jacket, which makes his shoulders look broad and well-defined. He is very handsome, impeccably handsome. His wife Junyanchi is also very beautiful, with a pretty face, starry eyes, and white teeth. She is one of the most beautiful women Zhuangyi has ever seen in his life. At the age of 27, she had experienced the immaturity of youth and began to mature, with fair skin, an exaggerated figure and a proud chest. The two met by accident. Junyan's wife saw Zhuangyi by chance when he was returning home from school. She thought he was handsome, so she tricked him into the woods and raped him. Ever since that incident, Junyan's wife became completely addicted to this man. From time to time, she would use some immoral means to trick Zhuangyi into a small corner and bully him. Gradually, the two fell in love with each other, and got married and started a family when they went to college. Only. Everything changed after the two of them started living together. Junyan's wife is a domineering, selfish, possessive, and even a little hypocritical person. For her, Zhuangyi practiced both physical and magical skills, and served as both a house husband and the company's sales director. And what about the wife? In order to get the company's orders, Zhuangyi was forced to accompany female customers for drinking, forced to take advantage of female customers, and the only thing left was to force Zhuangyi to sleep with them. Even today, when an unbearable voice came from the phone, his wife not only did not give any explanation, she even got angry at Zhuangyi unscrupulously. This made Zhuangyi realize that the family he had been working so hard to maintain had begun to quietly fall apart. Really? Is divorce the only option? Watching TV, Zhuangyi sighed, feeling very sad but helpless. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zhuangyi unlocked the screen and saw that it was Junyan's wife's name again. Zhuangyi answered the call unhappily. What for? Husband, come here now, the client wants to see you by name. Junyan's wife's voice on the other end of the phone kept trembling, sometimes soft, sometimes rapid. Zhuangyi's pupils suddenly shrank and he couldn't help but cover his chest with his right hand. He felt cold all over. Junyan's wife, why are you shaking when you speak? What on earth do you want to do? Be good, husband, don't touch me. Someone suddenly interrupted me on the phone. Husband, for the sake of our family, help your wife negotiate this order. When Zhuangyi heard the light panting, his eyes suddenly became wet and red. He had already guessed who the other person was. He is a long-term customer of the company, a man who is greedy for Junyanchi's body, and Junyanchi is trying to get close to him. Junyan's wife, you really think I'm a fool? You're cheating on me, and you're asking me to negotiate for you, eating and taking, without any mistakes. Junyan's wife was a little flustered. What do you mean by cheating? Husband, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and negotiate the deal for me. The location is the Sweet Harbor Couples Hotel. Lovers Hotel, okay, just wait for me. Zhuangyi hung up the phone angrily, stood up from the sofa and rushed out of the house. He made up his mind that since his wife had a new love, he might as well go his separate ways. Chapter 2, Being Deceived by Junyan's Wife. This chapter has been revised. Thank you for your hard work in reviewing it. Please be gentle. Sweet Harbor Couples Hotel. Zhuang Yi parked the car and walked in through the gate. Having known Zhu Nianqi for 7 years and married for 4 years, Zhuang Yi almost only has Zhu Nianqi in his life. In order not to worry the Zhu family, he decided on his own to give the first boy after his pregnancy the surname Zhu. The father-in-law had health problems, and he spent tens of millions of real money but couldn't make any splash. Zhuang Yi insisted on drinking with the little princesses in the Beijing circle until he vomited blood. Only then did a hermit master come to his rescue and barely saved his life. In addition, there are various trivial matters, such as employee recruitment, company management, housework, etc. After paying so much, what did I get in return? Deception, hurt, and betrayal again and again. Even the mouse can tolerate it, but even the ant can't. Zhuang Yi asked the waiter, and after hearing the 3 words Zhu Nian's wife, the waiter directed him to go to the restaurant private room on the 2nd floor. This surprised Zhuang Yi a little. Instead of booking a room in a couple hotel, they wanted to have a meal? Only a fool would believe that. Zhuang Yi went up to the 2nd floor and came to the restaurant private room designated by the waiter. But after rushing in angrily, he found that Zhu Nian's wife was nowhere to be seen, only a woman he hated. Xiao Jiuli. Brother Zhuang Yi, you are here. Please sit next to me. Xiao Jiuli patted the seat next to her and smiled sweetly. She had picturesque eyebrows and eyes, lips as red, and was wearing a white off-shoulder dress. Her delicate white shoulders were smooth and tender, and her waist was narrow and her hips were wide. Xiao Jiuli is 28 years old this year, which is the best time for a woman. In terms of appearance, she is several points better than his wife Zhu Nianqi. However, Zhuang Yi hated this woman very much because she had tried to take advantage of him and often took advantage of him. Although Zhuang Yi felt disgusted, he was the sales director after all, so he said, "Boss Xiao, why are you here? Where is Zhu Nian's wife? They are going out to play and won't affect us in the short term." Xiao Jiuli said in a nice voice. "Go, play." Zhuang Yi clenched his fists and sat directly opposite Xiao Jiuli. "Why don't you sit next to your sister?" Xiao Jiuli smiled beautifully, poured a glass of wine and handed it to Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi frowned slightly, feeling unhappy. He took the wine glass and put it beside him. Seeing this, Xiao Jiuli's expression suddenly turned cold. "Brother Zhuang Yi, are you looking down on me? You don't even want to drink? Mr. Xiao, you misunderstood. I have some things to do with Zhu Nian's wife later, so I can't get drunk for the time being. She can't possibly come. Just be happy with your sister and sign the order tonight." Xiao Jiuli took out a contract from her bag and threw it in front of Zhuang Yi. Her smile was no longer gentle, but slightly provocative. Zhuang Yi glanced at the papyrus cover and realized that he was being forced to compromise. "Boss Xiao, can you tell me what it means that Zhu Nianqi is not coming? Why, she would sell you out for 100 million, but you're not even tempted by 100 million and just want to find her?" Hearing this, Zhuang Yi was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Yes, she sold her husband for orders, cheated on her husband, and lived a happy life. Xiao Jiuli stretched out her slender arm and raised Zhuang Yi's glass again. "Do you want to drink?" "Drink? Of course. Mr. Xiao, I won't go home until I'm damn drunk tonight." Zhuang Yi held his breath, snatched the glass, raised it high, tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp, then put it down with force. Bang! The cup slammed down on the table. "Come on. Mr. Xiao, I'll toast you again." Before Zhuang Yi could finish his words, he suddenly felt dizzy and his ears were buzzing. He wanted to stand up, but he felt weak all over and the scene in front of him began to blur. Soon, he closed his eyes and slammed his head on the dining table. Bang! Xiao Jiuli stood up and smiled strangely. "Brother Zhuang Yi, sister has told you that Zhu Nianqi sold you for 100 million yuan. Why are you still so careless?" A few hours later, late at night. When Zhuang Yi woke up again, he found himself lying on a bed. Next to the bed, there was a beautiful woman in a white nightgown sitting. Fuck! Zhuang Yi was startled and sat up quickly. He lifted the quilt, and on the soft sheets, a touch of cherry blossom red was dotted in the center, like the petals of a newly blooming red rose. Eh? Are you awake? Is Brother Zhuang Yi's drug resistance so good? Xiao Jiuli was sitting at the head of the bed combing her hair. Xiao Jiuli! What on earth did you do to me? Don't you know that I have a wife? Zhuang Yi shouted angrily. He sincerely hated betrayal, including his own betrayal. Your wife agreed. I've already said it before. Your wife sold you out for 100 million. Xiao Jiuli threw out a thin paper document and dropped it in front of Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi picked up the document, read it carefully, and almost popped his eyes out. This was indeed a contract, with the signatures of Zhu Nian's wife and Xiao Jiuli clearly written on it. It proposed that just by renting Zhuang Yi to her for one night, she could get a cooperation order worth 100 million yuan. Zhuang Yi looked at Zhu Nian's wife's handwriting. The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt, and his mood fell to the bottom. Let us not talk about the legality of the contract. What is this? Treat your husband like a whore, making money to support her? Chapter 3 Zhu Nian's wife forced me to go. This chapter has been revised. Thank you for your hard work in reviewing it. Please be gentle. You wrote this contract just for fun, right? At a certain moment, Zhuang Yi couldn't even believe that this was something Zhu Nian's wife could do. TSK. Don't believe my sister? That's fine. Xiao Jiuli took out her cell phone and made a video call on the spot. Zhuang Yi quickly put his clothes in order and quietly slipped to the end of the bed to avoid being photographed. If speaking out about the ghost is a bottom-line issue, then using it for the company's profit is an insult to personal dignity. This means that in this marriage, the wife doesn't even treat Zhuang Yi as a human being. When he thought of this, Zhuang Yi felt extremely aggrieved. The video call was connected quickly. Xiao Jiuli smiled and waved at the phone. My dear wife, are you having fun? On the phone, Zhu Nian's wife was sitting at a luxurious party, wearing a well-matched evening gown with a faint smile on her face. She was surrounded by a group of men and women dressed in gorgeous costumes, singing and dancing. The atmosphere was lively, with colorful lights and deafening music. Ha, Xiao Jiuli, how is it? Isn't it great? Hearing Zhu Nian's wife's voice, Zhuang Yi broke out in sweat. Her tone showed that she knew the truth of the matter. Why not stop it? Xiao Jiuli lied and said, I haven't started playing yet. By the way, can I renew my contract with you again? I found that I'm addicted to Zhuang Yi. No need, Mr. Xiao. It will be troublesome if my husband finds out. Send it back to him as soon as you are done, so that he won't cause any more trouble. On the phone, Zhu Nian's wife's voice sounded indifferent. This made Zhuang Yi, who was huddled at the end of the bed, feel as if all the blood had been drained out and he felt powerless all over. It was obvious that he loved his wife Zhu Nian to the core and doted on her to the extreme. He could satisfy all of her needs. In fact, more than 70% of the company's orders in recent years were brought in by him. Why do you treat me like this? At this moment, a cold despair rose in Zhuang Yi's heart. He stood up quietly and looked at Xiao Jiuli with empty eyes. Xiao Jiuli was also a smart guy, and he exaggerated. Zhu Nian's wife, I will give you 500 million. 5. Zhu Nian's wife paused for a moment before speaking. 500 million is. But. When Zhu Nian's wife was halfway through her words, a louder and extremely angry voice rang out. Son of a bitch. Zhuang Yi roared loudly, threw himself on the bed, and snatched Xiao Jiuli's cell phone. Zhu Nian's wife. Do you still have any humanity? Do you still regard me as a human being? After the roar, Zhuang Yi saw the luxurious party scene on his mobile phone, Zhu Nian's wife's stunning dress, and the men and women walking behind her from time to time. Zhu Nian's wife lied. She deceived herself that she was still working. Moreover, at home, Zhu Nian's wife had never been dressed so beautifully. Zhuang Yi was trembling all over. Even with his high professional ethics, it was difficult for him to stay rational. Hubby? Didn't you faint? No, I remember the medicine was. Zhu Nian's wife in the video suddenly covered her mouth, and Zhuang Yi had already heard it clearly. She did it. Brute. Zhu Nian's wife, you are really amazing. I have worked diligently for you and the Zhu family for so many years. Even if you hate me, is it necessary for you to do this? Zhu Nian's wife's face changed slightly, and she persuaded him, Husband, don't be angry. I am doing this for the sake of our great cause and our family. You're doing this for a shitty cause. You're using me as a bargaining chip. I saved your father. I helped you get orders for your company. I sowed the land of happiness you have now stitch by stitch. You are nothing without me. How dare you insult me like this? Do you know how much I want to kill you now? Zhu Nian's wife listened to the angry roar and she couldn't believe her ears. Why did this man who loved her to the core suddenly become so mean? Zhuang Yi. Why are you so mean to me? You have to apologize to me. I love you so much. Before Zhu Nianqi's wife finished her words, a hand wearing a black suit suddenly landed gently on her shoulder. Although the man in the black suit did not appear in the camera, he instantly attracted Zhu Nian's wife's attention and made a gentle smile bloom on her face. Then, her expression gradually turned cold, her face returned to seriousness, and she said coldly to the screen, "Zhuangyi, if you still recognize me as your wife, then serve Xiao Jiuli well and don't let me down." This sentence. The decisive blow. Zhuangyi's heart was completely dead. He stared blankly ahead with red and moist eyes. The cell phone fell on the bed and was picked up by Xiao Jiuli. "Okay, goodbye, my little wife. We'll talk some other day." Xiao Jiuli waved and hung up the phone. Zhuangyi was stunned for a long time. Seeing that he was as dumbfounded as a chicken, Xiao Jiuli said, "Brother Zhuangyi, do you believe it now? If you do, come and sit next to your sister." Zhuangyi walked down from the bed. His originally sharp black eyes were now scarlet and contained a murderous aura. "No, just treat it as Zhu Nianqi breaking the contract. You can ask for compensation from Zhu Nianqi." Xiao Jiuli, who was originally happy, suddenly became disappointed. Don't do that, brother Zhuangyi, your wife will be angry." "What does it have to do with me? A woman who has been a ghost, cheated, drugged, played with my dignity, and insulted my feelings, would I still keep her?" Chapter 4, Killing Zhu Nian's Wife. How could I keep a woman who cheated on me, lied to me, drugged me, played with my dignity, and insulted my feelings? Perhaps it came from the bottom of his heart, or perhaps it was just spoken in anger. Zhuangyi said this sentence verbatim. "Boss Xiao, where is Zhu Nian's wife now? Please tell me." Xiao Jiuli crossed her legs and smiled evilly. "You can't go there, it's far away from here." "Say it out," Zhuangyi yelled. Staring into his scarlet eyes, Xiao Jiuli was silent for a few seconds and got off the bed. "It seems that my brother is really angry. I will take you there." Xiao Jiuli put on her dress and walked out of the room. Zhuangyi followed her silently without saying a word. After a full hour's journey. Private club. Zhuangyi got out of Xiao Jiuli's car, his joints turned a little white from clenching his hands so hard. "My sister has greeted me, just go in directly." Xiao Jiuli sat in the driver's seat and gave Zhuangyi a cigarette. Zhuangyi was slightly stunned. He had quit smoking for many years just because his wife Zhu Nian didn't like the smell of smoke. But at this moment, he still reached out to take it, and Xiao Jiuli helped him light it. "Ha!" Amid the smoke, Zhuangyi seemed to be thinking about something and said, "Boss Xiao, I'll go in first." "Okay, sister will wait for you here." Zhuangyi walked in heavily, not even bothering to tidy up his hair, with a ferocious look on his face. After Zhuangyi left, Xiao Jiuli put on a sinister smile. She opened her phone and saw a half-length photo of her and Zhuangyi sleeping together as the wallpaper. "Zhu Nian's wife, you are the one who didn't cherish her, so don't blame me for stealing her." Inside the club. The surrounding environment is extremely luxurious, with bright lights, music, and all kinds of people flowing. Zhuangyi took out his work ID and pretended to be an employee of Zhu Nianqi's company. He asked several people and found out that Zhu Nianqi was in the box in the basement. He quickened his pace, passed through layers of noise, and soon arrived at the door of a box on the basement floor. Before he even stepped inside, he heard his wife's voice. "Thank you all for your kindness. I am here today to formally introduce my brother Yang Yang to you all." After Zhu Nian's wife said this, another delicate male voice echoed her. "Thank you, sister-in-law. You are the best to me. Come on, let's give a toast to Mr. Zhu," said a middle-aged voice. "Come. Wish my wife and I to get married soon," another delicate female voice said. Outside, Zhuangyi could hear that the atmosphere in the box was very harmonious. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, held the cigarette in his mouth, and kicked the door open. A moment. The whole box fell silent. Everyone looked at Zhuangyi, unable to react. Zhuangyi glanced around and stared directly at Zhu Nian's wife sitting on the main seat, as well as the man and woman beside her. Zhu Nian's wife was wearing an evening gown, her cheeks flushed. When she saw Zhuangyi rushing in, a look of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. However, as the chairman of the company, she quickly calmed down and lied, "Husband, didn't I tell you not to pick me up?" Zhuangyi ignored her and just gave her a meaningful sneer. There were two people sitting next to Zhu Nian's wife. He didn't know the man, and the woman was Huang Shui from the Huang family, who was also the woman Zhuangyi hated the most. Huang Shui is a lesbian, and the person he likes is his wife Zhu Nianqi. It's not that Zhuang Yi is unwilling to help Zhu Nian's wife deal with people. In business, some reasonable contacts can greatly improve the efficiency of negotiations. The key problem is that Zhu Nian's wife did not keep a distance, and she turned a deaf ear to Zhuang Yi's repeated attempts to persuade her. What about now? She has learned to cheat and poison her husband with drugs. At this time, the man next to Zhu Nian's wife stood up anxiously and said with a smile, "Is that you, Brother Zhuang? Sit here with me. It's closer to my wife's sister." Zhuang Yi glanced at him and saw a young boy who looked very young and was wearing a well-fitting black suit. "Yang, please sit down. My husband was not invited to come, so just let him sit here," Zhu Nian's wife said casually. The boy called Yang said oh and sat down obediently. He glanced at Zhuang Yi, a faint smile of contempt appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zhuang Yi was in a very bad mood. He exhaled the last puff of white smoke from his cigarette, threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out. "That's fine, I'll just sit there casually." Instead of taking a seat, he sat down in a corner and began to rummage through a box of wine bottles. Zhu Nian's wife gave him a cold look, then smiled again and said, "Come on, everyone, continue. Just treat my husband as transparent." Bang! The next second, Zhuang Yi was in the corner, pinched the mouth of a bottle of foreign liquor with one hand, smashed the bottle body, and turned it into an extremely sharp bottle tip. The wine spilled all over the floor. Zhuang Yi looked at the broken bottle and gave a sinister smile. Zhu Nian's wife slammed the table and angrily accused Zhuang Yi. "What are you doing? Why are you going crazy here?" She was very angry. Her brother had just come back from abroad with great difficulty, but this bastard husband was here to ruin her good mood. Zhuang Yi stood up and sneered, "What do I do? I kill the adulterer and the adulteress." Everyone then reacted and stood up vigorously. Zhu Nian's wife has an unusually close relationship with the two people next to her. At first, no one paid attention to it, but now. A younger brother, calling his wife's sister as sweetly as a puppy, and a female client, touching her from time to time, and doing some private actions. If Zhuang Yi was a gigolo or a kept lover, he naturally had no right to be arrogant. But he is not. He is one of the pillars of the company, and the biggest and thickest one. The wife was fooling around outside, and the husband came to the house after finding out, and was scolded by his wife. Who wouldn't be jealous? Who wouldn't feel uncomfortable? At this moment, Zhu Nian's wife showed her aura as the chairman and shouted angrily, "Zhuang Yi, I don't know what you are talking about. Get out of here right now. Don't embarrass yourself here. We can't even eat if you're making trouble." Zhu Nian's wife didn't understand her husband's thoughts, she just cursed him in her heart. Isn't it just a celebration for his brother's return home? Why would she start a war and call him to task? Have a meal? Zhuang Yi laughed coldly. He slowly walked to the edge of the dining table, stretched out his hand, and suddenly overturned the entire table. Eat your mother's food. Chapter 5, Beating Huang Shui. This chapter has been revised. Thank you for your hard work in reviewing it. Please be gentle. Crash. Everyone screamed, and the dishes and drinks were scattered all over the floor. The unlucky ones even had their calves scratched by the broken plates. Zhu Nian's wife was so frightened that she almost fell down. "Zhuang Yi. What's wrong with you? I just didn't go home for a meal. Why are you so petty?" Huang Shui held Zhu Nian's wife's waist with concern. "Baby, how are you? Are you okay? Don't scare me." After she finished speaking, she gave Zhu Nian's wife a passionate kiss on the side of her face. Zhu Nian's wife did not resist, but simply ignored the other party, staring at Zhuang Yi with her lovely big eyes. Seeing this, Zhuang Yi felt so heartbroken that he felt like he was bleeding, as if he was the third party and they were the original couple. Zhuang Yi knew that Huang Shui was a lesbian, and Zhu Nian's wife also knew that she was a lesbian, but why did he accept her kiss so easily? I was put on a hat in front of her, and she was a woman. "Mr. Zhuang, why don't you apologize to my baby right now?" Huang Shui shouted angrily at Zhuang Yi. "That's right. Apologize to my wife's sister quickly. Why do you hurt her like this?" Zhu Nian's wife's younger brother, Zhu Yangyang, also said nearby. The two of them sang the same tune, and the people around them noticed it, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, this is the Zhu family's family affair. We can just eat melons and watch the show and it will be over. Zhu Nian's wife took a deep breath and calmed down a little. "Zhuang Yi, you go out first. After all, Zhuang Yi is her husband. He was probably a little angry about the fact that she fed him medicine and asked him to sleep with her. Boys are like this, it will be fine after a couple of days. Baby, what are you talking about? He bullied you, how can you let him go? Yes. Come over here and kowtow to your wife's sister and apologize. Huang Shui and Zhu Yangyang took turns shouting and exerting pressure from different angles, seemingly trying to make the atmosphere even more awkward. Zhuang Yi's incredulous expression suddenly turned cold. Since Zhu Nian's wife stood on the side of the adulterous wife and her lover, he didn't want to waste any more words. He pinched the tip of the broken bottle, strode up to Huang Shui, and slapped her hard. Bang! Huang Shui was stunned by the beating, with a bright red palm print on her face. She obviously didn't expect that Zhuang Yi would take direct action. A woman tried to stop them, but several middle-aged men nearby immediately reached out to stop her. Huang Shui was stunned for a few seconds before coming to her senses. You bastard, you dare to hit me. Zhuang Yi stared at her intently. He thought about how he was cheated on by a woman without a penis, and how his wife was having an affair with this woman, making those unbearable sounds on the phone. He really couldn't bear it anymore, so he pinched the tip of the broken bottle and stabbed it directly into her stinky face. Kill her. Zhu Yangyang immediately grabbed Zhuang Yi's hand and bit it hard. Zhuang Yi felt pain and the broken tip of the bottle in his hand fell to the ground. Huang Shui kicked him directly upon seeing this, and cooperated with Zhu Yangyang to punch and kick Zhuang Yi. But Zhuang Yi did not grow up eating vegetarian food. His wife liked to look muscular when she took off her clothes and look thin when she put on clothes, so he worked out very hard and developed his 8-pack abs. He also learned a lot of martial arts. After a while, Zhuang Yi broke free from the two people's restraints and started punching and kicking them. Ah! Baby, save me! Baby, save me! In less than 2 minutes, Huang Shui could no longer hold on and was knocked to the ground and rubbed by Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi covered the other person's mouth with his hand, and regardless of Zhu Yangyang's attempt to hug him away, he punched Huang Shui in the face again and again. He was beaten so hard that blood spurted from his head and his nose was twisted. Zhu Nian's wife, who was standing next to him, was somewhat unmoved. She seemed to notice that Zhuang Yi's scarlet eyes looked like the eyes of someone crying after being sad. When she came to her senses, Zhuang Yi, who was being beaten, had already pinned Huang Shui down and was beating her severely. Zhu Nian's wife rushed forward, hugged Zhuang Yi's waist, and pulled him away desperately. Stop hitting her, she is from the Huang family, stop hitting her. Help me, help me. When the people nearby heard this, they began to carefully try to stop the fight. After a long time, Zhuang Yi beat Huang Shui until she lost consciousness and her head was red, and only then was he willing to stop. Several people wanted to carry him away, but none of them were as strong as him and could not hold him down. He turned his head grimly and saw Zhu Yangyang had already huddled behind Zhu Nianqi. This coward who calls his sister first and his sister second cannot be let go. Zhuang Yi tried his best to break free from the crowd's blockade and wanted to beat down another person. Zhu Nian's wife quickly blocked his way and shouted, Zhuang Yi, you bastard! Are you going to attack even my own brother? Zhu Yangyang is the son of my father-in-law's younger brother, so it makes sense for Zhu Nian's wife to call him that. Zhuang Yi's fists were covered in blood, he gnashed his teeth, trembled all over, and said angrily, Okay, if he is really my biological brother, I will endure it. Then tell me, why were you watching from the sidelines when they beat me up, and why did you try to stop me when I beat them up? Why is it that on weekdays, when I kiss you sometimes, you will avoid it, but when others kiss you, you don't even blink? Do you really like wearing hats for me that much? If you don't want to live with me, just say so. I'm not going to let you go. These words left Zhu Nian's wife completely dumbfounded. Because a woman is jealous? How can you be so stingy? Zhuang Yi, are you done yet? She just kissed me, and you wrongly accused me of putting a hat on you. I didn't take the initiative. Zhuang Yi was furious, pointing at her nose and yelling. Is that the reason you acquiesced? Zhu Nian's wife was so angry that her face turned red, and she shouted angrily, You! Are you crazy? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? Bang! Zhuang Yi slapped her in the face. Zhu Nian's wife covered her face in shock. From the moment they met, even though she had tricked Zhuang Yi into going to the grove to rape him, Zhuang Yi had never dared to hit her even once. And now, you hit me in public? You, what gives you the right to hit me? I am the only one allowed to hit you. You are not allowed to hit me. Zhu Nian's wife was very angry. She had never suffered such injustice before. She stretched out her hands to hit Zhuang Yi, but Zhuang Yi grabbed her and threw her aside. Have you reached the point where you can fight me for these two little lovers? Zhu Nian's wife, I will grant your wish, let's get a divorce. After saying this, Zhuang Yi turned and left, leaving everyone in the private room standing there in a daze, looking at each other in bewilderment. Zhu Nian's wife was in a panic and she immediately wanted to chase after her husband to win him back. At this moment, Zhu Yangyang was quick to take Zhu Nianqi's hand and prevent her from leaving. He caressed her tenderly and charmingly. Sister wife, I don't want this brother-in-law. He is a bully. You might as well marry me, your younger brother, instead of him. At least my younger brother knows how to pamper and protect you. Zhu Nian's wife struggled with her expression. After hesitating for a moment, she rubbed his forehead and explained with a smile. Yang Yang, stop talking nonsense. Your brother-in-law is just being childish. He will be fine in a couple of days. Then I'll ask him to apologize to you. Call an ambulance first and send Mr. Huang to the hospital for treatment. Zhu Nian's wife had no intention of getting her husband back, so she explained clearly that she would save people first. Chapter 6. Zhu Nian's wife is still lying. I don't know where the vulgar content in this chapter is, but the review still said there was a problem, so I changed all the words that might cause problems. Sorry. Outside the club, Zhuang Yi put his hands in his pockets and walked out the door. Xiao Jiuli turned on the double hazard lights in the car. Zhuang Yi walked over, rolled down the car window, and looked at the beautiful female customer. He had no interest at all at this moment. She kicked you out? I told you, but you still don't believe it. Come on, get in the car, I'll take you home. Xiao Jiuli said with a smile and unlocked the car door for him. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Zhuang Yi sat in the car, and Xiao Jiuli gently turned the steering wheel, ready to drive away from this damn place. Don't drive yet. Zhuang Yi suddenly said, wait 5 minutes and give me a cigarette. Xiao Jiuli's eyelids twitched and she felt a little annoyed, but she still handed a cigarette to Zhuang Yi and lit it for him. Want to wait for your wife to come down and keep you? Zhuang Yi stared at the door with his dark eyes, and after a while he answered, well, I'll leave after I finish this cigarette. 10 minutes later, the smoke went out. Zhuang Yi tried to draw as slowly as possible, but still no one showed up. Seeing the cigarette extinguished, Xiao Jiuli asked, now that you're done, can we go now? Let's go, she doesn't want me anymore. This sentence sounded a bit sour. Since I can't wait, I can only leave. The same goes for cars, people, and hearts. An hour later, at the gate of RF Center, Zhuang Yi got out of Xiao Jiuli's car and asked for another cigarette. Hey, I remember you didn't smoke, why are you smoking one cigarette after another now? Xiao Jiuli said this with a smile and simply stuffed a whole pack of cigarettes into his arms. The 100 million contract is void. I will cooperate with you and say that nothing happened between us. I ran away. After saying this bitterly, Zhuang Yi turned and left without even saying goodbye. You said this, brother Zhuang Yi. I will reward you with something good later. Xiao Jiuli threw her a coquettish look, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Zhu Nian's wife, your husband, will be mine sooner or later. Zhuang Yi ignored her and returned to the community. He also hated Xiao Jiuli. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have discovered his wife's lies and viciousness tonight. When I thought about my wife colluding with outsiders to poison me and force me to, it's really sad to see such a result after 7 years of hard work. But feeling uncomfortable doesn't mean you can't let go. Without the constraints of children, you can regain your freedom at any time. Thinking of this, Zhuang Yi said to himself in pain, I never thought that begging Zhu Nian's wife to give birth to a baby but being rejected would turn out to be a wise choice. When I got home, everything was quiet. Zhuang Yi dragged several boxes of wine into the living room. He sat on the sofa, trying to get himself drunk and pass out. There was a laptop on the coffee table, and Zhuang Yi was drafting a divorce agreement while drinking. At 5 in the morning, Zhuang Yi couldn't sleep and wanted to get drunk, but his brain remained awake. I was too lazy to sleep, so I just lay on the sofa, playing with my phone and smoking. Click. The security door of the house was opened, and Zhu Nian's wife walked in looking exhausted. She immediately smelled a strong smell of cigarette smoke, which was the most unbearable thing for her. There was no light in the house, and I could only see a figure staring blankly at his phone. It's my husband. Honey, why aren't you sleeping at this hour? When Zhu Nian's wife turned on the light, she saw wine bottles all over the floor and cigarette ashes all over the table. TSK. Do you deserve a beating again? You made such a mess at home. Junyan's wife took off her high heels with a look of disgust and walked into the house. She immediately noticed that the dining room was filled with cold dishes and an uncut birthday cake. She paused, realizing something. Today is her birthday. Her husband has been busy all day, preparing so many dishes and buying a cake just to make her happy. Honey, I'm sorry, I forgot it's your birthday today, you. Zhuang Yi sat up calmly. Come here, I have something to talk to you about. When Junyan's wife saw his face clearly, she couldn't help but gasp. His bright black pupils had turned scarlet, his eye whites were covered with thick bloodshot, and he looked tired, as if he had aged nearly 10 years overnight. Okay, I have something to talk to my husband about. You were too impulsive just now. You should be more careful next time. I have already persuaded Zhu Yangyang and Huang Shui not to call the police. When they come in a couple of days, remember to apologize to them. Junyan's wife walked over and sat next to him. She originally wanted to give him a good scolding, but seeing his expression, she couldn't help but soften her voice. Zhuang Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Apologize to the mistress. You actually want me, the original wife, to apologize to the mistress? What nonsense are you talking about? They are not mistresses. They are good brothers and good friends. Faced with his wife's words, Zhuang Yi had a blank expression on his face. He took out the drafted divorce agreement. Let's talk business. You and I have known each other for 7 years. Although most of the time we have had hard times, there have also been many good times. I know that people always change their minds, especially now that you are in power. I can understand that if you have someone you like more, I can understand. But, you are insulting my personality by putting a hat on me during marriage. I cannot accept it. Zhuang Yi threw the divorce agreement into the other party's arms. Junyan's wife took a look at it and immediately became angry and tore it into pieces. What's wrong with you? We've been together for so many years, don't you believe me? I love you so much. Zhuang Yi stared at her resentfully. You love me, so for 100 million, you poisoned me and made me pay taxes? I am a husband with my own difficulties, and I don't want to do this either. Tell me what your difficulties are. Zhuang Yi said calmly. I've been threatened by her anyway, so don't talk about this topic. Junyan's wife bit her lip lightly, feeling a little guilty, and wanted to hide something. Zhuang Yi snorted coldly. You don't even want to explain. Fine, just treat me as someone who deserves to suffer and as someone who deserves to be dirty. Then explain to me why you made such an unbearable sound when I called you? Why would you lie to me and stay out here to fool around when I wanted to celebrate your birthday? Don't tell me it was for business. I helped you negotiate the business. After Zhuang Yi finished speaking, he lit a cigarette in front of her. Junyan's wife looked a little embarrassed and slammed the sofa in anger. You bastard. Huang Shui is just a woman. She can't even satisfy me in that aspect. How can I possibly cheat on her? And Zhu Yangyang, he is my uncle's younger brother. He came back from abroad today, so I came to welcome him. As for why I lied to you, it was because I was afraid that you wouldn't want me to go. After hearing this explanation, Zhuang Yi found it even more ridiculous. As far as I can remember, he never stopped his wife from going out at night. He even worried that she might not be safe alone and would take the initiative to act as driver. You three are having so much fun. While you're calling me, you. Zhuang Yi covered his heart and forced himself to say this. I didn't. At that time, it was Huang Shui who tickled me. Junyan's wife lied. Zhuang Yi saw it at a glance. If he really slandered her, she would raise her fist and hit him. Chapter 7 Junyan's wife is a rotten shoe. I don't accept this explanation. There is a rift between us. Let's end it here. Zhuang Yi took a breath and said lightly. The premise of the saying fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed is that the couple have not caused irreversible harm. Obviously, Junyan's wife has crossed this bottom line. No, to be precise, Junyan's wife crossed the bottom line the first time they met. She lured him into the woods and raped him. This in itself is illegal. It was just that Zhuang Yi didn't know how to resist it first, and later deceived himself into falling in love, which led to this big mistake. It can't end. You are mine, and you will be mine for the rest of your life. Junyan's wife hugged Zhuang Yi's arm tightly. Hubby, maybe I did make a small mistake today, but please believe me. I am doing this for the greater good and for our family. Zhuang Yi looked at the ceiling and blew out smoke rings in sorrow. thing, hee hee. I didn't feel awkward when I heard this before, but now that I think about it, you really don't treat me as a human being. I'm just kidding. A wife will always belong to her husband. Zhu Nian's wife explained. I can give you one last chance. I don't care about your brother, but you must cut off all contact with Huang Shui, and also cut off all ties with those questionable men. I will help you make money from the orders they provide. This is my last bottom line. Zhu Nian's wife punched Zhuang Yi hard and said angrily, can you please stop mentioning her? She is from the Huang family and will be very helpful to our company in the future. Standing on her side again. Zhu Nian's wife, what do you mean? Because of that vixen Huang Shui, you and I have had dozens of arguments, big and small, and you always stood on her side. 2 months ago, I bought the movie tickets and you promised me to go to the movies. But she called me and said you were gone. I was so worried looking for you that I called the police and found out that you went out drinking with her. A month ago, you slept in a separate room from me for the first time in order to chat on the phone with her and those men. I had to listen to you laughing and joking with other men and her all night long. 2 weeks ago, you took your clothes to her house to take a shower. You knew she was a lesbian, and you took photos together in pajamas and posted them on WeChat Moments. I called you, and that was the first time you refused to answer the phone. What did you do with her in bed at that time? I can't even imagine. Last week, you and her did something that made some babbling noises, and I called and heard it. Not only did you not explain, you even had a huge argument with me. Today, for her and that brother, you drugged me, forced me to sleep with you, watched coldly when I was beaten, and tried your best to stop me when I fought back. The more Zhuang Yi spoke, the more aggrieved and annoyed he felt, and he clenched his fists tighter and tighter. He is just one step away from bursting out. I didn't. Is that how you view your wife? You are just narrow-minded. The relationship between us is purely based on interests, and I have never had any contact with any of her other men. It's obvious that you don't love me. Zhu Nian's wife got angry when she heard Zhuang Yi bring up these old things. It was obviously the past, so why keep bringing them up? The 4 words you don't love me made Zhuang Yi completely explode. He stood up with gritted teeth, threw the cigarette butt to the ground, and slapped Zhu Nian's wife in the face with his backhand. Bang! I've worked so hard for so many years, and I don't love you. Should I let you fool around and have sex with those questionable people? That's how I love you. Huang Shui and your little lovers want you, so I have to send you to their beds myself, only then can I say I love you. Rumble. Zhu Nian's wife was completely stunned. She never expected that her husband would get so angry over such a small matter. Zhuang Yi. Am I such a person in your heart? I don't have any love affair with anyone else. You beat Huang Shui, and I helped you clean up the mess. If you wanted to beat Zhu Yangyang, how would you explain to my father and uncle if I hadn't stopped you? I already told you that I didn't go to the movie with you. I forgot to tell you because I had to attend an emergency. As for the time we talked on the phone, those men were all from the Huang family. It would be beneficial for us to have good relationships with them. I didn't do you any wrong when I went to live at Huang Shui's house. Those unbearable babbling sounds you made were just her scratching my belly. Why are you always so fussy? You disappoint me so much. Zhu Nian's wife covered her cheeks and retorted angrily. She was a strong person and she would not indulge the other person just because he was her lover. But after hearing these words, Zhuang Yi became even more surprised. This wife cheated on him again. He vaguely remembered the last time his wife told him that those unbearable noises were caused by tickling the toes. Full of lies. Let's get a divorce. You sound very reasonable and nice, but you don't tell the truth. I can't trust you anymore. Don't mention divorce. If you dare to ask me for divorce again, get out of this house and don't come back. My wife's personality has always been like this. Everything needs to be done according to her wishes. Arrogant and domineering. I do my own thing. Zhuang Yi wanted to slap her again, but the thought of hitting her would hurt himself. He gritted his teeth, pushed her away, and went to the master bedroom to pack his luggage. Ah, you bastard, you dare to push me. Zhu Nian's wife got up from the sofa in a rage and ran into the master bedroom. But she found that her husband was packing his luggage and only took a few pieces of clothes, obviously intending to spend the night outside. Zhu Nian's wife became even more upset. What are you doing? Are you really going to leave home? Chairman Zhu, I am officially giving you a notice of resignation. I will not be returning to the company starting tomorrow. You will have to clean up the mess of the company yourself. Also, if we get divorced now, all the money I've earned over the years will belong to you, and I can leave the house with nothing, but you'd better not force me to go to court to file for divorce. After packing a few pieces of clothes, Zhuang Yi took out a divorce agreement and stuffed it into Zhu Nian's wife's arms. Zhu Nian's wife said nothing and scattered it into crumbs again. Zhuang Yi, you bastard. I won't approve your resignation. I won't allow you to file for divorce. What kind of fake medicine did you take to become like this? Zhuang Yi pointed at her nose and yelled, I became like this because of you. You did it yourself. After saying this, he left the bedroom without looking back and walked towards the door. Zhu Nian's wife wanted to pull him back, but she found that this little coward was incredibly strong at the moment and could not be stopped no matter what. Later, he tried biting and scratching, but failed to keep Zhuang Yi. Bang! It was not until the door was closed and Zhu Nian's wife was the only one left at home that she sat down on the ground in despair. She didn't expect Zhuang Yi to be so mean and heartless, and actually leave without saying anything. Even though there have been situations in the past that were even more outrageous than now, he would never leave. Zhuang Yi, you stingy guy. You even don't want your wife because of such a small matter. Zhu Nian's wife shouted at the top of her lungs. Click. Suddenly, Zhuang Yi opened the door, looked into her eyes, took out a pair of rotten slippers and threw them in her face. Zhu Nian's wife didn't feel any pain, she was just startled. She lowered her head to glance at the slippers in her arms, and immediately reacted. Rotten shoes, Zhuang Yi, you little bitch. You are the rotten shoe, your whole family is rotten shoes. Chapter 8. Zhu Nian's wife never celebrated Zhuang Yi's birthday. Zhuang Yi was walking in the corridor when he suddenly noticed a tall woman with a curvy figure walking towards him. After seeing the facial features clearly, Zhuang Yi recognized him. Zhuayaking, Zhu Nianqi's elder sister. He is 28 years old this year, 1 year older than Zhu Nian's wife. Her appearance is equally outstanding. Although her face is not as pretty as Zhu Nian's wife, she is obviously more attractive than Zhu Nian's wife. At this moment, she was wearing a black lace suspender nightgown. The picture was very beautiful, her breasts were very rough, and her legs were white and long. Good morning, Xiaozhuang. Are you going out at this time to see the sun at 5 in the morning? Zhuayaking took the initiative to say hello. She didn't like Zhuang Yi at first. However, Zhuang Yi is capable, kind to his wife, and later saves his father-in-law's life. She gradually changed her attitude and treated Zhuang Yi as an ordinary brother-in-law. Who wouldn't he like a man who devotes himself to the family, is caring, sensible, loyal, and handsome? Sister Chang. Zhuang Yi looked at her prominent position and felt bored. Why are you here to look for Zhu Nian's wife so late at night instead of sleeping? I'm having an affair with your wife, do you have any objection to that? Zhuayaking joked with interest. Zhuang Yi replied, then go ahead. As long as he doesn't have certain thoughts, Zhuang Yi won't be angry even if someone makes an excessive joke to him. However, Zhu Nian's wife just couldn't see through it and didn't know how to keep a distance from certain people with ulterior motives. After thinking about it, Zhuang Yi shook his head and passed by Zhuayaking. Zhuayaking looked at him for a long time and always felt that something was wrong with Zhuang Yi. Why are Zhuang Yi's eyes red and swollen? With such doubts, Zhuayaking knocked on the door of his house. Boom boom boom. An angry voice came from inside the house. You know you're wrong, right? You still dare to come back, right? You won't go to work tomorrow, right? If I don't throw you on the bed today and bully you into submission, I won't be named Zhu. Zhu Nian's wife opened the door, her angry expression froze, and she said disappointedly, "His sister? Why are you here at 5 o'clock in the morning? You bullied Xiaozhuang again? Didn't our dad tell you to be nicer to him?" Zhuayaking crossed his arms over his chest and walked into the house, and was immediately pinched his nose by the smell of smoke. Isn't there no one smoking in your house? Why is there such a strong smell of cigarettes, and so many bottles of wine? Zhuayaking frowned, then turned to look at the dining table and understood the reason. It was his sister's birthday, and Zhuang Yi had carefully prepared dinner and cake for the entire night. However, his sister stood him up, and Zhuang Yi was so angry that he simply ran away from home. Nian's wife, have you been out fooling around again and left Xiaozhuang alone at home? Zhu Nian's wife closed the door and sat on the sofa with a lost look. What a joke! Brother Yan Yang came back to China, and I went to celebrate his birthday. But this little bitch husband got jealous and ran away from home. Zhuayaking walked up to her and sat down. Is it that simple? I can see his eyes are red. He wants a divorce. I think his belly button is on his back. He is the opposite of that. Zwyaking's eyes widened. How can he, a man who spoils you to the sky, say the word divorce? He scared me. I forgot my birthday and didn't go home to celebrate it. He didn't even celebrate his own birthday, so why did he only celebrate mine? Junyan's wife was so angry that she had no place to vent it, so she could only tell her sister. Zwyaking frowned even more tightly. Did you listen to what people say? It seems that my sister has never celebrated Zhuang Yi's birthday. Then why did Zhuang Yi make elaborate preparations every year? He even spoiled his wife Junyan in various ways on their wedding anniversary, Lover's Day, Christmas, etc. My dear sister, you are really capable of doing things. It would be strange if he is not angry if you act like this. Even I, as your elder sister, am angry with you. Junyan's wife didn't care. What's there to be angry about? Didn't we just not eat at home and go out to eat? Xiao Zhuang wants to get a divorce because of this? Although her sister had gone too far, based on Zwyaking's observations over the years, she knew that Zhuang Yi would not get a divorce over such a small matter. In Zwyaking's opinion, Zhuang Yi is a man of his words. When Junyan's wife thought of her husband's attitude, she couldn't help but complain, he is just stingy. He likes to be jealous and imaginative. I am just. She spent more than half an hour explaining to her sister everything that happened today. The more Zwyaking listened, the more incredible it felt to him, and he wanted to reach out and hit his sister several times. Junyan's wife, our Zhu family doesn't have beastly genes. How could you do such a thing? Zhu Yeqing said with his blood pressure soaring. She drugged her husband and forced him to sell his sex life in exchange for company performance. She lied to her husband that she was at work, but she was actually having sex with a homosexual. As a bystander, this is how Zwyaking felt after listening to it. Sister, how can you occupy Zhuang Yi? I am your sister. Junyan's wife held her hand and shook it hard. Okay, but Xiao Zhuang is right. You were too overbearing this time. He likes you so much, and you forced him to sell sex. This is immoral. When Xiao Zhuang comes home, apologize to him. He loves you so much, he won't be angry with you. Zwyaking persuaded. Junyan's wife was so angry that she slapped her thigh hard. I won't apologize to him. I want him to apologize to me. If he doesn't apologize, I will kick him. Besides, you don't understand my business. For the sake of great ambitions, some things and interpersonal relationships are necessary. Besides, I can do whatever I want with the company's affairs. It's none of his business. Junyan's wife spoke angrily, without the slightest sign of compromise. Zwyaking, isn't Xiao Zhuang also one of the company's top executives? He is different. He is my man and has to listen to me. If he doesn't listen, I will bully him. Anyway, I am his wife. Junyan's wife said this with a sense of pride. Zwyaking continued, then sister asks you, do you like Huang Shui, a lesbian? Junyan's wife nodded, not bad, she treats me well and is generous. Zwyaking heard it with his ears and saw it with his eyes. Perhaps, in my sister's heart, Zhuang Yi is no longer important. She shook her head, hey. Then let me ask you again, have you ever had intimate contact with other members of the opposite sex while you were married? After hearing this, Junyan's wife paused for a few seconds in anger, then suddenly covered her lips. In her hazy consciousness, she seemed to have a scene of kissing someone else. She was drunk at the time, and was hugged around the waist and kissed. She couldn't remember whether the person was a man or a woman, she only knew that the person was wearing a green suit at the time. From that time on, she never dared to get drunk outside again unless Zhuang Yi was by her side. Zwyaking saw her actions and knew what was going on. My dear sister, please don't let Xiao Zhuang find out. I know sister, people are not always smart sometimes, that's okay. Chapter 9 Discovered by Zhuang Yi. 6 o'clock in the morning. On the sidewalk of the street. Zhuang Yi was staggering along, carrying a small bag of luggage. The alcohol was still in his body and his steps were still unsteady. Zhuang Yi knew that blindly giving would not prolong the life of his marriage, but he did not expect it to happen so soon. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was the alarm on my cell phone. It's 6 o'clock, I need to get up and make breakfast for my wife. Zhuang Yi snorted coldly, his eyes still frighteningly red. Directly across the sidewalk, there was a female college student coming towards him. She was wearing a blue and white high school uniform, holding 2 pairs of worn gloves, with her head buried in despair. When she saw Zhuang Yi's slovenly appearance, she took a few steps away in fear. Zhuang Yi ignored her and walked silently. Suddenly, his feet became unstable, he took a step forward and fell on the sidewalk. With a bang, the luggage bag rolled to the side and several pieces of clothing fell out. Hiss, it hurts. Zhuang Yi covered his forehead, feeling the pain and the urge to vomit and have diarrhea. The female college student was so scared that she ran away quickly, but half a minute later, she ran back timidly and helped Zhuang Yi up from the ground. "Are you okay?" she said cautiously. Zhuang Yi turned his head coldly and glanced at her. On her fair and tender oval face, the jawline is soft, like an uncarved jade, with a lovely dullness. Her long black hair was scattered on her shoulders, her face was a little pale, her lips were slightly blue, and her eyes and eyebrows revealed a sense of inferiority. She lowered her head as if she was avoiding something. The movements were very light, as if he was deliberately concealing his presence. Zhuang Yi pushed her hands away and inadvertently noticed 3 words embroidered in white thread on the collar of her clothes. Su Bauer. "No problem, thanks." After saying this, Zhuang Yi left without any reluctance. But after taking a few steps, he almost fell again. Fortunately, the female college student was quick to act and held Zhuang Yi's arm. After Zhuang Yi stood firm, he turned his head and looked at her again. She immediately looked at the ground shyly. "Thank you. What's your name?" This time, Zhuang Yi did not break free. Headache and dizziness are signs that alcohol is affecting the brain. If you break free, you will fall again. My name is Su Bauer." The female college student raised her head, her eyes flickered, and then looked away embarrassedly. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, like the autumn wind, blowing gently by with an unpredictable timidity. As an experienced person, Zhuang Yi recognized at a glance that Su Bauer was the kind of child who had the desire to steal but not the courage to do so, and who had a sense of inferiority deep in his heart. "Su Bauer, take me to a nearby breakfast shop," he said directly in an imperative tone. People with low self-esteem never dare to refuse. As expected, after a moment of hesitation, the shy Su Bauer said, Okay, uncle, then Bauer will take you to the breakfast shop at the school gate." Zhuang Yi was slightly stunned, but still kept silent. He looked really sloppy like an old man. The two walked in silence all the way. Su Bauer walked carefully, as if she was afraid of stepping on any shadow, while supporting Zhuang Yi, who was drunk. This was the first time in 7 years that Zhuang Yi had been taken care of. "And this care does not come from my wife." Zhuang Yi was supported as he walked, and he vaguely remembered that a few years ago, he accidentally accompanied his wife to an unimportant drinking party. Several female customers were attracted by Zhuang Yi's handsome face at first sight and kept pouring him wine. Halfway through the drinking session, Zhuang Yi signaled to his wife that he couldn't hold on any longer. Who would have thought that his wife not only did not respond, but secretly dragged him into the bathroom and bullied him, telling him to be sensible and obedient. She also said, "For the sake of your wife's great cause, husband, you should please them. They are very important to the company. Your wife will soon be very successful." After that, Zhuang Yi compromised and forced himself to get drunk. Later, as his wife had said, her career flourished. However, Zhuang Yi went out to accompany women drinking more and more often, and was gradually molested and teased by female clients. Zhuang Yi often sent pain signals to his wife. At first, his wife would slap him and give him a candy, but later she simply stopped responding and was unwilling to listen to her husband's pain. You really deserve it." What's wrong, uncle?" Su Bauer was frightened by his tone and asked fearfully. "Nothing, I'll repay you." Arriving at a breakfast shop in front of the gate of Dingyan University. It's 6:30 in the morning and the breakfast shop is already open. Zhuang Yi ordered some hot pancakes, buns, 2 cups of soy milk and 2 bowls of porridge. "Sit down and have a simple meal together, don't be disgusted," Zhuang Yi said coldly. Su Bauer was about to refuse, but after touching her belly and wallet, she ended up sitting opposite Zhuang Yi embarrassedly. Thank you, uncle." Zhuang Yi didn't say anything. He breathed in the morning air and his mind became much clearer. He picked up the porridge and poured it down his throat, just like he usually drank wine. Su Bauer was startled and said cautiously, Be careful not to burn your throat." Hearing these words, Zhuang Yi's heart skipped a beat. This is the first time I have heard words of concern in 7 years. Su Bauer, right? Zhuang Yi took out his phone. "Give me the payment code and I'll transfer 2,000 yuan to you as payment. From now on, we'll never meet again. Bauer doesn't have a cell phone, and Bauer can't take your money." Su Bauer drank the porridge in fear. Zhuang Yi had a blank expression on his face. He took out 5,000 yuan from his pocket and stuffed it into her hand. Use the extra money to buy a cell phone. Su Bauer was stunned for a moment, raised her beautiful eyes, and pushed the money back reluctantly. A poor man has a strong will. Bauer cannot accept your money. These words made Zhuang Yi feel a pang of pain in his heart again. He had once said similar words to Zhu Nian's wife. After repeated refusals, Zhuang Yi finally stuffed the money into her pocket and left. Su Bauer wanted to chase after him, but was scolded by Zhuang Yi and was so scared that she stood still. 7:30 in the morning. Zhuang Yi wandered aimlessly on the street. Ding dong. At this time, someone sent him a text message. Zhuang Yi took out his cell phone and saw that it was Xiao Jiuli who sent him a photo. Only then did he remember that Xiao Jiuli said last night that she would send him a good thing. When he opened the photo, Zhuang Yi took a deep breath. In the photo, Zhu Nian's wife is kissing a man in a green suit. The face of the man in the green suit was covered by mosaic, so it was unclear who he was. All we could see clearly was that he was hugging Zhu Nian's wife's waist, and Zhu Nian's wife was closing her eyes, seeming to be enjoying it. Looking at the photo, Zhuang Yi was silent for a long time before he said a word. This, bitch. Chapter 10. Zhu Nian's wife wants the Xiao family to be buried with her. This is too much, it's really too much. Zhuang Yi was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. The scattered passers-by nearby heard the roar and hid far away. Zhuang Yi held his heart tightly with one hand and breathed deeply. After 7 years of relationship, it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel sad, and it would be even more of a lie to say that he could forgive. Divorce is indeed the right choice. To be precise, falling in love with a criminal is a mistake in itself. Wife, every word you tell is a lie, not a single word of truth. Zhuang Yi now seriously suspects that his wife had been having an affair with someone else before Huang Shui. He paused for a long time before clicking on Xiao Jiuli's profile picture, ready to add her to the blacklist. From now on, we will be separated. Zhuang Yi thanked Xiao Jiuli for the information, but he could not forgive her for sleeping with him. It is undeniable that Xiao Jiuli is very polite. After learning that she was not voluntary, she first assisted her in catching the adulterer and then sent her photos. Therefore, the only thing Zhuang Yi could do was not to retaliate against the other party. But at this time, Xiao Jiuli said something. Brother Zhuang Yi, this is the good thing that I promised to give you. Just consider it as an apology for what happened last night. I'm sorry, I won't do that again. When Zhuang Yi saw these words, his whole body froze and he stopped pulling the black hand immediately. It's an apology. This was the apology that Zhuang Yi wanted to hear from Zhu Nian's wife. But now, a sincere apology came out of another person's mouth. If Zhu Nian's wife had not been so mean, if Zhu Nian's wife had been willing to bow her head for him once, he might not have been so decisive in wanting a divorce. Could it be that I really like the wrong person? Zhuang Yi's hands, lips, and heart were all trembling, and an inexpressible emotion was blooming in his mind. Silence. There was a long silence. He gave up the option of blocking and edited a text message with moist eyes. Okay. After typing this sentence, Zhuang Yi put his phone back in his pocket, not wanting to have any further contact with the other party. The other side. Xiao Jiuli was lying on the bed, holding a photo in one hand and a mobile phone in the other, smiling slightly. The person in the photo is a college student who looks 80% like Zhuang Yi and was Xiao Jiuli's former secret crush. Now the object of secret love is dead, hanged from a street lamp by criminals. Fortunately, this emotional sustenance has been transferred to a better person, Zhuang Yi. Xiao Jiuli smiled elegantly. I graduated from psychology. You have such little tricks, and you still want to fight with me? Sooner or later, I will make you my husband. 8 o'clock in the morning. Zhuang Yi walked into a park. His heart felt sour and he had an urge to cry. The moment the photo of the wife kissing someone else appeared, the marriage really fell apart. A woman who cheats is unacceptable, and a woman who lies in order to cheat is even more unacceptable. Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone rang. Zhuang Yi took it out and saw that it was his beloved Zhu Nianqi. Without thinking, I hung up the phone. A few seconds later, the phone rang again. Zhuang Yi was so angry that his hands were shaking. He suppressed his temper and chose to hang up. However, the phone rang again and again, and the contact person was still Zhu Nian's wife. Zhuang Yi swallowed a few mouthfuls of unpleasant saliva. This was the last time. As long as his wife was willing to admit her mistake and explain. So, I will pretend that photo doesn't exist. He answered, What are you doing? Junyan's wife was frightened by his voice. You scared my wife. Come back quickly to make breakfast for my wife, I'm starving. Zhuangyi clenched his fists. It was that tone again, so arrogant and unreasonable. Those who are favored are always fearless. Get lost. Follow your little lover and eat shit. After a roar, Zhuangyi hung up the phone. Junyan's wife was so frightened that she dropped her cell phone to the ground. This also made her realize that something was wrong with Zhuangyi. Isn't this violent temper exactly like what she was like when she was angry? Junyan's wife hated Zhuangyi's attitude very much. After she came to her senses, she became furious and immediately picked up the phone to call back. This bastard husband is really a fool if he is not disciplined for 3 days. He even dares to be mean to me. I must scold him severely. The other party is on the phone and cannot be connected temporarily. Blocked. Junyan's wife, who was furious, felt a little panicked. What's going on? My husband blocked me? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Junyan's wife tried to dial a few more numbers, but still couldn't get through. Even the chat software turned into a red exclamation mark. All contact methods have been blocked, and even the company S group chat has been completely withdrawn. In an instant, Junyan's wife fell to the ground as if struck by lightning. Did I really do something wrong? Or, has my husband discovered something? Suddenly a thought came to her mind, and Junyan's wife immediately dialed Xiao Jiuli's phone number. On the phone, Xiao Jiuli asked, Hello, Xiaoyan's wife, what's the matter? What did you do to my husband last night? Why did he get so angry? Xiao Jiuli, last night? He ran away after he woke up, and I didn't have the chance to do anything to him. Boom! Junyan's wife was struck by lightning again. So, you sent that photo to your husband? Xiao Jiuli, yeah, the 100 million order is cancelled, and I'll give you all the photos. Xiao Jiuli, oh, I forgot to send you one too. I'll transfer it to you now. Listening to Xiao Jiuli's nonchalant tone on the phone, a feeling of despair and collapse slowly rose from Junyan's wife's heart, as if to tear her heart in two. Xiao, I'm not done with you. If my husband gets angry and runs away because of you, I want your entire Xiao family to be buried with him. Junyan's wife pulled her hair frantically and screamed like a madman. Zhuangyi is now getting a divorce. Once he gets the kissing photo, the relationship between the couple will never be smooth again. In the bathroom, Zhuangyi was frightened by her voice and ran out in a hurry. What's wrong, sister? Is there a thief in the house? After Zhu Yeqing finished speaking, he saw Junyan's wife kneeling on the ground, holding the hung-up cell phone tightly in her hand, looking very desperate and painful. Sister, that matter, seems like our husband discovered it. She said with a pale face and dejected look. What's the matter? Tell me and I'll help you. Zhuangyi quickly helped Junyan's wife up. It's about me getting drunk and kissing someone else. Zhuangyi listened, was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly widened his eyes and shook his body violently a few times. My dear sister, you are really courting death. She couldn't say this out loud, she could only murmur it in her heart. Junyan's wife said quickly, I didn't do it on purpose. I was also forced. If I could have found the murderer at that time, I would have cut him into pieces. Chapter 11, It's no use clinging on, this marriage must be ended. Zhuangyi took a few deep breaths before he managed to calm down and said, Sister, tell me the truth. Don't hide anything or lie. Junyan's wife hesitated for a long time and looked at the blocked mobile phone number again. She obviously noticed the changes in her husband, and if she didn't tell him, he might really run away. Sister, I was actually threatened. Xiao got a photo of me kissing someone from somewhere, and forced me to let my husband sleep with her for one night. She would then completely erase the existence of the photo. She said if he didn't let her sleep with her, she would expose the photos to him. I was afraid that my husband would leave me after seeing the photo, so I agreed to her conditions. But I didn't expect that my husband was so powerful that he could escape after being knocked unconscious. Now Xiao has sent the photos to my husband. Sister, you have to help me. I can't lose my husband. Junyan's wife shook her sister's arm vigorously, her eyes moist and she looked like she was about to cry. Zhuangyi felt distressed and helpless, so he could only stroke her head gently and said softly. Sister, making mistakes is not scary, what is scary is being found out. Once you have done something, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Junyan's wife said aggrievedly, I am also fighting for my great cause and for this family, but I didn't know. Zwayaking also said earnestly. Whether it's for this family or not, wrong is wrong. Listen, dear sister, I will try to coax him back. You need to explain these things to your husband in detail and apologize to him sincerely. Got it? She slowly held her sister in her arms. Because Zwayaking was taller, her sister's cheek could only be placed on her collarbone. Junyan's wife snuggled in her sister's arms, feeling extremely unwilling. Why should I apologize to him? I don't want it. In our marriage, only he can pamper me and let me do what I want. Junyan's wife said aggrievedly. Zwayaking, you have been blocked by him, do you still want to do it again? Junyan's wife was speechless. Zwayaking pushed her out of his arms and looked into her eyes seriously. Are you willing to take a step back? If you are willing, I will help you this time. If not, you can go and get him back by yourself. I do. Junyan's wife nodded quickly, fearing that even her sister would not be willing to help her. Sister, please coax my husband back. Without him cooking, I have no mood to go to work. Zwayaking glared at his sister and flicked her forehead hard, causing her to rub it in pain. Taking out his cell phone, Zwayaking found Zhuangyi's contact information in the address book and dialed the number. The call was not answered the first time, nor the second time. The third time, the phone was stuck in traffic for almost half a minute before Zhuangyi finally answered it. Hey, Xiao Zhuang, have you had breakfast? On the phone, Zhuangyi seemed to be smoking. Hello, Sister Cheng. Smoking again? Zwayaking asked with concern. Zhuangyi was silent for more than 10 seconds before he spoke. Well, Junyan's wife did something bad. Junyan's wife cheated on me. I can't handle it. The voice had a hint of crying, which made Zwayaking feel very uncomfortable. Last night, Zhuangyi hadn't said the word cheating, but today he blurted it out without any sign of wanting to hide it. It was obvious that he was really heartbroken. This bastard's sister. Junyan's wife next to him wanted to refute immediately. I didn't cheat. Old. Shut up. Zwayaking made a prompt decision and covered his sister's mouth. Xiaozhuan, let's talk about our own things. Don't pay attention to her. Where are you now? Can I pick you up? Zhuangyi was distraught. No, Sister Qing, let's talk about divorce. Xiao Zhuang, calm down first. Nian's wife will explain everything to you and apologize to you. Zwayaking quickly changed the subject and spoke comfortingly. Zhuangyi denied it and said, she won't do that. I've been with her for 7 years and I know her inside out. How bad is her character? When Xunyan's wife, who was standing next to him, heard these words, she immediately felt chilled to the bone. Zhuangyi's words were very infuriating, but there seemed to be no reason to refute them. Could it be that I really did something wrong? Zwayaking didn't know how to answer. Being a sister was not easy. I see. Then why don't you go home? If she refuses to apologize, I will help you break up peacefully. Zhuangyi added, even if she really apologizes, we still have to divorce. Seeing the other party's tough attitude, Zwayaking could only retreat to the next best option and coax him home first and then say, sister promises you, let's go home and discuss it first, okay? Zhuangyi, okay, wait for me. After saying that, he hung up the phone. As soon as he hung up the phone, Junyan's wife came over. Sister, how could you agree to divorce him? Why should he divorce me? He is mine. Get him home first, and then be more sincere. Think about how he behaved when you bullied him, and then apologize to him in that way. Zwayaking patted the back of her hand, signaling her to calm down. I can't do it. It's a bit hard to accept. Zwayaking frowned and said, if he can do it, you must do it too. Husbands and wives should warm each other up, instead of letting Zhuangyi light you up alone. Seeing her sister's serious expression, Junyan's wife lowered her head bitterly and could only say oh. I waited for almost 3 hours. It was almost noon and Zhuangyi had not returned yet. The two sisters of the Shu family were getting anxious. Click. Finally, Zhuangyi walked into the house, drunk. The two sisters of the Shu family immediately stood up to greet them and said in unison. Husband. Xiao Zhuang. Zhuangyi ignored Junyan's wife and said calmly, Sister Qing, these two are divorce agreements. I accept leaving the house with nothing, and I only ask for an immediate divorce. Zwayaking was stunned for a few seconds. He didn't expect Zhuang Yi's first sentence to be so decisive. It seemed that he was really heartbroken by his sister. But who would have thought that Zhu Nian's wife took advantage of his unpreparedness, angrily snatched the divorce agreement, and wanted to tear it up? If you dare to tear up the divorce agreement, I will tear you up now. Zhuang Yi stopped him rudely, his eyes becoming extremely fierce. Zhu Nian's wife looked panicked, her hands stopped moving for a moment, and she looked at Zhuang Yi sadly. Zhuang next to him quickly gave a look and nudged Zhu Nian's wife with his elbow. Zhu Nian's wife was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly came to her senses. She threw away the divorce agreement in her hand, knelt on the ground, and hugged Zhuang Yi's thighs tightly. Honey, I was wrong. Please punish me with a whip. I won't do it again. My wife will be obedient from now on. She is a good dog. After Zhu Nian's wife finished speaking, she rubbed her cheek against Zhuang Yi's thigh shyly. Zhuang Yi was originally very angry, but now he calmed down and just laughed. I laughed out of anger. You're crazy, get out of here. Wife, don't do that. Unless the husband gives the wife a chance to explain. Zhu Nian's wife hugged him even harder. This was the first time she acted coquettishly towards Zhuang Yi. If she didn't handle it well, it would be the last time. It's no use pestering me. We have to get a divorce. I'm willing to leave the house with nothing, which is already the limit. Husband, you really misunderstood your wife. Just listen to me. Zhu Nian's wife pestered, if you love me, you have to listen to my explanation and my apology. Chapter 12 Idiot Zhu Nian's wife. The two of them tangled for more than half an hour. Finally, seeing Zhu Nian's wife's face turned red, Zhuang Yi couldn't help but soften his heart. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you can't explain it clearly, get out of here. Upon hearing this, Zhu Nian's wife quickly stood up and wanted to kiss Zhuang Yi, but he pushed her away. Ah, husband, why don't you even want to give me a kiss? Your red lips have been kissed by thousands of people, but I think they're dirty. Zhuang Yi shouted angrily. After hearing these words, Zhu Nian's wife also reacted, her face turned pale and she lowered her head. She hugged Zhuang Yi's arm a little heartbrokenly and wanted to take him to sit on the sofa area. Hubby, please sit down for a while. I will explain it to you slowly. Zhuang Yi thought about it and thought that for someone as domineering and proud as Zhu Nianqi, it must be her limit that she could bow down to this extent. If it could be corrected at the beginning, perhaps the things shown in the photo wouldn't have happened. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Zhuang Yi shook off Zhu Nian's wife's hand and sat on the sofa. On the side, Zhuang breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the sofa farthest away. Although she didn't like having an orphan as her younger brother, Zhuang Yi was too outstanding. He had great abilities and a great sense of responsibility. He was also handsome and was her father's savior. The fact that he was willing to sit down and listen showed that Zhu Nianqi was really important to him. There is still a chance. Hubby, let me explain to you. The reason I dated Huang Shui was actually to get her to make money for our family. You know, the Shu family is big, but not as big as the Huang family. The company has a firm foothold thanks to its cosmetics business and my husband's personal abilities, so we must consider diversified development in the future, and the Huang family's resources and connections are exactly what I need. For the sake of great ambitions, some interpersonal relationships. Zhu Nian's wife gave a long and eloquent explanation, but Zhuang Yi did not interrupt her and just listened silently. That kissing photo. Zhuang Yi didn't say it. If his wife really wanted to apologize sincerely, she would definitely have found out the information from Xiao Jiuli. If she still wants to act stupid, Zhuang Yi will never let her off easily. Cheating on her husband and drugging him is a lifelong shame for him. Time passed by minute, and soon 5 minutes were up. Zhuang looked at his phone and dared not say a word, becoming more and more nervous. Zhu Nian's wife hugged Zhuang Yi's shoulders and kept talking. And then, honey, I have to apologize to you. I was actually kissed by someone else at a drinking party after I got drunk. But that person was most likely a woman. Although I don't remember it clearly, I remember that most of the male bosses at that time wore black suits, and there was no green suit. When Zhu Nian's wife said this, her voice became a little softer, and she seemed very unconfident. Because of this incident, I was photographed by someone with ulterior motives, Xiao Jiuli from the Xiao family. She forced me to let her sleep with you for one night, otherwise she would expose the photos. I was scared at the time, and she not only threatened me, but also bribed me, so I signed the contract on impulse, but I regretted it right after I signed it. I still regret it now. After Zhu Nian's wife finished speaking, she put her beautiful face in front of Zhuang Yi and looked at him tenderly. Zhuang Yi had a complicated expression and lit a cigarette in front of Zhu Nian's wife. The wife admitted the dirty thing, and she received the only apology in all those years. But he didn't know what to say and felt very uncomfortable. His wife told so many lies that Zhuang Yi couldn't tell which ones were true and which ones were false. Especially that photo. If it was a woman, why was she wearing a green suit? If it was a man, why was it blurred? It is hard to imagine and believe that Zhuang Yi could not forgive his wife's actions just based on these few words. That would be too masculine. Seeing that her husband had no reaction, Zhu Nian's wife said again, "Husband, smoke less, it's bad for your health, and it chokes your nose." Zhuang Yi's pupils shrank and he was slightly stunned. This is the first time in 7 years that anyone cares. I've listened to your explanation, but I can't understand it. I can't forgive you. Let's get a divorce. We should part ways amicably so that we can still see each other. If the Shu family finds it embarrassing, they can claim that I did something wrong and was kicked out of the house. Besides, I will leave the house with nothing. Sister Cheng is still my sister, and my father-in-law and mother-in-law are still my parents. You can remarry someone else you love. Zhuang Yi put out the half-smoked cigarette. Keeping in touch after the divorce was already his biggest concession. Let me ask you, except for a heartless person, who doesn't want his wife to live a better life? But when he thought of his wife and a lesbian doing things that made babbling sounds, Zhuang Yi couldn't accept it. Seeing this, Zhu Nian's wife pounded the sofa in anger. I have already explained and apologized, why do you still want a divorce? Don't you love me anymore? Zhuang Yi glared at her and simply pushed her away, then just assumed that I don't love you. I hope I can leave you forever, okay? After saying this, Zhuang Yi stood up indifferently. Zhuang immediately stood up, as if the situation was becoming out of control again. No. I don't want you to leave. I will be sad if you leave. Zhu Nian's wife grabbed Zhuang Yi's hand and said without hesitation. It doesn't matter. You'll become numb after being sad for too long. I've been hurt by you before, and I understand. These words made Zhu Nian's wife look guilty. Zhuang originally wanted to say a few words to ease the atmosphere, but when he heard Zhuang Yi's words, he immediately frowned and couldn't speak. Zhu Nian's wife realized that she was not in the right, so she changed the subject. I'm hungry, I want to eat the meal you cook. Zhuang Yi shook her hand away. If you're hungry, go order takeout. I just want to eat the food you cook. I didn't even have breakfast and I'm still hungry because other people's food wasn't tasty. I can't work without your food. Zhu Nian's wife also stood up and once again tightly grasped Zhuang Yi's arm. Every time Zhuang Yi pushed her away, she hugged him tightly, clinging to him like a dogskin plaster. The rule is that if you don't dare to hit me, I will stick to you and pester you. She often used this trick when she bullied Zhuang Yi before. After pushing her away for more than 10 times in a row, Zhuang Yi felt very regretful and helpless. He didn't understand why he fell in love with such a woman. This was the biggest mistake of his life, and this mistake seemed to be destroying him. Zhuang Yi was often ignored and rejected by Zhu Nianqi. He knew that this feeling was very uncomfortable. Finally, he frowned and said, my bottom line is to completely sever ties with Huang Shuai and block her. I will help you earn money from everything she provides you. I will cook for you. Beside him, Zhuang showed a delighted look, which meant that his sister's persistence had worked. Okay, Xiaozhuang, I'll help you with the cooking. But suddenly, impossible. Zhu Nian's wife said firmly, for the sake of the company and the family, I will never damage the relationship between me and her because of you. Chapter 13. Zhuang Yi fainted. Zhu Nian's wife went out to have fun again. In an instant, the house fell into deathly silence. Zhu Nian's wife has always been selfish and always puts her own interests first. Zhuang Yi collapsed and couldn't say a word for a long time. He just stared at her coldly. No one knew how much harm this sentence had caused him. Zhuang quickly pulled the two apart. If she didn't take action, the family would fall apart again. Sister, please take back what you said. Xiaozhuang is just giving you a way out. He wants to make peace with you. Zhu Nian's wife's explanation just now was that she needed the Huang family's resources and connections. With Zhuang Yi's talent and ability, he can achieve all of this as long as he puts more effort into his career. But if the wife objects, it means she is lying. She did not establish relations with the Huang family for connections, resources, etc., but had other intentions. In Zhuang Yi's eyes, this picture is that he doesn't want to leave Huang Shuai, a lesbian. When he thought of this, Zhuang Yi was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and he couldn't help but cover his chest with his hands because of the pain. When my father-in-law was seriously ill, no one in the world could cure him. I was able to ask a big shot to save him. This connection alone is more than 10 Huang families can match. Last year, the company's orders from Huang Shui were 10 million, which is less than my monthly orders. Zhu, you said you were on good terms with her for these reasons, but how am I inferior to her? Do you really enjoy having an illicit relationship with a homosexual? When Zhuang Yi thought of that bitch, his eyes turned red with anger. She was forcing an honest man to death. Seeing that he kept mentioning Huang Shui, Zhu Nian's wife's eyes became resentful and she said loudly, Zhuang Yi, I have humbled myself to this extent, what else do you want? You always say bad things about her, don't you think you are being too much? Zhuang Yi shook his head helplessly. Every time he mentioned Huang Shui, his wife would always stand on her side. You're speaking for her again. Good, very good. Then you can live with her. Zhuang Yi turned and left. Zhu Nian's wife pursed her lips, but she still held on to him. Come back. You are not allowed to leave. You are mine. He was too lazy to fight with her, so he pushed her hard with both hands, pushing Zhu Nianqi to the ground. You're not satisfied when I let you go, and you're unwilling to break up with her when I asked you to. You want both, you're just greedy. And there are those messy men, none of them are serious, none of them are decent. Do you think this is a cartoon? You can have a harem whenever you want. I'm a fucking man. I'm being cuckolded by a worthless bastard, have you ever considered whether I can handle it? Zhuang Yi poked his heart hard. Ding dong. At this time, Zhu Nian's wife's cell phone suddenly rang. She didn't think much about it and just took it out and looked at it. Pay special attention, Huang Shui sent a voice message. Zhuang Yi's pupils shrank immediately. In the chat list, he paid special attention to the executive group, the family group, the confidential group, Huang Shui, Zhu Yangyang, etc. Only myself is missing. Zhu Nian's wife, you really have no heart. But Zhu Nian's wife didn't know about this yet. She clicked on Huang Shui's profile picture with great confidence and angrily said, You suspect I'm cheating on you, right? I'll play her voice recording for you right now. You'll know how pure our relationship is. If you don't apologize to me after listening to me, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. I will bully you for the rest of my life. Zhu Nian's wife said this with confidence, turned on the speakerphone, and pressed the play button. Huang Shui's voice, Baby, are you awake? Did you miss me in your dream last night? I'm going to the company to find you. A chill ran up from Zhu Nian's wife's nose to her forehead. Zhuaiqing trembled all over, and subconsciously persuaded, Xiaozhuang, you, don't be angry first, girls. Angry? If she weren't my wife, I would have beaten her a long time ago. Zhuang Yi shook his head bitterly and laughed bitterly, which was so bitter and ironic. What nonsense are you talking about? This is just a normal way of saying hello, can you be a little more presentable? She's a girl, and I have a voicemail here. This one is definitely for work. Zhu Nian's wife made a prompt decision and clicked on another voice message. In the voice chat, Huang Shui said something sweet and ambiguous, I bought you a weird little toy. I'll let you play with it when we get to the company. Boom! A thunderbolt from the blue sky. If the previous sentence is the way little girls greet each other, this sentence really made the three people present turn pale. Zhuaiqing raised her head. She couldn't persuade him anymore. She really didn't know how to persuade him. Even Zhu Nian's wife stood there in a daze, her face visibly panicked. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Zhuang Yi mocked, ridiculed, and joked, I'm really jealous of a woman. I'm really jealous of a homosexual. Huang Shui, ha ha ha, I won't be a human being if I don't kill your whole family. I won't be a human being. Zhuang Yi laughed loudly towards the sky as if he was crazy. To be precise, he was stupid, too stupid. He was stupid enough to give his wife chances again and again, and stupid enough to listen to his wife's explanations again and again. Such a high-intensity sudden stimulation made Zhuang Yi feel dizzy. He stumbled and wanted to leave desperately. However, there was no sleep for 24 hours in a row, high-intensity work, high emotional fluctuations, being outside in the cold wind for a long time, plus non-stop smoking and drinking. Finally. Bang! He fainted and fell to the ground. Zhuaiqing cursed in his heart, then quickly supported Zhuang Yi and blamed his sister. Don't click on that stupid voice message, you idiot. Call your personal doctor now. Husband. Zhu Nian's wife was stunned for several seconds before she hurriedly dialed the number of her private doctor. Night. 9 o'clock in the evening. Zhuang Yi slowly opened his eyes and saw the familiar bedroom ceiling and the familiar double bed. I was moved into the master bedroom. Zhuang Yi sat up and rubbed his temples vigorously. After a good sleep, he felt a little better. Although his head still hurt, the effect of the alcohol had been alleviated a lot. At noon, he seemed to have fainted from anger. I almost thought he was dead. Zhuang Yi talked to himself, sneering tiredly and painfully. His wife's so-called explanation was like a knife, stabbing into his heart, twisting and stirring. It hurt so much that he couldn't breathe and wanted to die. And now, he could no longer trust his wife. At noon, his wife explained so much with dry lips, but he didn't believe a word of it. He has only two goals: divorce and kill Huang Shui. At this time, the door was opened and a beautiful tall woman walked in. I turned on the light and it was my sister-in-law, Zhuang. Xiao Zhuang, are you awake? Zhuang Yi said calmly, wake up, Sister Chang. Zhuang happily walked to the bedside, gently stroked his palm, and said in a soothing tone. That damn girl went out temporarily. She said she was going to look for a witness and she said she would be home before 10 o'clock. Zhuang Yi shook his head calmly, as if he had seen through it. No, Sister Qing, I know her. She is out fooling around again. Chapter 14. Zhu Nian's wife takes Huang Shui home. Zhuang Yi sat on the bed, his expression relaxed a little, as if he had let it go. As an outsider, Zhuang also saw clearly what his sister was hiding. But it is difficult for an honest official to judge family affairs. No, Zhuang Yi, she said she would be home before 10 o'clock. Although Zhu Nianqi is fierce and naive, as her sister, I can see that she loves you. Your private doctor diagnosed you this afternoon and said that you are just under too much mental stress. Don't think too much about it. Just rest for a day or two and you'll be fine. Zhuang used a gentle voice to comfort Zhuang Yi, but she also knew that this kind of persuasion was most likely ineffective. Zhuang Yi looked up at her, but didn't bother to pay attention to her and just played with his phone. After unlocking the screen, I saw dozens of missed calls, all from Xiao Jiuli. When he opened the green bubble, in addition to the messages from his wife's company employees, there were 99 plus messages from Xiao Jiuli. Did you faint? I'm coming to your house now. Brother Zhuang Yi, my wife won't let me into the house. Are you injured? Don't let your sister worry. Answer me quickly, sister. Why didn't you answer my call? Are you unwilling to forgive me? I apologize to you. I just want you to be safe. The latest news. Sister sent a rescue helicopter over there. It must arrive before 11 o'clock, before 11 o'clock. Looking at message after message, Zhuang Yi was silent for a long time. He was wondering why the person who cared about me was never Zhu Nianqi. Finally, he responded indifferently, I'm fine. I appreciate your kindness. There's no need to send a helicopter. As soon as this sentence was sent, Xiao Jiuli replied immediately and sent more than a dozen messages in a row. Zhuang Yi simply replied with a few words and pretended not to see it. Beside him, Zhuang peeled an apple and handed it to Zhuang Yi. Is it about work? Zhuang Yi didn't answer, and replied indifferently, no, I have already asked Zhu Nian's wife to resign, and I will not be involved in the company's affairs in the future. Zhuang was stunned and almost dropped the apple in his hand, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. This time, she could clearly feel that Zhuang Yi was serious. But she still couldn't help but say, Xiao Zhuang. There is nothing wrong between husband and wife. Even if Huang Shui is a lesbian, she is a woman after all. She can't threaten your position. She also had embarrassing encounters with other men. Zhuang Yi was right in saying this. Zhu Yangyang was a man. And there may be more in places that Zhuang Yi doesn't know. Zhuang sighed softly and was too embarrassed to ask any further. Xiao Zhuang, if it's too late to save the relationship, we must separate peacefully. Husbands and wives cannot hurt each other. Do you understand? Zhuang Yi nodded, picked up a pack of cigarettes from the bedside table and lit one. Zhuang immediately took the cigarette away and stuffed the apple into his hand. Eat the apple and don't smoke first. I don't like the smell of smoke. Zhuang Yi looked at the peeled apple and replied helplessly, okay, Sister Cheng. After that, it was just silent waiting. Soon, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhu Nian's wife did not return home. 11 o'clock at night. The door was not opened. Zhuaiying couldn't wait any longer and paced back and forth around Zhuang Yi. Another half an hour later, she couldn't help but call her sister. "Hey, sister, why haven't you come home yet? Xiao Zhuang and I have been waiting for a long time." Burp. A burp was heard. Xu Nian's wife: "Oh, sister, a big client came tonight, I will come tomorrow." Her words paused, and she could faintly smell alcohol. Obviously she had been drinking outside. Zhuaiying and Zhuang Yi's faces turned pale instantly, and anger instantly surged in their hearts. Zhuang Yi remained silent, holding his heart and breathing deeply, fearing that he would faint again. Xu Nian's wife: I'm stuck in traffic, sister, I'll be back soon, you wait a moment." Zhuaiying quickly turned off the speaker, looked at Zhuang Yi with a complicated expression, then quickly walked out of the bedroom and called Xu Nian's wife. "My good sister. You really can't fall in love with a homosexual." Zhuang Yi lowered his head and stared at his phone with a dull look. He thought for a long time and finally made a phone call. Soon, a gentle yet slightly angry female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Calling so late at night, what's the matter?" "Zhuang Yi, sister, I want to go home. 1 o'clock in the morning." Zhuaiying couldn't bear it any longer, so he said goodbye to Zhuang Yi and left, saying that he would come to see Zhuang Yi again tomorrow. Zhuang Yi nodded and sat alone on the bed. A while later. Click. The front door was opened, followed by the sound of leisurely footsteps. Xu Nian's wife was slightly drunk. She held the wall with one hand and was supported by someone with the other hand as she slowly walked back to the master bedroom. When Zhuang Yi saw the man who was supporting his wife, he clenched his fists, held back his tears, and glared at the other person ferociously. The person who was supporting his wife was Huang Shui. She looked at Zhuang Yi with a provocative look while gently hugging Xu Nian's arm. "Hubby, I'm home. I brought Huang Shui back with me. She will explain everything to you. I am innocent." Xu Nian's wife seemed to be having a lot of fun outside. After saying this, she burped. Zhuang Yi sat on the bed with a ferocious look on his face. He felt an inexplicable feeling of suffocation, and his heart was aching so much that it felt like bleeding. What a happy smile. "So this is how you find a witness. Zhuang Yi, my dear wife has made it clear to me that the last time you hit me was because you were jealous, so I forgive you." Huang Shui smiled complacently. She was wearing a slim black dress today, paired with a pair of black high heels. She looked graceful and charming. Her short, slightly curly yellow hair gently covers her eyebrows, exuding a faint scent of yellow rose perfume. Although her posture is not as good as Xu Nian's wife, she is still a top-notch beauty. "Oh, Shui, it's not about this. I want you to explain to my husband that we don't have any immoral relationship." Xu Nian's wife tapped Huang Shui's head gently. Okay. Huang Shui smiled gently. "Zhuang Yi, there has not been a single immoral thing between me and my beloved wife. If there is, I, Huang Shui, will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death." It sounds better said than sung. But in Zhuang Yi's eyes, these two people were clearly flirting. "Good, very good, very good. You call me baby all the time, it's so nice to hear you call me baby. Even I, as a husband, don't get treated like that," Zhuang Yi said with a stern face and a cold voice. If it was an ordinary woman, such as Zhuaiying, calling his wife baby, he would not be angry, but when this word came from Huang Shui's mouth, it was a betrayal. Xu Nian's wife didn't realize that he was being sarcastic and thought that her husband was jealous again. "Husband, look at you, how can you be jealous of a girl?" She let go of Huang Shui's support, walked to the bed and sat down, then took out a toy watermelon strip several centimeters long. "Squeeze it hard." Shi Guoqiao made a sound. Who in the family understands? I am really speechless. My husband is such a common man. He is really a nobody. After pinching the watermelon strips, Xu Nian's wife smiled rudely. "Look, honey, the little toy Shui mentioned is not what you think in your mind, but this kind of watermelon strips that are very popular on the internet." Zhuang Yi looked at the watermelon strip, and his anger subsided a little. Got it. If Zhuang Yi had misunderstood what happened at noon, he would not have acted unreasonably, but that did not mean he could forgive Huang Shui. Xu Nian's wife saw that her husband looked calm and knew that he had calmed down a little, so she put the watermelon strips away. Then husband, don't be angry. It's too late now. Go and clean up a room for Shui to sleep in, and then we will enter the bridal chamber." After hearing this, Zhuang Yi's anger, which had subsided a little, surged up again, and he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He sneered, feeling that he was a coward and deserved to be bullied. "So this is the purpose. If you dare to bring a homosexual to spend the night today, you will dare to bring your lover tomorrow. Junyan's wife, am I your father or your dog? Ask me to clean up the fucking room for your lover. Chapter 15 Beating Huang Shui violently. Zhuang Yi glared at Junyan's wife with hatred, which scared her. She had never seen such an expression as if seeing an enemy. Junyan's wife could see that her husband was really angry, but she still gritted her teeth and smiled. Hubby, it's not appropriate to chase guests away so late. Besides, Shui came all the way to apologize to you. Since guests are guests, isn't it reasonable to treat them well? Zhuang Yi sneered, huh, then after you fooled around with her all night, she sent you home. As the master of the house, don't you have to treat her with once? Junyan's wife's heart tightened. This sentence was undoubtedly as painful as a knife, making her, who had been retreating, angry. Zhuang Yi. What nonsense are you talking about again? I finally invited Shui to come here to explain to you, and you actually slandered me like this. Apologize to me. She clenched one hand into a small fist and punched Zhuang Yi's chest hard. But Zhuang Yi was not going to be cowardly. He grabbed her arm and pushed her away. Huang Shui smiled sinisterly, pointed her finger at Zhuang Yi and angrily said, Zhuang Yi, how could you shake off your wife's hand? Apologize to her now. Zhuang Yi picked up the alarm clock on the bedside table and slammed it over. What kind of rubbish are you? Get out of here. Huang Shui dodged to the side and was nearly hit by the alarm clock. She immediately became furious. It can be seen that the relationship between the couple is becoming more and more contradictory, but they can't help laughing secretly and pretending to be a good person. You, my dear wife, I'd better go back first. Zhuang Yi doesn't look very happy. I'll explain it to you later if I have a chance. After saying that, Huang Shui pretended to turn around and prepare to leave, but her steps were very slow. Zhuang Yi stared at Huang Shui, he hated her to the core. He didn't even bother to act, he just went straight into throwing dirty water at me. He's trying to piss me off to death. Seeing her husband's bad attitude, Junyan's wife stood up angrily and said, Don't be afraid, Shui. This is my home. He has no right to ask you to leave. When these words were uttered, the whole audience was shocked. Zhuang Yi trembled with heartache and was suddenly speechless. After being silent for a while, he finally opened the quilt and got up from the bed. You're right, this is your home, not mine. I'm leaving. Without further hesitation, he put his phone in his pocket and walked straight out of the master bedroom. Junyan's wife realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly grabbed his hand. Husband, that's not what I meant. Can you please stop being unreasonable? Zhuang Yi didn't even think twice, he just shook her arm off and walked towards the door. Huang Shui was delighted, crossed her arms, and added fuel to the fire. Humph, my dear wife, I think your husband doesn't love you, that's why he keeps asking for a divorce and finding excuses to destroy your interpersonal relationships. In my opinion, this kind of man is not worthy of you. Zhuang Yi suddenly stopped, turned around with murderous intent, and glared at Huang Shui with red eyes. He clenched his fists, took a step forward, and rushed towards Huang Shui, ignoring his wife's behavior. Too lazy to talk nonsense. Fuck her. Zhuang Yi leaned forward and sprinted, knocking Huang Shui down, and then he sat on her. Huang Shui wanted to scream out in pain, but the next second, Zhuang Yi covered her mouth. Then, one punch. Boom. Zhuang Yi's sandbag-sized fist smashed into Huang Shui's face, blood spurted out, and Huang Shui was almost knocked unconscious. Fuck your mother, you only hit people in the face. Beat the mistress to death. Boom. 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 Zhuang Yi punched Huang Shui one punch after another, causing her head to bleed and she to wail continuously. Stop hitting me. You'll go to jail if you kill someone. Junyan's wife quickly hugged Zhuang Yi's waist and tried to pull him away, but her strength was too weak and she couldn't move even a step. Seeing that her husband was about to beat someone to death, Junyan's wife couldn't help but shout. She is from the Huang family. We can't afford to offend her. If you hit her again, I will divorce you. These words made Zhuang Yi's fist tremble, and he could no longer carry out his action. 2 bitches. For a long time, I don't know how many things he was thinking about. He stood up, expressionlessly took out 2 divorce agreements from the master bedroom and threw them in front of Junyan's wife. Divorce, sign. Junyan's wife felt angry and chilled when she heard Zhuang Yi say these cold words and the cold action of beating a woman. But even though she was angry, she was not stupid. Without thinking, she tore the divorce agreement into pieces. I won't sign, I won't sign. I don't want a divorce. Zhu Nian's wife pointed at the door and said sadly. Get out of here. Get out of this house. The source of all this is that my husband is too stingy. We cannot back down this time. The more we back down, the more arrogant we become. We must punish them severely. Isn't it just that when I was playing with others, my screams were a little sharper? The most serious mistake was just that time when I was photographed after getting drunk. Nothing else was discovered. But why does this bastard husband act like a big shot? He just doesn't love me anymore. Okay, I'm leaving. Zhuang Yi was very annoyed and he didn't want to talk too much. He worked hard for 7 years, but his wife was unabashedly disloyal. This situation is really painful, depressing and desperate. Zhuang Yi walked up to Huang Shui, who was covered in blood, and spat in her face. If I don't kill your whole family, my surname is not Zhuang. Huang Shui looked at him fiercely, but didn't dare to breathe. She thought to herself, Zhuang Yi, when you divorce your wife, I will definitely kill you. Zhuang Yi lit a cigarette, left the house with a sad heart, and added. Don't think I don't know what you did tonight. You spent the whole night fooling around with her outside, under the pretext of looking for a witness. Even the beast Xiao Jiuli's concern is stronger than that of you as his wife. Zhu Nian's wife took a deep breath when she heard this, and a feeling of unwillingness and guilt surged in her heart. I am not willing to accept that my husband compares me with others, and I feel guilty that I often compare my husband with other men. Xiao Jiuli? Didn't her husband hate her so much that he cursed her in his dreams? How can you say that I, as a wife, am not as good as her? Zhu Nian's wife shook her head in confusion, raised her eyes and shouted. Zhuang Yi. Come back here. Explain your situation clearly to me. But it was too late to say this, as her husband had already disappeared. At this time, the dying Huang Shui raised a bloody hand and weakly begged for help. My wife, call 120, save me. Zhu Nian's wife made up her mind, walked quickly to Huang Shui and called the emergency number. Okay. Shui, don't be angry. My husband is just jealous. I will compensate you for the medical expenses. Please don't cause trouble for my husband. I will punish him later. I will save you first. Chapter 16 Sister Baiyun. This chapter has been revised. Thank you for your hard work in reviewing it. Please be gentle. Soon, Huang Shui was sent to Dingyang First People's Hospital. In the VIP ward, Huang Shui was lying on the hospital bed. Her entire head was wrapped in white bandages, pain was written all over her face, but her heart was filled with joy. Beside her, Zhu Nian's wife was clumsily cutting fruit and feeding her water and food. Although her movements were clumsy and far inferior to Zhuang Yi's, she was still full of care. Shui, please don't be angry. You really can't cause trouble for my husband. Zhu Nian's wife murmured, and gave her a sip of water awkwardly. It was obvious at a glance that she had never taken care of anyone before. But even so, Huang Shui still felt an inexplicable joy. It's because the married woman in front of her is exactly what she desires in her heart. Huang Shui is a complete anomaly. She cannot get emotions and pleasure from any man. Only the beautiful married woman in front of her can make her heart surge with waves. Huang Shui said weakly, Okay, I will listen to my wife and not retaliate against him. This is a lie. The only thing she could guarantee was that Zhuang Yi did not die before the divorce. A mere man dared to beat her into the hospital twice. I would not be satisfied if I didn't take my revenge. Huang Shui secretly planned to take revenge on Zhuang Yi. She stretched out her trembling left hand outside the bed, as if she wanted to take something. Shui, what do you want to take? I'll help you. Zhu Nian's wife put down the fruit knife and fruit in her hands. I don't know, I just feel a little scared and I want you to hold my hand. Huang Shui said in a delicate voice, making people feel pity for her. Zhu Nian's wife's mind was very clear at this time. She frowned and held her hand with heartache. They are all girls, so there is nothing wrong with holding hands. This is what Zhu Nian's wife thought. However, looking at their hands holding each other, Huang Shui revealed a pale smile. My dear wife, tell me, why does Zhuang Yi always confront a weak woman like me? Huang Shui asked tentatively. When Zhu Nian's wife thought of her disappointing husband, she couldn't help but get angry. Who knows? In business social gatherings, men and women hug each other and embrace each other. But he got jealous just because he drank a few times. Huang Shui smiled grimly. Maybe it's because I tickled your armpits and feet while you were on the phone, which made him unhappy. That's nothing. When I was a kid, I took a bath with my sister and I used a water gun to spray her, which made her cry. Zhu Yan's wife said as if she was sharing a funny story with her best friend. When Huang Shui heard this, her expression immediately turned cold. It's like meeting a love rival. Don't do this next time. It's not moral to bully your sister. She pretended to be indifferent and turned her head away, not wanting Zhu Yan's wife to see her expression at the moment. There's nothing immoral about it. She and I are sisters. Zhu Yan's wife recalled the past with a nostalgic smile. Huang Shui gritted her teeth when she heard this and didn't talk to her anymore. Bamboo leaf green pit, unless you can grow in accordance with my aesthetic standards, otherwise, you just wait. Zhu Yan's wife is mine, and the Zhu family must also be mine. At this time, Zhu Yan's wife's cell phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Zhu Yangyang. Hey, Yangyang, what's going on? Zhu Yangyang, sister wife, have you been to the hospital? Did something happen to you? I'm so worried about you. Huang Shui snorted disdainfully and pretended not to hear. But when Zhu Yan's wife heard her brother's voice, she felt much better and smiled with her hands covering her mouth. 6 o'clock in the morning. Chenxi Community. Zhuangyi came to an old residential area and climbed up the stairs, holding onto the wall covered with small advertisements. When he reached the third floor, a stray cat ran past him and jumped out of the stairwell window. Zhuangyi smoked a cigarette with a serious expression on his face, his eyes passing through the dim corridor and falling on an old door. He walked over and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened, making that old creaking sound. A big sister with fair skin, beautiful face, and a majestic figure, about 1.7 meters tall, stood behind the door, looking at Zhuangyi with disdain. She was wearing a white miniskirt on her upper body, and her heavy chest caught everyone's attention. In the lower body, two long legs that are longer than life, wrapped in delicate black stockings, reveal a hint of elegant sexiness. Her name is Baiyun, also known as Sister Baiyun. She is a gentle elder sister in Zhuangyi's eyes, and a ruthless person who once beat up Sanda champion Zhang Lianen. Sister Baiyun, I'm home. Zhuangyi lowered his head, not daring to look at Sister Baiyun's dark eyes that showed disdain for him. Sister Baiyun raised a scornful smile on her lips. Humph, didn't you leave with your wife and master? Why did you sneak back to my sister's house like a little puppy? These words stopped Zhuangyi's thoughts. Zhuangyi is an orphan, and Sister Baiyun is also an orphan. During the 12 years that Zhuangyi lived in the orphanage, he was raised under the protection of Sister Baiyun. After leaving the orphanage, it was Sister Baiyun who gave up her studies and earned money to raise Zhuangyi until he was 18 years old. At that time, Zhuangyi shouted every day that he wanted to marry Sister Baiyun. Unfortunately, by chance one day, Zhuangyi was tricked by Zhu Yan's wife and raped in the woods. This incident caused considerable harm to Zhuangyi at the time, and it took him half a month to recover. This incident also caused Zhuangyi to fall in love with the wrong person by accident. 4 years ago, Sister Baiyun repeatedly tried to stop Zhuangyi and Zhu Yanqi from getting married, and even made a scene at the wedding. This caused a lot of estrangement between the siblings, but fortunately, with the passage of time, the old things faded away, and their relationship returned to normal, but they interacted less. Sister Baiyun crossed her arms across her chest, creating a faint gap between them. She waited for a long time, but her brother still didn't speak, so she said with disdain, "Are you mute? Were you bullied by that stinky woman Zhu Yanqi?" Zhuangyi didn't know how to answer, so he could only nod. His heart was sad and his expression was sad too, which was an emotion he dared not show in front of other people. Sister Baiyun's attitude used to be very gentle, and Zhuangyi learned the ability to take care of the family from her. It's just, after marrying Zhu Yan, Sister Baiyun's attitude became increasingly cold, and now she has the air of a bad girl. Sister Baiyun snorted proudly and walked back into the house. It's already 6 o'clock. Come in and cook for your sister. She has to go to work at 8 o'clock. Although Sister Baiyun may seem harsh in her words, she actually cares about Zhuangyi more than anyone else. After Zhuangyi called last night, Sister Baiyun couldn't sleep the whole night and waited at the door. Afraid that Zhuangyi would find out, she deliberately waited for a while before opening the door. Okay, go wash up first. Zhuangyi walked into the house, and the layout of the house remained the same as it was a few years ago. The paint on the walls was slightly peeling, and there was nothing in the house except a simple sofa and coffee table. The only decoration was a photo of Zhuangyi and Sister Baiyun when they were children. Zhuangyi watched Sister Baiyun go into the bathroom to wash up, then he threw his luggage in the living room and went into the kitchen to make his sister her favorite tomato and egg noodle soup. Chapter 17, Sister goes to earn money to support you to stay at home and enjoy the air conditioning and play video games. 15 minutes later. After Sister Bayun finished washing up, she sat down at the dining table. Zhuang Yi had already prepared breakfast. Sister Bayun, I made you your favorite noodles, Zhuang Yi said when he saw Sister Bayun sit down. Sister Bayun glanced at him, picked up the chopsticks prepared by Zhuang Yi, and looked at the hot tomato and egg noodle soup. The fragrant tomatoes and golden eggs blend perfectly, the slippery noodles are soaked in the soup, and a few fragrant chives float on the soup, which is just the right embellishment. Sister Bayun's face suddenly turned red. She hadn't eaten any proper food since her brother left. A simple bowl of noodles made her smile knowingly. She picked up a piece of noodles with chopsticks, blew on it, and gently put it into her mouth. Her eyes widened instantly and her taste buds became excited. Too spicy. As soon as the noodles enter your mouth, you can't wait to let them go down your throat. Although there are no high-end ingredients, the taste is no worse than the masterpieces of Michelin 3-star chefs. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This little dog's cooking skills have improved a lot over the years. Looking at Sister Bayun's satisfied expression, Zhuang Yi's eyes turned a little red, and he started eating noodles by himself. In less than 5 minutes, Sister Bayun didn't even leave any soup. She drank it all down her stomach and licked her lips with satisfaction. Sister Bayun is 29 years old this year. Although she hasn't taken good care of herself, her face is fresher and whiter than that of a female college student. She is not married yet, but she does not have the youthfulness and innocence of a young girl, nor the charm of a young woman. Instead, she has a charm that is in between the two. Sister, are you still used to eating this? Sister Bayun hid her satisfied face and pouted, "Humph, it's not bad, at least I didn't regress." Zhuang Yi lowered his head, not knowing how to talk about divorce. At the beginning, Sister Bayun repeatedly advised me not to marry a criminal, but I didn't listen and insisted on being with Zhu Nianqi. Now I want to come back capriciously, but I can't say it. After a few seconds of pause, Zhuang Yi tried to find the right words. In the future, I will cook for you every day and make money for you to spend, okay? Sister Bayun crossed her arms, crossed her legs, and said condescendingly, "What? You still cook for me every day? You make money for me to spend? Can you still divorce Zhu Nianqi?" Zhuang Yi paused for a few seconds, nodded, and said nothing. Sister Bayun then realized that her brother was really in trouble. She dropped her high and mighty airs and comforted him with gentle words. "Did you have a conflict with Zhu Nian's wife? It's normal for couples to quarrel. You and your elder sister even had a huge quarrel. If it's just a trivial matter, just bear with it and it will pass, okay? Xiao Zhuang, you are the most patient and hardworking. Since you have chosen Zhu Nian as your wife, you must be responsible for her." Sister Bayun still doesn't know what happened to Zhuang Yi at this moment. She only knew that she was Zhuang Yi's only relative, and that Zhuang Yi's life lacked parents. As an elder sister, she should take on the responsibility of filling this gap. Zhuang Yi shook his head. "No, she made a principled mistake. I can't forgive her." Principle. Sister Bayun was slightly stunned, obviously shocked by her brother's words. She sat up straight and asked seriously, "Can you tell me about it?" Zhuang Yi looked up at Sister Bayun and recounted the whole story with melancholy. After hearing this, Sister Bayun was so heartbroken that she trembled and couldn't help but smash the table in anger. "Zhu Nian's wife drugged you and asked you to sleep with her? This is what Sister Bayun hates the most." Zhuang Yi lit a cigarette and nodded calmly. "Okay, let's get a divorce. You've given so much to her, and you must get all the money back from her after the divorce." Sister Bayun said indignantly that if it were in the past, with her violent temper, she would definitely pick up a kitchen knife and chop off everyone in the Zhu family compound. Zhuang Yi shook his head and took a puff of cigarette expressionlessly. "No, except for the 200,000 yuan in cash on me, I plan to give up all the other cars, houses, and properties and leave them all to my wife Zhu Nian. I will leave the house with nothing. Of course, if she wants even 200,000, that's fine. As for money, I have plenty of connections to earn money." Zhuang Yi is not too greedy for money. With his ability, as soon as he stepped out of the company door, a large number of companies wanted to recruit him as a senior executive. Are you stupid, my little Zhuang?" Sister Bayun held Zhuang Yi's hand sadly. "We won't tell anyone about Zhu Nian's wife kidnapping you and you not calling the police. You've been married for 4 years, and you've brought hundreds of millions of cooperation orders to the Zhu family every year. You've also helped them take care of the family, manage the company, and even saved your father-in-law's life. With such achievements, wouldn't he be a rich son-in-law? If you leave the house with nothing, isn't that a clear indication that you bear all the stains? Sister Baiyun felt that Zhuang Yi was really stupid. It was obvious that Zhuang Yi was the one who was hurt, but he chose to bear all the responsibilities. It's okay, sister. I don't care about reputation. I can make money again. My father-in-law is also very good to me. He calls me his son all the time, and he is more affectionate to me than his daughter. I have to suffer a little now, so that our two families can meet each other in the future. Zhuang Yi smoked one cigarette after another and couldn't stop. The two chatted for a long time. Sister Baiyun frowned very badly. She couldn't persuade him, so she had to give up. So what are you going to do next? What are your plans? If you've been too tired in the past few years, just relax at home. I'll go make money to support you and let you stay at home and play video games in the air-conditioned room. Sister Baiyun said this with a sincere look on her face. Zhuang Yi chuckled, knowing that his sister cared about him, but he didn't expect it to be in this way. He put out his cigarette and was teased by his sister, which made him feel much better. So he said, let's start a small business and make a living. Zhuang Yi plans to open a decoration company for fun and make some money to supplement his family income. The reasons for choosing this industry are, firstly, he knows the business well, and secondly, he has experience. After all, Zhu Nian's wife followed up on the decoration of her company and store, from drawing drawings to construction. You don't even need to hire a designer or supervisor, you are omnipotent. In addition, he has the most important point, he has customers. After years of hard work in the Zhu family, he has accumulated a lot of potential customers, who are from almost every industry. Even if he leaves the Zhu family, he can still use these relationships to steadily develop his career. He did what he said. As soon as Sister Baiyun left home for work, Zhuang Yi started warming up on social media and WeChat moments. In the afternoon, I made some phone calls to get a business license for the decoration company, and then went out to look for a suitable small shop. Chapter 18. Zhu Nian's wife still wants to teach Zhuang Yi a lesson. The next day. Noon. When Zhu Nian's wife returned home, everything was quiet, with only the sound of her footsteps echoing in the empty living room. Zhuang Yi is not at home, and the food on the table has not been cleared away yet. The cake is full of flies. Zhu Nian's wife was a little choked up after not having eaten the food cooked by her husband for 2 days. I can't forgive my husband. He is too willful. Now he doesn't even want to go home. Zhu Nian's wife said this, but her right hand unconsciously took out her mobile phone and opened Zhuang Yi in the address book. She relied on Zhuang Yi. Without this man, her life trajectory seemed to be forced to stop. Just make this one call. If your husband listens to you, forgive him, forgive him. Zhu Nian's wife was nervous and pressed the call button. The other party is on the phone and cannot be connected temporarily. Zhu Nian's wife then remembered that she had been blocked by Zhuang Yi. Damn it! This bastard husband, this bastard. You beat someone up and my wife spent a lot of effort to help you deal with it, but not only did you not thank me, you didn't even cherish me. Zhu Nian's wife stamped her feet in anger, and the sound of her stomping was particularly loud in the deserted living room. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Zhu Nian's wife turned around, and her face suddenly became much happier. Could it be that your husband is home? Humph. This time I must make you unblock him and give you a good lesson. Zhu Nian's wife walked over angrily, opened the door, and stayed there for a long time. The person who came was not Zhuang Yi, but his sister Zhuang. Sister, why is it you? Are you sad to see me? Zhuang walked into the house slowly. Where's Xiu Zhuang? How is his health? Humph, he ran away from home. Zhu Nian's wife said dissatisfiedly. Gone? Didn't we finally coax him back? Did you make him angry and leave again? This time, Zhuang was a little unhappy. You just made someone so angry that they fainted yesterday, and now you didn't make up to him today, and now you're angry and run away again? Zhuang sat on the sofa, feeling speechless. Zhu Nian's wife followed and sat next to her sister, hugging her arm. Oh, he didn't leave in anger, he was just too stingy. Helpless, Zhu Nian's wife had to explain to Zhu Yeqing what happened last night. After hearing this, Zhuang's eyes widened in disbelief. You pull your lover over here, and the two of you take turns verbally attacking Zhuang Yi? Are you crazy, Zhu Nianqi? Can you consider Zhuang Yi's feelings? What would you think if he brought a woman home and the two of them played a double act to drive you out of the house? She couldn't help but swear, she was so angry and furious. Well, I've explained everything to him clearly, why is he still angry with me? Zhu Nian's wife pouted and tried to defend herself. Just because you explain doesn't mean he has to accept it. You have to give him time to digest it. Oh, my dear sister, you have really been spoiled by Zhuang Yi. Zhuaiqing slapped her thigh in anger, but she knew what was going on. There is a high probability that the marriage between these two people cannot be saved. My sister is too domineering and even a little hypocritical. Well, what should I do, dear sister? Hurry up and get him back. I can't live without him. At worst I won't punish him, I just want him to apologize. Zhu Nian's wife lowered her head, with a trace of sadness in her eyes. You dare to ask him to apologize? You are the one who should apologize to him. He made you faint from anger. You idiot. He is your husband, you have to pamper him, you can't just ask him to pamper you. Do you understand? Having said this, Zhuaiqing couldn't bear to continue. My sister is too proud, and Zhuaiqing is afraid that if he says too much, he will break her pride. Oh, okay, I get it. Hurry up and coax him back and ask him to cook for me. I haven't eaten well in the past 2 days, and my stomach hurts from hunger. Zhu Nian's wife agreed glumly, holding her sister's hand and acting coquettishly. Zhuaiqing was a little speechless. This Zhu Nian wife bullies her elder sister to favor her younger sister, bullies her parents to favor her daughter, and bullies her husband to favor his wife. Just doing stupid things. I'll give it a try. Don't blame me if it doesn't work. Zhuaiqing picked up the phone, found Zhuang Yi's contact information, and dialed the number after hesitating for a long time. Soon after, the call was connected. Hello, Sister Chung. Hey, Xiaozhuang, where are you now? Are you still busy? Zhuang Yi was indifferent for several seconds and asked, do you want to talk about Zhu Nian's wife? Ha ha. You really understand my sister's thoughts. Actually, my sister. Zhuang Yi interrupted directly, still busy, hang up first. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended mercilessly. Seeing this, Zhuaiqing glared at his sister helplessly. Things were more complicated than she had imagined. The atmosphere became heavy, Zhuaiqing put down his phone, and his attempt to reconcile failed. Husband is a bastard. What a stingy guy. He even dared to hang up my sister's phone. Zhu Nian's wife said angrily. Zhuaiqing glared at her and said, you did it yourself. Why are you being a lesbian? You even drugged your husband and asked him to sleep with you. I'm not a lesbian. The person I love will always be Zhuang Yi. Zhu Nian's wife got a little anxious and shouted to her sister. Zhuaiqing pointed at his sister's phone and said, if you are not a lesbian, just block Huang Shui and apologize to Zhuang Yi in person with enough sincerity. When Huang Shui was mentioned, Zhu Nian's wife turned her elbow outward again. It's Huang Shui again. She is still useful to the company. Sister, can you please stop mentioning her? I finally managed to convince her not to retaliate against Zhuang Yi. Zhuaiqing shook his head in disappointment, not wanting to discuss this unnecessary topic anymore, and simply stood up. It's no use telling me all this, you stupid sister who has never done anything. Think carefully about whether Huang Shui or Zhuang Yi is more important. I'll clear the table and make you something to eat. On the other hand, Zhuang Yi has already started selecting a location for the company's office. The location of the decoration company does not have to be in a place with high traffic. It is best to be located in a shop in a new community. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Zhuang Yi took a fancy to a shop in a new community close to Dingyang University. He immediately contacted the landlord and scheduled a viewing. After that, I went home to buy groceries and cook dinner for Sister Baiyun. When Sister Baiyun returned home and saw the house filled with smoke, a happy smile appeared on her face. Sister Baiyun was used to the loneliness at home, but today when she returned home, she not only smelled the fragrance of food, but also saw a handsome and heroic brother waiting for her, and she couldn't help feeling warm. Sister Baiyun is back? Let's eat. Zhuang Yi smoked a cigarette, flicked the ash, and walked into the kitchen to get dishes and chopsticks for Sister Baiyun. Sister Baiyun walked to the dining table and said with disdain and arrogance, "Humph, stupid dog, if the food tonight is not delicious, sister will shock you to death." Chapter 19 Zhuang Yi, Impossible. Zhuang Yi glared at Sister Baiyun, added more rice and vegetables to her first, and then served himself some rice. In the evening, Zhuang Yi was too lazy to prepare too many dishes and simply fried 2 home-cooked dishes. However, Sister Baiyun ate them with gusto, with her mouth full of rice grains. Sister Baiyun was halfway through her meal when she suddenly said with a purpose, "It's been a long time since we took a bath together. Tonight I will take a bath with my sister. Wash yourself if you want to." "Humph, stupid dog, if you don't wash with me, I will stink." Zhuang Yi didn't give him face and directly retorted, "It's up to you to wash it or not." The two of them were bickering while eating. Just like when we were kids, we always argued with each other, but we never cared about it. Instead, we found the teasing very interesting. 10 minutes later. Zhuang Yi smiled as he watched Sister Baiyun shine the leftovers on the plate before he stood up to clean up the dishes. "No, I'm too full. I can't drink the bath water tonight." Sister Baiyun rubbed her stomach with satisfaction. Zhuang Yi was washing dishes in the kitchen and asked idly, "What bath water do you want to drink?" "Drink stupid dog's bath water. Get lost." Zhuang Yi cursed with a smile. Ding dong. Suddenly, Zhuang Yi's cell phone rang and someone sent a message. He wiped his hands with a rag and picked up his phone to take a look. It was Xiao Jiuli who sent me a photo. The photo shows Huang Shui and Zhu Nian's wife hugging each other in a private room, drinking and singing, looking very happy. Sitting on the left and right of the two men were a few young men. It was unclear whether they were clients or male models. Below the photo, there is a message: "Your wife is out fooling around with Huang Shui again." After looking at the photos, Zhuang Yi felt a surge of jealousy, but he quickly suppressed it and regained his composure. "My wife has someone she loves more, and as long as nothing like that happened before the divorce, it has nothing to do with me. All I need to do is to plan and kill my wife's beloved Huang Shui." Zhuang Yi shook his head to clear his thoughts. He thought typing was too troublesome, so he pressed the voice button to send a voice reply. "Don't send me any information about them next time. Zhu Nian's wife and I have already separated and will be divorced soon." After the voice message was sent, Xiao Jiuli gave up typing and immediately replied with a voice message. She even deliberately clamped her voice to make it sound sweeter and more moving. "Okay, I'll listen to Brother Zhuang Yi." As soon as I finished listening to the voice message, 2 more voice messages came in. "How are you feeling? Are you feeling better? Do you need your sister to come and take care of you? If you have anything to worry about, you can tell me. I can't help you digest it, but I can share your burden." After listening to the voice, Zhuang Yi was silent for a few seconds. "Here are the greetings from others again, but Zhu Nianqi, that heartless bastard, is the only one who was unwilling to show me any love." If these 2 sentences were said to Zhuang Yi by Zhu Nian's wife herself, the corners of Zhuang Yi's mouth would be raised to the sky. After a long while, he replied in voice, "Thanks, Mr. Xiao." After washing the dishes, Zhuang Yi cut a plate of pears and brought it to the coffee table in the living room as an after-meal fruit for Sister Baiyun. Sister Baiyun put her long legs and black silk stockings on the coffee table and asked, "Who was chatting with you just now? Your voice sounded like a vixen." "Nothing, just a client." After chatting for a while, the brother and sister went about their respective business. After that, Zhuang Yi was busy with company matters for 3 consecutive days. Zhu Nian's wife lost her husband's care and her life became increasingly unhappy. She could only get drunk with Huang Shui more frequently at night. The next afternoon. Shu Group, Zhu Nian's wife's office. Zhu Nian's wife covered her abdomen with her hands, her brows furrowed, and her face was as pale as a piece of paper. Her stomach has always been fragile, and it was only thanks to Zhuang Yi's careful care over the years that she was able to barely maintain her improved condition. Now that Zhuang Yi is gone, she just casually handles breakfast, lunch and dinner, drinks every night to drown her sorrows, and her physical condition has deteriorated. "You idiot husband, you really don't come to take care of me. How can I live without you? Just as Zhu Nian's wife was muttering this, someone knocked on the office door. "Boss Zhu, are you free now?" Zhu Nian's wife put on a stern face and adjusted her state. "Come in." The office door was pushed open and a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses walked in. He is the sales manager originally under Zhuang Yi, Zheng Changwei. Zheng Changwei walked to the desk and put down a document. "Boss Zhu, this is the sales report for this quarter. In addition, I have also summarized the information about several major customers I have contacted here. Please take a look now." Zhu Nian's wife was in unbearable pain in her abdomen at this time. When she saw that she had to handle the work herself, her temper exploded. "I paid you to come here, and you just push the work to me? Why should I keep you useless people? When Zhang Xiangwei heard this, he was shocked and lowered his head quickly. Boss Zhu, that's not what I meant. These tasks were originally reviewed by Boss Zhuang, but he didn't come to the company. I called him and he pushed them all to you. Zhu Nian's wife glared at him fiercely, thought for a few seconds, and stretched out her hand unhappily. Call my husband and I'll connect with him. Zhang Qiangwei glanced sideways and said, Boss Zhu, don't you have his cell phone number? Zhu Nian's wife slammed the desk hard, just hit me when I told you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Zhang Qiangwei nodded helplessly, took out his cell phone and dialed Zhuang Yi's number. Zhu Nian's wife snatched his cell phone and put it to her ear. Zhang Qiangwei was very tactful. Thinking about the events of recent days in Zhuang Yi's withdrawal from the company group, he consciously walked out of the office. The couple had a quarrel, and Chairman Zhu took his anger out on himself. The only thing I'm curious about is, since Zhuang Yi dotes on his wife so much, how could he bear to blackmail Zhu Nian's wife? Could it be that Zhu Nian's wife did something immoral? Zhang Xiangwei stopped thinking at this point, walked out of the office and closed the door behind him. Soon, Zhuang Yi answered the call. Brother Changwei, what's the matter? It's me. Zhu Nian's wife said these two words lightly, sounding particularly cold. Even though it was very brief, Zhuang Yi could tell it was his wife. Zhu Nian's wife's voice had long been engraved deep in his soul. Zhu Nian's wife, aren't you afraid that I will block this number as well, so that the company won't be able to find the documents when they want to? Zhu Nian's wife was startled, and a trace of panic flashed through her mind, but she quickly adjusted her mood and changed the subject. Don't act like a child anymore. Go home. At worst, I won't let Huang Shuwei make those dirty jokes anymore. Zhuang Yi gritted his teeth, still mentioning her. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up. When she heard her husband was about to hang up, Zhu Nian's wife got anxious, but she suppressed her temper and started to act like a spoiled child. Don't hang up on me. I have a stomachache now and I don't know what to do. In the past, when the couple quarreled, as long as Zhu Nian's wife used this killer move, Zhuang Yi would give in without limit. Hearing about the stomachache, Zhuang Yi thought of the photo Xiao Jiuli sent. It was obvious that it was caused by Zhu Nian's wife fooling around every night and drinking too much alcohol. If you pull open the middle of the bedside table on the left side of the master bedroom, there is a small blue box with a label saying stomach medicine inside, which contains stomach medicine. Although her husband's attitude was still very cold, it was obviously softer than before. This gave Zhu Nian's wife hope and she continued to increase her efforts. Honey, I'm at the company now, not at home, can you bring it to me? Zhuang Yi, impossible. Chapter 20. Zhu Nian's wife keeps telling lies but she is still so stubborn. Impossible. Zhuang Yi said calmly, but when he thought of Zhu Nian's wife's stomach problem, he added. I'm still busy. I'll contact a private doctor and send him to you. You pay for the medical expenses. Zhu Nian's wife was filled with grievances, totally disregarding her image, and yelled in frustration. Zhuang Yi, you bastard. I just want you to take care of me, do you have to cut off ties with me like this? Zhuang Yi, am I born to take care of you? Zhu Nian's wife was stunned when she heard this, not knowing how to respond. Her original intention was to raise her status and ask her husband to correct his mistakes honestly. After all, it is wrong to hit people, let alone hit a woman, and even hit your friend Huang Shuwei. However, Zhu Nian's wife cannot live without Zhuang Yi. She needs Zhuang Yi mentally, physically, at work, and in her life. After 4 years of marriage, Zhuang Yi spoiled his wife Zhu Nian like a princess. Now I have helped to appease the Huang family not to retaliate and given Zhuang Yi a way out, but why is Zhuang Yi still so stubborn? Do you still want to say something that makes you feel cold and you can't refute it? Seeing that his wife didn't reply, Zhuang Yi said calmly, I'll send a few nanny information to Zweiking, you can try them one by one, if it doesn't work, I'll call dad and ask him to take you home. When Zhu Nian's wife heard that the matter would be reported to her father-in-law, she couldn't help but gasp. The father-in-law treated Zhuang Yi as his own son and even favored Zhuang Yi in front of his 2 daughters. Zhuang Yi is not only his father-in-law's savior, but also the first son he promised to have, named Zhu, and he is also the pillar of the company. Zhu Nian's wife was determined and shouted angrily, don't tell my dad. If he knows that I pissed you off, he will definitely scold me to death. Zhuang Yi, you still know that I was pissed off by you? You. Zhu Nian's wife was so angry that she forgot about the stomachache, her face full of anger and grievance. You are simply unreasonable. If I wasn't working for a great cause, for the company, for our family, would I need to work so hard? Why do you have the right to dictate my relationship with Huang Shuwei and my other friends? You are so petty and selfish. You only suspect your wife of having an affair every day. If I had someone I like more, you would have been kicked out of the house by your wife long ago." She slammed the table and roared out these words. She wanted her husband to know that everything she did was for him. After being yelled at a few times, Zhuangyi also quieted down. He was not moved, but just recalled that he was kicked out of the house by Junyan's wife last night. Ring ring ring. At this time, Junyan's wife's cell phone rang. She wanted to vent her emotions, but couldn't bear to hang up her husband's phone, so she simply answered the call on both phones. "Hey, Huang Shui, please speak quickly. I have something urgent to deal with." "Huang Shui, baby, let's go out for a drink tonight. I've made an appointment with some handsome guys. Since your husband isn't coming home anyway, why don't you just stay the night at my place?" "Okay, let's meet again tonight. I'm hanging up now." Junyan's wife agreed without much hesitation. Last night and the night before, it was this good Jimei who accompanied her to drink and relieve her sorrow. When I thought about the fact that Huang Shui was injured but was still willing to continue having fun with me, I felt a little better. Sudden. She realized it later and looked at the other phone. She was too greedy just now, she wanted everything and didn't hang up the phone with her husband. "Handsome boy, my husband is not at home, let's spend the night together. For the greater good, for the family, this is the hard-working side of you. And you even said it to me on purpose. I can't even imagine what would happen if I had a baby and it had to be with a mother like you." Zhuangyi was extremely disappointed and said it through gritted teeth. He hated it so much that his teeth itched. Junyan's wife froze and collapsed on the office chair. No, husband. You misunderstood me, listen to me explain." Zhuangyi yelled fuck and interrupted directly. "Don't bother explaining. Even if you were caught in bed, you would still be so stubborn. You're just telling lies all the time. You and I have known each other for 7 years and been married for 4 years. You are not satisfied with making me faint, you want to make me die of anger, right?" Junyan's wife kept shaking her head and begged, "No, I don't want to piss you off to death, I love you, don't say that to me. I love you, uncle. Just wait for me. When I finish my work here, I will immediately file for divorce. We'll see you in court." Zhuangyi hung up after saying this. No one knew how sad he was to say such cruel words. "Husband. Listen to my explanation. Hey. Junyan's wife felt hopeless and held her cell phone in her hands helplessly. She was unwilling to give up and called Zhuangyi again. The opponent hung up immediately. Dial again. Hang up again. Also dialed. Still hanging. After hanging up more than 10 times in a row, Junyan's wife completely gave up. She stared at the closed screen with dull eyes, slowly raised a hand, and slapped herself hard. Bang! You idiot! If it wasn't for the call from Huang Shui, perhaps I could have explained it. But Huang Shui was also sincere. When I was in a bad mood, I relied on her to accompany me. I couldn't say anything to her. I could only blame myself for answering the phone call. Huang Shui is just a woman, why would you be jealous of a woman? If it were a man. When Junyan's wife thought of this, she suddenly remembered something. She took out a photo from the hidden drawer under her desk. In the photo, there are 2 little boys, one is Zhu Yangyang and the other is. Looking at this photo, Junyan's wife felt a little sad. Fortunately, only Zhu Yangyang returned to China. If you had come back, I really don't know what I would do. After looking at the photo lovingly for a long time, she hid the photo again and called Huang Shui. Hello, Huang Shui. Huang Shui's frivolous voice came from the phone. What's wrong, baby, you miss your wife? Didn't you just hang up the phone? Are you missing me again? Tonight. I won't be going over tonight. The company lost my husband, and there are many things that need me to take care of. This is a lie. But on the phone, Huang Shui was obviously disappointed. But I have already made an appointment, do you want me to come over and help you? Thank you, I appreciate your kindness. We'll make an appointment later. Although Junyan's wife spoke calmly, she felt a pang of pity in her heart. When I thought about my husband's reaction just now, I knew I would be in big trouble if I went. I was stupid once, I must not be stupid a second time. Junyan's wife added, by the way, it's fine to invite Huang's family or clients in the future, but don't invite those inexplicable men. It's a waste of money and will cause your husband to misunderstand. In business, male models and hostesses can improve the efficiency of signing contracts, but Jun Yen's wife does not want to add unnecessary misunderstandings. She is a little afraid that Zhuang Yizhen will leave her. But she didn't even think about the fact that Zhuang Yi hated Huang Shui more than the so-called handsome boy. On the phone, Huang Shui agreed without hesitation. Sure, I hate men anyway, I'm just worried that there won't be enough people and the atmosphere won't be good. Well, I'll hang up now. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Jun Yen's wife hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 21, asking father-in-law to come out. Rubbing her abdomen, Jun Yen's wife buried her head in Zhang Xiangwei's phone. She couldn't help but open his green bubble and clicked on the top message from Zhuang Yi. Hubby, you haven't been home these past few days, and I felt bad, so I asked Huang Shui to go drinking with me. She knew you weren't home and was afraid that I would be lonely at home, so she called to say hello and asked me out. I just rejected her. I won't go out tonight. Please don't be angry, okay? After sending 3 consecutive conversations without receiving a reply, Jun Yen's wife put down Zhang Xiangwei's phone and prayed silently in her heart that Zhuang Yi could understand her painstaking efforts. She also found it hard to understand why her husband was still unwilling to forgive her even though she had given in so many times in recent days. It is said that couples fight at the head of the bed but make up at the foot of the bed, so why is there no sign of reconciliation yet? It's so annoying. Jun Yen's wife shouted for no apparent reason. The other side. Zhuang Yi, who was chatting at a whole house customization factory, received 3 messages in succession. It's my former colleague Zhang Xiangwei. After opening it, I felt uneasy for a long time. It's Huang Shui again. He keeps talking about Huang Shui. Zhuang Yi was upset and angrily opened the green bubble of Zhang Xiangwei's wife and sent the screenshot of the chat to her. And added a message, your husband is a homosexual and is having an affair with a woman named Huang Shui. After doing all this, Zhuang Yi sent a few more messages to Zhuayaking. Zhuang Yi told Zhu Yeqing the location of the stomach medicine at home and asked her to find someone to deliver the medicine to Jun Yen's wife. He also gave her the contact information of a few nannies. In the final analysis, he loved her too deeply, and after Jun Yen's wife explained a few words to him, he softened his heart. He really couldn't give up 7 years of relationship in less than half a month. After receiving the message, Zhuayaking sent 3 question marks? In the next few days. Zhuang Yi put aside all distractions and worked hard for the new company every day. Soon, he signed a shop, obtained a business license, and named the company Ajia Decoration. Afterwards, he contacted the customization factory and began to design and produce the signs. At the same time, he made phone calls to find construction workers to come in and do the decoration. He handled all the procedures very smoothly. When we returned to Sister Baiyun's house, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Zhuang Yi had been busy for several days in a row. As soon as he got home, he was too lazy to move and lay on the sofa like a dead person. Sister Baiyun finished her shower and walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. 2 long, snow-white legs stepped on the ground, and from time to time small drops of water slid down from the arches of the feet and fell on the ground, bringing a refreshing scent. She found out that her brother had come home but had not yet had dinner, so she walked to the living room area a little angrily. Hey, little dog, go cook for your sister. She's hungry. Sister Baiyun said arrogantly and stepped on Zhuang Yi's stomach. Zhuang Yi was startled and turned to look at Sister Baiyun. She was wearing a white bath towel, revealing her fair collarbone, with one long leg resting on her belly, and small drops of water sliding down and soaking her clothes. This big sister has an indescribable charm. He wanted to lose his temper, but choked back. Let me rest for a while. I'm so tired. Zhuang Yi said tiredly. Humph, sister doesn't care. Are you going to cook or not? If not, I'll go somewhere else. Sister Baiyun raised her eyebrows and pointed at it. Zhuang Yi compromised. He made a TSK sound, stood up from the sofa tiredly and walked to the kitchen. Sister Baiyun would never force Zhuang Yi to do anything in the past. The reason why she became more and more powerful was mainly due to Zhuang Yi marrying Jun Yanqi. However, Zhuang Yi had no right to say anything to Sister Baiyun, as he was the one who had done all of this. If he had not married Jun Yan, perhaps he would not be lying in Sister Baiyun's house in such a miserable state like today. In the kitchen, Zhuang Yi casually fried a few home-cooked dishes. Recalling that when I was a child, I was ignorant and pulled Sister Baiyun's hair, but Sister Baiyun didn't get angry, but now, she often presses me to the ground and rubs me. I felt bad, but also found it funny. At the kitchen door, Sister Baiyun leaned against the doorframe, her cheeks flushed, and she looked at Zhuang Yi's back thoughtfully. When Zhuangyi finished cooking and was about to serve the food, she said with a malicious look in her heart, "Sister wants to eat noodles, tomato and egg noodle soup." Zhuangyi glared at her and said, "I'm not going to kill you. You just said it after the dish is cooked. I'll cook it tomorrow. I want to eat it now." A brother who doesn't make noodles for his sister is not a good dog. Sister Baiyun held the bath towel with both hands to prevent it from falling, and raised one of her legs to block the kitchen door, preventing Zhuangyi from going out. I'm so annoying. Zhuangyi walked back to the stove and made a bowl of noodle soup for Sister Baiyun. "Hurry up and get dressed. You'll catch a cold easily if you wrap yourself in a bath towel." Sister Baiyun stretched out a slender finger and ran her fingertips across the wrinkles on Zhuangyi's clothes. "I need stupid dog to help me put on my clothes." "Then don't wear it, you'll freeze to death." After being busy for a while, Zhuangyi finished cooking the noodles and brought the dishes to the table. Sister Baiyun changed into a clean dress, sat at the table, and ate noodles with great interest. Seeing that Sister Baiyun had a strong appetite, Zhuangyi picked up some vegetables and meat for her from time to time. About 10 minutes later, seeing that Sister Baiyun had almost finished eating, Zhuangyi took out the company seal and business license and placed them on the table. Sister Baiyun saw what Zhuangyi had put out and became confused. "Are you really starting a company? So quickly?" Zhuangyi nodded calmly. "After the divorce, all the money I earn will be spent on you, and I will not give it to Zhu Nianqi anymore." Sister Baiyun's face suddenly turned red, and then she smiled gently. "Humph, you said that yourself. I didn't force you to do that. So I'll just help you save up some money to be your wife. If no one wants you anymore, I will be your wife." As she spoke, Sister Baiyun stretched out her arm and rubbed Zhuangyi's head. Zhuangyi remained silent, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He was thinking about Zhu Nian's wife. After another busy 10 days, it's Sunday. Zhu Nian's wife's home. Zhuangyi and Zhu Nian's wife sat on the sofa. Zhuangyi hired a nanny to house Zhu Nian's wife, so that her life could temporarily get back on track. Zhu Nian's wife was eating melon seeds with a heavy heart, while Zhu Yeqing was playing with his mobile phone with one hand and holding his sister's shoulder with the other. Sudden. Zhuangyi sat up straight, staring at a post on WeChat Moments with burning eyes. The circle of friends showed a photo posted by Zhuangyi. In his hand, he was holding a business license covered with mosaics and a shop sign, Ija decoration. "Xiaozhuan left you only a few days ago, and you're already starting a company?" As soon as Zhu Nian's wife heard the news about Zhuangyi, she immediately went to the screen and looked at the photo. "My husband is going to start a company? Why didn't he tell me? He could have given him funding." "You idiot, Xiaozhuan is looking for a way out. He is determined to get a divorce." "Divorce, no divorce. My husband is mine," Zhu Nian's wife said firmly and slapped her sister's thigh hard. "Why are you taking pictures of me?" Zhuangyi was a little speechless. "I'll call our dad first. This time I really have to ask him to come out." Chapter 22 Modern Pan Jinlian. "Are you going to tell Dad?" Zhu Nian's wife looked a little scared. "Can you please not tell Dad? He'll be angry with me again." "No," Zhuangyi said bluntly. "Don't go anywhere else today, come home with me." Her voice was fierce. Even at this point, she was still worried about being scolded. But Huang Shui said she would give me a surprise tonight, so I have to go see her." Zhu Nian's wife muttered softly and lowered her head guiltily. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yeqing's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at Zhu Nianqi in disbelief. "You still don't want to win back Xiaozhuan? Are you still obsessed with your Huang Shui? Are you really his wife?" She was angry and what she said was a bit harsh. She was worried about her sister's marriage, but this stupid sister was still mourning Huang Shui who drove her husband away. It must be really hard for Zhuangyi to pamper his sister for so many years. Zhu Nian's wife's face changed, and she was a little annoyed. "Sister, why do you say that to me? Of course I want to win back my husband." Seeing his sister's angry look, Zhuangyi couldn't help but sigh. "Hey, my dear sister, please be more careful." "Got it, sister. I'll send a message to Huang Shui right now and decline the invitation tonight." Zhu Nian's wife agreed while sending a message to Huang Shui on her mobile phone. A ripple of emotion arose in her heart. She felt a little guilty for not attending the surprise that others had carefully planned. Ponder it over and over again, and think carefully about every word and sentence. After editing the message for a long time, Zhu Nian's wife finally tactfully told Huang Shui that she was not free today. Huang Shui quickly replied, okay, then I understand. Xu Nian's wife, thank you for understanding Huang Shui. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Huang Shui, yeah, I'll listen to you, baby. In a villa. The brief conversation with Xu Nian's wife left Huang Shui in a long silence. She stared at the word baby on the note and felt it was particularly glaring. Huang Shui, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, a childish voice broke the silence, and a little head popped out from behind her. It's Zhu Yangyang. Huang Shui glanced at him and pushed him away without any hesitation. Zhu Nianqi is not coming tonight, so your birthday is gone. Today is Zhu Yangyang's birthday. The surprise Huang Shui mentioned is to celebrate the birthday of Zhu Yangyang, who just returned home. Huang Shui originally wanted to use her birthday as an excuse to take some photos for record. Imagine that the wife is absent from the birthday party that her husband has carefully prepared, but happily goes to attend her brother's birthday party. Huang Shui couldn't help laughing out loud just thinking about the picture. Unfortunately, the plan has failed now. My wife's sister isn't coming? Zhu Yangyang didn't seem surprised at all, but rather had a hint of cunning in his expression. It doesn't matter. I have a way to get her to come over tonight. Do you have a solution? Huang Shui, who had lost hope, had a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. Zhu Yangyang chuckled and pretended to be mysterious. The secret cannot be revealed. You just wait and see tonight. Bamboo Villa. In the living room. Father-in-law Zhu Jiangwo and mother-in-law Wang Xiumei were looking at the gate with gloomy faces. Not long after, a Rolls-Royce slowly drove in and stopped in the courtyard. Zhu Nian's wife and Zhu Yeqing, both wearing sexy hip skirts, got out of the car one after another. The father-in-law stood in the middle of the living room, wearing reading glasses and a simple Zhongshan suit. His face was serious, like an insurmountable mountain, staring coldly at Zhu Nian's wife. Humph. You can bully anyone else, but you have to bully my son. How arrogant. The son refers to Zhuang Yi. Zhu Nian's wife walked into the living room and forced a slightly forced smile. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhuang walked over quickly, took Zhu Jiangwo's arm, and led him to sit down on the sofa. Dad, don't scare your sister. We are here just to explain things to you and ask you to come forward. Zhu Nian's wife followed closely behind, sitting at a place farther away from Zhu Jiangwo. Zhu Jiangwo got angry when he saw Zhu Nian's wife. Yeah, she's useless when she's old, and her son can even be bullied. Zhu Nian's wife was a little impatient with what she said, and she weakly retorted. Hey, Dad, stop being so sarcastic. If I didn't have good taste, you wouldn't be my husband's father-in-law. Zhu Nianqi herself is a proud person, but she was too naughty when she was a child and was beaten by Zhu Jiangwo, which frightened her. Now it can be seen that her bloodline is suppressed. It's not that Zhu Jiangwo can do anything to her now, but Zhu Jiangwo feels suffocated when he hears that Zhuang Yi is wronged. Zhuang Yi once saved Zhu Jiangwo's life, and worked with Zhu Nian's wife to make the company bigger and stronger, while also taking care of the family. To put it bluntly, if Zhu Jiangwo was a woman, how could it be his daughter's turn to marry this boy? At this time, Wang Xiumei walked over to Zhu Nian's wife, sat down, and said earnestly, Nianqi's father, please stop talking. My daughter is busy with work and doesn't come home often. You keep scaring her. What if she doesn't come home because of the scare? Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiangwo didn't say anything more and just lowered his head quietly. Seeing that her husband was willing to calm down, Wang Xiumei asked with concern, Wife, your sister said on the phone that you and Zhuang Yi had a conflict? Zhu Nian's wife nodded aggrievely, looked up at her sister again, and confided her true feelings. Half an hour later, Zhu Nian's wife barely finished her story. Zhu Jiangwo was so angry that he wanted to slap her, but fortunately Wang Xiumei stopped him in time and he calmed down. The Huang family is powerful. I won't say anything about your negotiation with Huang Shui, but you assisted outsiders in drugging Xiu Zhuang and asked Xiu Zhuang to sell himself to the company to get orders? What on earth are you thinking, Zhu Nianqi? Zhu Jiangwo was so angry that he burst into tears, and Zhuang next to him kept patting his back, trying to calm him down. The older generation has different ideas from the younger generation. In Zhu Jiangwo's opinion, it is impossible for two women to be together, so naturally he doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. But if she drugs her husband, she'd be like a modern Pan Jinlian. It also caused the good son-in-law to be forced to become Wu Dalong. Wang Xiumei looked at Zhu Nian's wife's aggrieved expression, feeling distressed, and held her hand tightly. Nianqi's father, please don't be mean to my precious daughter. Nianqi has her own ideas. Zhuang Yi is the son-in-law of our Zhu family, so he should make contributions to our Zhu family. Nianqi, I don't blame you. If you don't like Zhuangyi, this Phoenix man, I can find you another one. I know a lot of handsome men from good families. At the end of her speech, Wang Xiaomei did not forget to hug Zhu Nianqi in her arms. Xu Jiangwo interrupted directly, nonsense. Chapter 23 Zhuangyi directly filed for divorce from his father-in-law. Nonsense. Zhu Jiangwo was so angry that he slammed the coffee table, and the water in the teacup splashed out. If Wang Xiaomei's words were heard by Zhuangyi, it would be tantamount to pushing Zhuangyi out the door and driving him out of the house. Zhu Jiangwo is not a person who repays kindness with enmity. Deep in his heart, he has long regarded Zhuangyi as his own son and wishes that Zhuangyi would change his surname to Zhu and become his godson. It's a pity that he became Changlong's son-in-law, so he had to do his best to maintain Zhu Nian's wife's marriage. Wang Xiaomei murmured unwillingly, that's right. Zhuangyi is an orphan and is not worthy of our Zhu family. I think it would be better to take this opportunity to kick him out. He has to leave the house with nothing anyway. Zhu Nian's wife couldn't bear to hear it anymore and denied it. Mom, I know you are doing this for my own good, but you can't talk nonsense about this kind of thing. You bunch of bastards, shut up. I'm going to contact Xiaozhuang now, you two mother and daughter, watch your words. Zhu Jiangwo uttered a threatening remark with a serious expression, took out his cell phone and dialed Zhuangyi's number. Although Zhuangyi was born in a poor family, his contribution to the Zhu family is visible to the naked eye, not to mention that he has grown to his current level. If he were released, there would definitely be countless good families vying to recruit him. It doesn't matter that the old woman is snobbish, but as the head of the family, Zhu Jiangwo cannot ignore it. Not long after, the call was connected. Hey, Dad, why did you call me when you had time? Do you want a drink? The originally gloomy Zhu Jiangwo suddenly smiled, as if he had seen his own biological son. Hey, son, Dad misses you and wants to get together with you. The voice was so doting that even the bamboo leaf green snake beside him revealed a hint of jealousy. Zhu Jiangwo would also call on weekdays and trick Zhuangyi into going home to drink tea or wine. Zhuangyi took into consideration that Zhu Nian's wife was busy with work and had no time to accompany her father. In order to take responsibility, he often took time out to visit and chat with his father-in-law. Therefore, this phone call was just like any other, and Zhuangyi did not notice anything unusual. Okay, Dad. I'll come to see you tonight and tell you a good news and a bad news. When Zhu Jiangwo heard the words bad news, there was a hint of worry between his brows. He calmed down and continued, okay, son, it's okay if you come over after you're done. Dad will be waiting for you. After exchanging greetings and saying goodbye to each other, Zhu Jiangwo hung up the phone feeling a little lost. After a long pause, he sighed. Hearing that Zhuangyi would return to Zhu's house tonight, Zhu Nian's wife's fear disappeared. She happily moved closer to Zhu Jiangwo and hugged his arm. Thank you, Dad. You are the best to me. My husband listens to you so much, you must coax him home tonight. Life is so hard without him. Bad things happen frequently in the company. No one cares when I have a stomachache. The nanny's cooking skills are not as good as my husband's. The dog won't eat the food she cooks. Zhu Nian's wife had a sweet voice, her eyes smiled like crescent moons, and she kept rubbing her head against her old father's shoulder. Zhu Jiangwo, who had originally planned to scold his daughter, was relieved of his dissatisfaction after hearing her act coquettishly. Humph, little girl, you're just causing trouble for my old bones. Don't ever poison my son again. Do you hear me? You are my Jiangwo's daughter. If it were anyone else, having your hands chopped off would be the least of your worries. He looked at his daughter with gentle eyes, and although he called her fiercely, his heart was full of doting. Zhu Nian's wife didn't take it seriously at all. All she could think about was seeing her husband again tonight. Sure, I won't bully my husband these few days. Don't ever bully him in this life. Zhu Jiangwo pinched her fair face hard. Evening. Zhuangyi held a few bottles of wine in his right hand and called Sister Baiyun with his left hand, saying that he would not go home for dinner tonight. Walk into the Zhu family villa and come to the living room. Zhu Nian's wife had been waiting for a long time. She rushed to Zhuangyi and hugged his arm. Hubby, you haven't been home for several days, and you haven't been with me. Can you bear it? She raised her head and met Zhuangyi's gaze. Her eyes were a little red, as if she had been crying at some point. Zhuangyi snorted coldly, you will go out to fool around at night, and I won't be able to see you even if I stay at home. Zhu Nian's wife's pupils shrank and her face suddenly became a little ugly. Zhuangyi wanted to shake off her arm, but at this time, Zhu Jiangwo came over with a kind look and prevented him from doing so. He quickly smiled and said, "Dad, I haven't seen you for half a month. You look a lot younger. Son, you are so sweet. Come sit next to Dad and drink some tea with him." Zhu Jiangwo took away Zhu Nian's wife's hands, took Zhuang Yi's hand and walked towards the sofa. Zhu Nian's wife followed them jealously, and the father and daughter sandwiched Zhuang Yi in the middle. In front of his father-in-law, Zhuang Yi was too embarrassed to push Zhu Nian's wife away, so he started chatting with Zhu Jiangwo about family matters in an awkward position. We chatted for about half an hour and drank 2 rounds of tea. Seeing that the time was almost up, Zhuang Yi got to the point. "Dad, I came here today mainly to tell you 2 things." Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Nianqi both trembled all over, with an obvious sense of loss. "The first thing is that I opened a company, a small decoration company near Dingyan University. I will take you to see it after the decoration is completed." Zhu Nian's wife, who was leaning on his shoulder, saw an opportunity to show off and quickly interrupted. "Husband, you started a company without telling your wife. Can your wife give you money?" "No need," Zhuang Yi said coldly. Even Zhu Jiangwo could hear that Zhuang Yi's tone was quite cold, as if he was drawing an invisible line. He smiled awkwardly and took out a bank card from somewhere. "Son, a man should always have a career. I feel bad for asking you to hold an umbrella for my wife all these years. There are 10 million in this card, the password is 114514, consider it as your startup capital. If it's not enough, come home and get more. I'll give you whatever I have." Zhu Jiangwo pushed the bank card towards Zhuang Yi without even blinking. Zhuang Yi kept this thought in mind, then pushed the card back and said righteously, "Dad, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need the money." It would be a lie to say that I am not moved, and it would be even more of a lie to say that I am not moved. But since she has made up her mind to get a divorce and leave the house, there is no way she will accept any gifts. The two refused for a long time. Zhu Jiangwo looked at his son's determined eyes and gave in helplessly. He took the bank card back, but repeatedly emphasized that if there was any financial need, they must come to him. "Okay, Dad." Zhuang Yi replied, "The next thing is, I want to divorce Zhu Nianqi." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, shocking Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Nianqi. Zhuang Yi no longer kept it secret and spoke it out directly. "I don't want it." Zhu Nian's wife's voice trembled and her eyes became more wet and red. "How could you say these things to our dad? It's been so many days, he should have calmed down by now. Why are you still asking for a divorce?" Chapter 24, The marriage is broken, can it be repaired? You should have calmed down after so many days. I dealt with the situation for you. I asked you to apologize to me before, but you didn't. So I don't take it seriously anymore. I've already made many concessions, why do you still want a divorce? Zhu Nian's wife thought Zhuang Yi was just throwing a tantrum, so she ignored his requests and complaints. "I originally wanted to use my father-in-law to coax her back home, but after so many days, my husband still wanted a divorce and even made the divorce issue public." She was really panicked, and her pitiful eyes stared at Zhuang Yi intently. "Fortunately, Huang Shui has been accompanying me to relieve my worries recently, otherwise I would have felt even more depressed after hearing these words. We are both human beings, but Huang Shui treats me so well, while this husband..." Zhu Nian's wife got angry twice before, thinking she could calm Zhuang Yi down, but she didn't expect that it only strengthened Zhuang Yi's determination to divorce. So this time, Zhu Nian's wife only thought about it in her heart and didn't dare to say it out loud, because she was afraid that her husband would really leave her. Zhu Jiangwo held Zhuang Yi's hand tightly and said, "Son, divorce is not a trivial matter. You and your wife have been fine for all these years. How can you just divorce me?" In the kitchen, Zhuai King rushed out in 2 steps and looked at Zhuang Yi in disbelief. "Xiao Zhuang, you." Zhuang Yi ignored Zhu Nian's wife and said to the other two, "Dad, Sister Qing, we are a family, I will speak frankly, Zhu Nian's wife deserves someone better, and we have to get a divorce. I will not embarrass the Zhu family. I will leave the house with nothing and bear the infamy, but I will not bring shame to the Zhu family in the slightest." Zhuang Yi spoke with great confidence and determination, as if he had considered all the consequences clearly. When he saw that Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Yeqing were not angry at all, but rather uneasy, he realized that they knew part of the story. "I'd rather not elaborate further and just make my attitude clear." When the divorce was brought to the parents' attention, Zhu Nian's wife, no matter how dumb she was, could tell that her husband was really heartbroken. "Therefore, I feel that my husband is stingy, but I can't blame him at all. Hubby, are you still angry with me and Huang Shui? She and I are really clean. I've already warned her. She won't dare tease me when we're on the phone anymore. That kind of imaginary voice will never reach your ears again. I will correct anything you don't like in the future, okay? Zhu Nian's wife's tone softened and she hugged Zhuang Yi's arm worriedly. Zhuang Yi glared at her. He now only believed what he saw with his own eyes and did not believe his wife's half-truthful lies. Zhu Nian's wife, I have given you many chances, but you didn't cherish them. Zhu Nian's wife felt a little aggrieved. I need someone to accompany me. Huang Shui and the handsome boy can accompany you, spend time with you, hang out with you, and spend the night with you. I didn't. I didn't have a life of debauchery, I didn't fool around or spend the night with her. Zhu Nian's wife was so anxious that she was about to cry, her eyes were moist and hot, and getting redder and redder. But, she lied again unintentionally. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Zhu Jiangwo quickly moved his chair away, squatted in front of Zhuang Yi, hugged his arms sincerely, and said, Son, I've looked into it. The Huang family is powerful, and making friends with them will be very helpful to my wife's career. She's also doing this for her career, not to make you angry on purpose. Since my wife has promised to correct her mistakes, please give her another chance, okay? There was a hint of pleading in Zhu Jiangwo's words. He knew that as long as he could touch Zhuang Yi's heart, things would turn around. Zhuang Yi looked at Zhu Jiangwo, frowning in confusion. His emotions were so complicated that he couldn't utter a word. His father-in-law is both his elder and his father, he can't contradict him, but he can't agree to him either. After marriage, although Zhuang Yi and Zhu Jiangwo had some conflicts, Zhu Jiangwo valued Zhuang Yi more and more after he proved his role time and time again. Even after Zhuang Yi saved Zhu Jiangwo's life, his temperament changed drastically. He called Zhuang Yi his son all the time and called him closer than his two daughters. In Zhuang Yi's heart, he had long treated Zhu Jiangwo as his father, and emotionally, he even equated Zhu Jiangwo with sister Bai Yun. If it was Wang Xiaomei or Zweiking, Zhuang Yi would have refused politely, but for Zhu Jiangwo, he didn't know how to start. Zhu Jiangwo felt very disappointed when he saw that Zhuang Yi was unable to speak. He didn't want his son to get divorced, nor did he want to embarrass him. Finally, I came up with a solution. Son, even if you are getting divorced, there is a 1-month cooling off period. Just give your dad some face and give your wife a month to correct her mistakes. After 1 month, if my wife still doesn't repent and you file for divorce again, I will never stop you. I will even use my connections to cancel the cooling off period and let you go through a special divorce channel. There was some sincerity in Zhu Jiangwo's words and his eyes revealed deep fatherly love. He risked his position in Zhuang Yi's heart to fill the rift between husband and wife. If Zhuang Yi still disagrees after talking about this, then he will be at a loss as to what to do. Zhuang Yi and Zhu Jiangwo looked at each other in silence for a long time, then nodded reluctantly. There is a cooling off period for divorces, which takes about a month. The father-in-law has already been so humble, and if he doesn't agree, Zhuang Yi will feel heartbroken. Zhu Nian's wife immediately smiled, hugged her lover's neck, and kissed him wildly on the face. Thank you, husband. I will never make you angry again. I love you, Mua. 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 Zweiking patted his chest and walked back to the kitchen with peace of mind. Zhu Jiangwo also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed the subject to prevent Zhuang Yi from regretting his decision. Son, let's go eat. Let's not talk about these unhappy things. Tonight, we won't go home until we are drunk. In fact, Zhu Jiangwo already had a plan to get his son-in-law to stay. As long as Zhu Nian's wife didn't act up, the couple's relationship would be restored in a week, let alone a month. Zhuang Yi is an honest man. Zhu Nian's wife is used to being domineering, so she always lets Zhuang Yi serve her comfortably. Therefore, Zhu Jiangwo planned to let his wife Zhu Nian learn from the cartoons and serve Zhuang Yi happily in the next few days. With his many years of experience, he guaranteed that Zhuang Yi would be forgiven for his past mistakes and even scream with pleasure. Thinking of this, Zhu Jiangwo gave a sly smile and pulled Zhuang Yi towards the restaurant. Zhuang Yi smiled uncomfortably and walked towards the restaurant. 1 month is neither long nor short, but he just felt very uncomfortable. Once, when there were problems in his marriage, he tried desperately to remedy the situation and save it. Failed. Now that the marriage has broken down, can it be repaired? Chapter 25. Huang Shui called again. On the dining table. The servants had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, and the table was filled with delicious dishes. Zhuang Yi greeted his mother-in-law Wang Xiaomei and Zweiking, then sent a message to Sister Bai Yun to inform her that he would not be going home overnight. The family enjoyed their dinner happily, as if the incident just now had never happened. On the left and right of Zhuang Yi sat Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Nianqi respectively. Dad, shrimp is your favorite. I peeled a few for you. With his hands full of juice, Zhuangyi picked up a few peeled shrimps with chopsticks and put them at the bottom of Zhu Jiangwo's bowl. Okay, my son is thoughtful. Cut some crab meat for dad. Zhu Jiangwo was very satisfied and smiled so much that only a slit remained in his eyes. Okay. Zhuangyi wiped his hands and cut crab meat for Zhu Jiangwo. It has to be said that Zhuangyi is really skillful. Even the private chef of the Shu family can't peel or cut the bamboo as fast or neatly as he does. In the past, when Zhuangyi returned home, Zhu Jiangwo would not let the chefs cook and asked them to help Zhuangyi. Beside him, Zhu Nian's wife nudged Zhuangyi with her elbow and said jealously, "Why cut his hair? Cut it for me. I'm your wife." Zhuangyi cut a small bowl of crab meat and poured it all into his father-in-law's bowl. "You can do it yourself." Zhu Nian's wife pouted her lips, which amused Zhu Yeqing and Wang Xiumei. The atmosphere among the family is warm and harmonious, with laughter and joy rising and falling. But, at this time, bell. At the dining table, Zhu Nian's wife's cell phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, my good friend Huang Shui. Zhuangyi took a look and his calm expression suddenly stiffened. Zhu Nian's wife was unaware of her current situation. She stretched out her fair and tender little hand and prepared to answer the call. Zhuangyi grabbed her arm fiercely. "Hang up." In an instant, the joyful atmosphere disappeared, leaving only deathly silence. Zhu Nian's wife looked at her husband and was stunned for a long time before she said, "Okay, I'll listen to my husband. Tonight is my happiest day and I will never be disturbed by anyone else." As she said that, she pressed the hang-up button. Zhuangyi heaved a sigh of relief and peeled a shrimp for Zhu Nian's wife. "This is a reward for you. Point to what you want to eat and I'll peel it for you so you don't get your hands dirty." He felt a little relieved that his wife had learned to correct herself and everything could still be saved. As long as she can be sensible, the mistakes she made in the past can be made up for little by little. As long as she is sensible, I will slowly help her select suitable candidates for establishing diplomatic relations, regardless of gender. If only she could understand. Zhu Nian's wife smiled sweetly, which was very beautiful. "Thank you, husband." Seeing her husband's stress-like reaction, Zhu Nian's wife also began to understand a little. My husband has traditional ideas and cannot accept my close relationship with a homosexual. From now on, if I keep a little distance from Huang Shui, my husband probably won't be jealous anymore. But the next second. Bell. Caller ID, my good friend Huang Shui. Zhuangyi was furious and was ready to hang up the phone. However, Zhu Nian's wife answered the call faster and turned on the speaker. "Hey, baby." Huang Shui's voice was somewhat anxious, but before she finished speaking, Zhu Nian's wife interrupted her immediately. "Huang Shui, I'm having dinner with my husband now, so don't call me yet. We can talk about work tomorrow. By the way, from now on, call me wife and baby, my stingy husband will get jealous again." After saying that, Zhu Nian's wife hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to reply. Turning her head, she said to Zhuangyi coquettishly, "Hubby, let's eat." The whole family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhuangyi showed a sour smile, although he didn't want his wife to have contact with Huang Shui tomorrow. But if the wife can always keep her distance, even if she stays out all night with a male client, I won't be suspicious. The most important thing between a couple is trust and respect, not lies, distrust, or a third party. Zhuang Yiming was clear. He didn't know if he could forgive his wife. He just hoped that time would make everything go away. Zhu Nian's wife was a little depressed and didn't like hearing such sentences in front of her parents. But think about it, I have already compromised so much, so what's the harm in taking another step back to win back my husband? Zhu Jiangwo quickly tried to smooth things over. Son, let's not talk about this tonight. You should eat this meal happily tonight, and then get drunk with dad. Zhuangyi nodded, then scooped soup and picked up some dishes for his father-in-law and wife. I thought the farce was over, but a minute later. Bell. Caller ID, my younger brother Zhu Yangyang. Zhuangyi was immediately annoyed and clenched his fingers into fists, making a creaking sound. Zhu Jiangwo was even more furious than him. He stood up and shouted, "Asshole. The Huang family's children are too ignorant of etiquette. Nianqi's father, please speak less so no one can hear you." Wang Xiumei consoled him. Zhu Nian's wife picked up her phone and looked at it. Dad, it's not Huang Shui, it's our brother Zhu Yangyang. When he heard that it was not Huang Shui, Zhuangyi loosened his fist slightly. Zhu Jiangwo also said, "Xiaoyang? How could such a coincidence happen?" Junyan's wife placed the mobile phone in front of Zhuangyi and raised her eyebrows at him proudly. It seems to be saying, if you have the ability, help me hang up. Zhuangyi said coldly, he keeps calling me sister-in-law, almost wife, how can I not let you answer? Junyan's wife stretched out a white index finger and gently placed it on Zhuangyi's lips. Don't be jealous. He is my biological brother. We are blood thicker than water. We can never be together. Zhuangyi was a little surprised, but he remained quiet. After all, they are siblings, we can't. Shaking his head, Zhuangyi felt that he was being a bit stingy. Junyan's wife answered the phone. Hello, Yang Yang, you're calling me so late at night, what's the matter? The next second, a puppy's crying and wailing sound came from the phone. Wow. Woo woo woo. Sister wife, come and save me. I'm injured and bleeding so much. In an instant, everyone in the family except Zhuangyi stood up. Xiaoyang is injured? Where are you now, Xiaoyang? No wonder the phone call came to my sister. Uncle Zhu Wenba and his wife are out today, leaving Xiaoyang alone at home. Xiaoyang, calm down. Aunt Wang is here too. Please explain clearly. The whole family was suddenly plunged into an extremely tense atmosphere. Zhuangyi didn't know what to say. He didn't know much about the Zhu family's affairs, so he chose to remain silent. Junyan's wife, who was originally smiling, turned pale and her voice softened. Yang Yang, tell me where you are. I'll be there right away. I'm at home, my sister-in-law. Come and save me, ah. It hurts so much. Zhu Yangyang's voice was filled with tears, and everyone felt even more nervous when they heard it. It goes without saying how much influence an 18-year-old boy has on a motherly wife. But Zhuangyi always felt a taste of green tea, which made his throat uncomfortable. At this moment, another woman's voice came from the phone. My dear wife, do you have time to come over? Zhu Yangyang's thighs and abdomen are covered in blood. Seeing him screaming in pain and asking to see you, my heart is broken. This one sentence made Zhuangyi tremble all over and his pupils suddenly shrink. Huang Shui. Chapter 26. We, from now on, are strangers. Huang Shui? Junyan's wife had never expected that this best friend would be at Zhu Yangyang's house. Didn't I just tell you not to call me baby? Okay, Mr. Zhu, please come and save your baby Yang Yang or not? There was a hint of blame in Huang Shui's tone. Just wait, I'll be there right away, go call 120. Junyan's wife didn't even think twice and hurriedly moved her chair away wanting to leave. Zhuangyi suddenly grabbed her arm, expressionless, and it was unclear what he was thinking. You are not allowed to go. Junyan's wife frowned, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Hubby, please stop being selfish, okay? Zhu Yangyang is my brother. He's injured. You can't just watch him die because Huang Shui is standing next to him, right? After hearing this, Zhuangyi's face turned cold. I am indeed selfish, I am not allowed to go. Mother-in-law Wang Xiumei slammed the table and stood up. Giveaway man. Zhu Yangyang is the male of our Zhu family. You little bastard, do you want our Zhu family to be extinct? Shut up. I've told you many times that Zhuangyi is the pillar of the company. Zhu Jiangwo twitched his mouth and defended Zhuangyi in a tough tone. Zhuangyi said nothing. He was not stupid. He could tell that Huang Shui was provoking him. Huang Shui wants Junyan's wife to choose between Zhuangyi and Huang Shui. If not for this, she could have just shut up and let Zhu Yangyang coax Junyanchi over first. If you want to say that Zhuangyi is selfish, then he is selfish. The essence of love is selfishness. Zhuangyi just wants to possess Junyan as wife. He wouldn't share it with any damn gays, any damn men. Zhu Yangyang burst into tears, extremely sad. Sister-in-law, please come quickly, I can't stand the pain. Junyan's wife was so distressed that she threw her husband's hand away in anger. Okay. I'll go now. Be good and don't move. Listen to Sister Huang Shui and let her take care of you first. As she spoke, she quickened her pace and left the restaurant. Junyan's wife. Zhuangyi said in a cold tone, choking with sobs. Junyan's wife was stopped in her tracks by the voice. She bit her lip and turned her head away in annoyance. I saw asphalt like black mist floating in Zhuangyi's eyes. They were a pair of suffocating black eyes without a trace of light. There was no sadness, no anger, not even a hint of unwillingness in his eyes, only a darkness that was so empty that it was despairing. In my eyes, Dad will always be my biological father, so I will never go back on my promise to him. But As long as you go, I swear to God that no matter how you try to win me back, I will never set foot in the Zhu family again in this month. You and I will say goodbye forever and disappear in each other's world. I have never seen Zhu Nian's wife, and you have never seen me. We are strangers. He spoke these words in a calm tone, as if he was discussing family matters, but every word was like a knife, piercing deeply into everyone's heart. In fact, when a husband needs to swear such a poisonous oath to win back his lover, he lost completely. Zhu Jiangwo was stunned. He had never seen Zhuang Yi's face so calm and cold. This was the final test of the couple's relationship. Zhu Nian's wife. Get back here. Zhu Yangyang, I'll take care of it for you. I'll contact a private doctor right now. You stay here and eat. The father-in-law underestimated Zhuang Yi's determination. This son-in-law really regarded Huang Shui as the person who stole his wife and his mortal enemy. If I, as a father, don't do something, I might lose all the Huang family connections and my own son-in-law. Nianqi's father, why are you, an old man, meddling in other people's affairs? Wang Xiaomei said dissatisfiedly and glared at Zhuang Yi fiercely. The mother-in-law has always disliked the little orphan Zhuang Yi, and now she wants to interfere with the Zhu family's efforts to save the male heir. Is this fair? Shut up. Zhu Jiangwo walked over, grabbed Zhu Nian's wife's wrist, and tried to pull it back by force. On the phone, Zhu Yangyang's voice came out throwing a tantrum. I don't want it. I want to see my wife's sister. I won't feel at ease if I don't see my wife's sister, woo-woo. Then, he added, bad uncle, you don't like Yang Yang. You just didn't let my wife's sister come. You were mean to me. You don't feel sorry for Yang Yang anymore, woo-woo. Zhu Jiangwo felt annoyed, and then he remembered that Zhu Yangyang was his brother's biological son, so he said urgently. No, Xiaoyang, uncle has something to do at home that needs my wife to do, can you please be obedient? It's not that the father-in-law doesn't love his nephew, but even a pig could hear the firmness in Zhuang Yi's tone. The waste of time caused Zhu Nian's wife to become more and more impatient. She said angrily. That's enough, Dad. Zhu Yangyang is only 18 years old. He is just a child and needs someone to take care of him and love him. Husband, giving up a wounded person because of a woman is hopeless. I'll take Yang Yang to the ambulance and come back immediately. Don't be stupid when faced with a major issue. Zhu Nian's wife tried her best to suppress her emotions. She hung up the phone and walked quickly out the door. Zhuang Yi looked at her back as she turned and left, his face expressionless but with mixed feelings in his heart. He knew that his wife's choice at this moment would completely change both of their lives. After his wife completely disappeared from the Zhu family villa, Zhuang Yi exhaled a breath and said calmly, Dad, eat first. If you don't eat now, the food will get cold. Zhu Jiangwo was extremely embarrassed and sat back next to Zhuang Yi. That's more like it. Don't forget, it's our Zhu family who supported you and that's why you are where you are today. Wang Xiaomei sat back and rolled her eyes. Don't say anything, old woman. Zhu Jiangwo patted Zhuang Yi on the back. Son, Zhu Yangyang has always liked to cling to his wife since he was a child. There is really no need to be jealous. Dad, don't be jealous, let's eat. Zhuang Yi's face was calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. Xiao Zhuang is so good. Sister will come to accompany you and peel shrimp for you, too? Zhuaiqing changed her seat and sat in the place originally occupied by Zhu Nian's wife. She had no say in marital affairs, so she had to liven up the atmosphere again. Zhuang Yi glanced at her and ignored her. Hey! Huang Shui, this stupid woman, has nothing to do after having a full meal. Why did she go to Xiaoyang's house? Suddenly, Zhu Jiangwo said something inexplicably. Dad, don't be angry. If you get angry and make yourself sick, who will I find to drink with? Zhuang Yi acted as if nothing had happened and comforted his father-in-law instead. Zhuang Yi doesn't care about other people, but he must part ways in peace with his father-in-law so that they can meet again in the future. Chapter 27, He never changes his bad habits. He only remembers eating but not being beaten. Zhu Nian's wife came to the compound, opened the door of the Rolls-Royce, got in and set off immediately. Zhu Yangyang's villa was not far from her home, so she reached her destination in half an hour. Without even having time to pick up the car keys, Zhu Nian's wife ran into the villa and knocked on the door several times. Yang Yan. My sister is here. Why are you still locking the door? After knocking for about a minute, the door slowly opened, and the magnificent interior came into view. Next, there were countless guests in gorgeous gowns standing at the gate. Bang bang bang. Dozens of cannons fired at the same time, and countless ribbons fluttered. A few small pieces of colorful confetti fell lightly on Zhu Nian's wife's head. Zhu Nian's wife stood at the door in a daze, feeling a mixture of surprise and uneasiness. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Zhu Yangyang slip out from the crowd and hold Zhu Nian's wife's snow-white hand. "Sister wife, today is my birthday." Zhu Yangyang smiled innocently, and he didn't look like a wounded person at all. Not to mention any wounds on his body, not even a single piece of skin was broken. "Birthday?" Zhu Nian's wife reacted immediately and prepared to leave. "Yang Yang, don't make such jokes next time. You made your sister worry about you for nothing." Zhu Yangyang quickly held Zhu Nian's wife's hand tightly and did not let her let go. "Wait a minute, sister-in-law, don't leave. Okay, Yang Yang, be good. I'll celebrate your birthday with you next year, okay?" Zhu Nian's wife was not angry with the child, but she was a little depressed and wanted to leave here quickly. Zhu Yangyang is a little sissy, how can he persuade Zhu Nian's wife, so he just speaks out the truth. "Wait a minute, sister wife. You are the heroine today." Zhu Nian's wife paused, her eyes wandered, and she turned back to look at Zhu Yangyang. At today's party, she was actually considered one of the protagonists? Zhu Yangyang blinked her star-like eyes, conveying a deep warmth. "Yang Yang, what does heroine mean?" For a moment, Zhu Nian's wife was confused. Zhu Yangyang's innocent smile seems to carry magic. He snapped his fingers and everyone made way for the room. At the end of the road is a gorgeous stage, on which hang 6,570 photos of Zhu Nian's wife and Zhu Yangyang. 18 years old, one per day, exactly this number. This scene made Zhu Nian's wife blush. She suddenly lost the ability to think, and felt the unhappiness and depression in her heart disappear. Zhu Yangyang struck while the iron was hot and said affectionately, "Sister wife, I am the hero tonight, and you are the heroine who grew up with me. In my limited memory, you have always taken great care of me. Today is my birthday. I have been waiting for this day for 18 years, so..." After saying all these words, Zhu Yangyang originally wanted to kiss Zhu Nian's wife and then give her a red rose. But suddenly he changed his mind and realized that he had a more interesting idea. He took out a rose from behind, put it in his mouth, and knelt on one knee as if confessing his love to his lover, saying with deep emotion, "Sister wife, please celebrate my birthday with me and blow out the candles with me." Zhu Nian's wife's heart melted instantly, she completely forgot about the family dinner, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She knew that Zhu Yangyang was fond of her, but she didn't expect that she would hold such a grand birthday party. "Silly boy, you're treating a birthday party like a wedding. Hurry up and get your knees dirty." Zhu Nian's wife's voice was filled with emotion, and she couldn't help but touch Zhu Yangyang's hair, feeling overwhelmed with emotion. "It is indeed my responsibility to participate in this important moment for my brother." When Zhuang Yi was 18 years old, his wife Zhu Nian took away his virginity. When Yang Yang was 18 years old, his wife Zhu Nian showed him infinite tenderness. Zhu Yangyang scratched his head innocently. "Yang Yang, don't be afraid, just throw away the clothes if they get dirty." Zhu Nian's wife smiled dotingly and helped Zhu Yangyang up. Suddenly, she remembered something important. No birthday presents. At this moment, Huang Shui came out with applause, holding a beautifully packaged gift box and placed it in her hands. "Don't worry, my dear wife, I know what you are thinking. I bought 2 gifts and prepared them for you." Zhu Nian's wife was confused for a moment, then took the gift box in a daze and said gratefully, "Thank you, Shui." All around, there were constant sounds of photographs being taken, and in the villa, there were constant cheers from the guests. With such reluctance, Zhu Nian's wife walked into the villa with peace of mind and attended the birthday party. What she didn't know was that a pinhole camera had been secretly placed in one of the guests brought by Huang Shui. Bamboo Villa, Courtyard. 2 o'clock in the morning. Zhuang Yi was no different from usual. He got drunk with Zhu Jiangwo and then fell asleep in the courtyard. No need to worry about catching a cold the next day. Zweiking brought 2 large quilts and covered Zhuang Yi and Zhu Jiangwo with them. She noticed that a faint smile appeared on Zhuang Yi's lips when he was sleeping. Very handsome and charming. Zweiking looked at his profile, stunned for a long time before returning to the villa. Sitting on the sofa, scrolling through my phone out of boredom. Xiao Zhuang was drinking happily with his father. It seems that he didn't take Zhu Nian's wife's behavior seriously. Luckily he was drunk. If he had known that his wife hadn't come home yet. Why? Zweiking shook his head, feeling helpless. In fact, she didn't know that behind Zhuang Yi's smile was countless pains and struggles, which turned into a complete relief. To be precise, he saw through his wife. He is the kind of person who only remembers eating and not being beaten. Belated affection is cheaper than grass, and a cheating woman does not deserve to be forgiven. Because even if I forgive her, she is still an unfaithful woman. The next day, morning. The sunlight shines through the courtyard of the Zhu family villa and falls on Zhuang Yi's face. After a while, he woke up in a daze, with a splitting headache, and kept rubbing his temples. Hiss, I drank too much again. Beside him, Zhu Jiangwo was snoring loudly, his face was ruddy and a smile was hanging on the corner of his mouth. Got drunk. Zhuang Yi stood up and walked to his side, saying softly, Dad, I'm going to make some hangover soup, you should get up soon. Zhu Jiangwo nodded drunkenly, then turned over and continued to sleep, with no intention of waking up. At 9 o'clock in the morning, after drinking the sobering soup, their complexion improved slightly. Zhuang Yi still had to deal with the company's decoration matters, so he said goodbye to Zhu Jiangwo and was about to leave home. Upon hearing that her son-in-law was leaving, Zhu Nian's wife did not return home that night and had no news from him. Zhu Jiangwo couldn't help feeling angry and embarrassed. He called Wang Xiumei and Zhuaiqing to see Zhuang Yi off together. The two of them walked out of the Zhu family villa, chatting and laughing, and stepped onto a flat road. Okay, Dad, we're done here. No need to send us any further. Okay, come to my place more often when you have time and reminisce with me. Just as they were saying goodbye, a Rolls-Royce slowly drove up and stopped in front of them. A maid came down from the driver's seat, bowed to Zhuang Yi and others, took out a folding bike from the trunk, and ran away in shame. Zhu Jiangwo and the other two were immediately shocked, only Zhuang Yi looked at the passenger seat expressionlessly. As expected, the passenger door slowly opened, and a stunning beauty came out staggeringly, burping, with her cheeks flushed and looking particularly charming. She walked out with a pair of beautiful feet in high heels, drunk and drowsy. She is Zhu Nian's wife. The four of them were silent, and only heard her drunken words. Cheers! He he. Huang Shui, don't touch me. My husband is very stingy. If he finds out, he will be jealous again. Chapter 28 We Have No Future. This chapter has been revised. Thank you for your hard work in reviewing it. Please be gentle. Zhu Nian's wife, didn't she go to take care of Zhu Yangyang? How did she drink so much that she passed out? Zhu Jiangwo and Zhuaiqing's faces turned green, only Wang Xiumei showed a charitable smile after being surprised. My dear wife, you came at the right time. Zhuang Yi is about to leave. Let's see him off together. Wang Xiumei's face was full of smiles, and she didn't care about her daughter's drunkenness. Zhu Nian's wife was drunk and walked unsteadily and slowly, barely able to balance herself. As if it was a subconscious action, she walked towards Zhuang Yi in a daze. Honey, where are you going? Can I drive you there? As Zhu Nian's wife was speaking, she hadn't taken a few steps when her feet became unstable, her left foot tripped over her right foot and she fell forward. Zhuang Yi remained calm and watched her fall to the ground. Just when she was about to fall, Wang Xiumei immediately stretched out her arms and narrowly caught Zhu Nian's arms. Mr. Zhuang. As the husband of Zhu Nian's wife, did you just watch her fall? If I hadn't been quick, she would have fallen. Wang Xiumei's face was full of tension. She scolded Zhuang Yi anxiously, with a mother's unique concern in her eyes. Zhu Nian's wife, who was drunk like a dead pig, snuggled in Wang Xiumei's arms. After seeing Zhuang Yi's face clearly, she smiled drowsily. He, thank you husband for helping me. Zhuang Yi glared at her sinisterly, then turned and left without any hesitation. Zhu Jiangwo saw that his son-in-law was not angry, and his face did not look happy, but even more gloomy. I thought Zhuang Yi would be furious when he saw his wife drunk. But unexpectedly, he had no expression at all, as if his wife in front of him was a stranger. Zhu Jiangwo knew that this was not a good sign. Zhuang. Is this how you act as a son-in-law? Your wife is so drunk, and you leave without even looking at her. Hurry up and help her into the house. Wang Xiumei screamed at a high pitch, her voice rising by several decibels as she glared at Zhuang Yi's back. Shut up. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Zhu Jiangwo was already quite dissatisfied. His son-in-law was obviously not in a good condition, and his mother was still adding fuel to the fire. On the side, Zhuaiqing also hurried over and covered Wang Xiumei's mouth. Wang Xiumei looked as if she had been wronged. She did not dare to get angry with Zhu Jiangwo and her daughters. She could only blame Zhuang Yi in her heart out of anger and shame. Zhuang Yi acted as if he didn't hear anything and walked away with steady steps. Zhu Nian's wife looked at her husband about to leave and raised her neck in a trance. Husband, where are you going? Go and kill your beloved Huang Shui and Zhu Yangyang. Zhuang Yi replied in a flat tone. When Zhu Jiangwo heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. He knew it was a joke, or at least a joke for the time being. After all, Zhuang Yi does not have the foundation to compete with the Zhu family and the Huang family. But in front of the Zhu family, he said he wanted to kill all the male members of the Zhu family. This is getting serious. I really want to sever my relationship with the Zhu family. We are like strangers. Zhuaiqing was dumbfounded, and Wang Xiumei was furious, slapping the hand covering her mouth away. Well, how dare you, a beast who wanted to poison the men of the Zhu family, say such outrageous words? Wang Xiumei. Shut up! Zhu Jiangwo roared, which directly shocked Wang Xiumei. The more he thought about it, the more guilty he felt. He slowly stretched out his right hand and slapped himself in the face with all his strength. Bang! The force was so strong that even Zhuang Yi heard the sound and stopped in his tracks. Son! Dad! Dad made a mistake last night. Dad failed to keep his wife Nian last night. Don't be a stranger to me. Don't refuse to go back to the Zhu family. Zhuang Yi frowned with distress and turned around. Dad, I was just joking. Don't hit yourself. If you hurt yourself, who will drink with me? He made it an understatement. But, are you really kidding? Okay, Dad won't beat himself. Dad will find a way to compensate you. Money, connections, social status, etc., I can give you whatever you want. Zhu Jiangwo swallowed, and Zhuang Yi's words last night flashed through his mind. Zhuang Yi and Zhu Nian's wife are about to disappear in each other's world. Damn me. He is old and useless, and as the head of the family, he made the wrong decision. As for Zhu Yangyang, even if it would ruin his reputation, he should intervene forcefully and tie Zhu Nian's wife up at home. This would be the correct choice. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Nian's wife's determination to save Zhu Yangyang shows that she knows how to distinguish between the important and the unimportant and right and wrong. But now the marriage is about to break up, and Zhu Nian's wife's behavior will definitely be understood as the wife disregarding her husband's feelings and sacrificing herself to run to Zhu Yangyang. This is courting death. If it were just this, it would be fine. The key point now is, Zhu Nian's wife didn't seem to be out to save anyone. Instead, she seemed to have been fooling around all night and came home drunk. The first impression given to people is that he apologizes sincerely but refuses to repent. Remember to eat, not to be beaten. Seeing Zhu Jiangwo lowering his arms unwillingly, Zhuang Yi's pale expression eased a little. At this time, Zhu Nian's drunken wife saw that her husband was about to leave, so she pushed Wang Xiumei away and staggered towards Zhuang Yi. Hubby, you're jealous again and talking nonsense. Huang Shui and Zhu Yangyang are so good to me, how can you have any ulterior motives towards them? Zhuang Yi said indifferently, they are good, you can marry them. When Wang Xiumei heard this sarcasm, she couldn't help but wanted to curse, but was held down by Zhuaiqing. Husband, don't talk nonsense. How could your wife marry someone else if she loves you so much? Zhu Nian's wife walked over with a smile and threw herself into Zhuang Yi's arms. Really? Zhuang Yi pinched her collar with his left hand and said lightly, Dad, sister, mother-in-law, you go first. Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Yeqing looked at each other in astonishment. They already knew what Zhuang Yi was going to do, and they understood what he meant and took Wang Xiumei home. Zhu Nian's wife was staggering due to being pulled, and she was still drunk and didn't realize her embarrassing situation. Bang! Zhuang Yi slapped him. Zhu Nian's wife felt pain, and her eyes became clearer, but she was still drunk and didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. My husband hit me? That's not right, how could my husband hit me? She spoke in a soft tone, with a look of disapproval on her face. Bang! Zhuang Yi slapped him again. Zhu Nian's wife's face turned red on both sides, and the drunkenness gradually dissipated. She finally regained consciousness and her face turned pale all of a sudden. Husband? Zhuang Yi said calmly, are you sober? Do you want another slap? Old husband, I just want to save Yang Yang, please listen to my explanation. Zhu Nian's wife hesitated, wanting to say something anxiously. Zhuang Yi still had that cold expression, I didn't even ask, what are you explaining? Upon hearing this, Zhu Nian's wife's face turned pale as paper. She quickly hugged Zhuang Yi's waist and said pleadingly, Hubby, things are not what you think. I drank the wine because Huang Shui half pushed me. I will. Before she could finish, Zhuang Yi interrupted coldly. We have no future. Chapter 29, Complete Breakup, Don't call me husband from now on. We have no future. After saying this, Zhuangyi loosened Junyan's wife's collar and pushed her away. Although Junyan's wife's mind was clear, her body was still affected by the alcohol and she couldn't stand and fell to the ground. She kept shaking her head, her face looking extremely ugly. Husband, don't leave. I won't let you go. I beg you to listen to my explanation. I really didn't mean it. I just got carried away by the atmosphere and drank too much. Zhuangyi looked at his fallen wife calmly, his expression not changing at all. I didn't ask you, but you just told me everything. So, you admitted that after saving Zhu Yangyang, you would rather not go home for the banquet and hang out with Huang Shui outside, right? In the past, even if Junyan's wife only had a broken finger, Zhuangyi would have gone to great lengths to persuade her to rest at home while he went to the company to take over. And now, Zhuangyi was as cold as ice and extremely ruthless, which made Junyan's wife tremble all over. She couldn't see clearly who the man in front of her was. Hubby, I didn't mean it. I really know I was wrong and I will correct it. Please forgive me this time. Junyan's wife sat on the ground in frustration, a crystal-clear tear slowly sliding down from the corner of her eye. Zhuangyi looked down at her with a cold expression. There is no chance anymore. Ever since you and Huang Shui got entangled, I have given you countless chances, but you never cherished them. I've been open about my divorce several times, and you've hired people everywhere to coerce me. First it was your cronies, then Bamboo Leaf Green, and now you've even moved on to your dad. You know that my father and I have a bond that is stronger than blood. Asking him to come out is destroying our relationship. I felt bad for my dad and couldn't refuse. My dad felt bad for me and promised solemnly that he would only give me 1 month to correct my mistakes. And then? What a promise! But he broke it in one night. In order to pursue excitement, he went out to fool around with Huang Shui again. The most important thing between a couple is trust and respect, not lies, distrust, or a third party. Last night you said you would be back in half an hour, but you spent the whole night looking for other girls. You were a lie. I told you that if I left home, there would be no chance of marriage, but you didn't take it seriously at all and didn't trust what I said at all. As for the third party, there's a guy without a penis in the open, and who knows what else is going on in secret. You're damn awesome for making so many mistakes in one night. Zhuangyi said this, sneered, and applauded his wife. Snap. 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 Junyan's wife listened to every word, and tears flowed from her eyes drop by drop, and she couldn't stop. It turns out that I have made so many mistakes without realizing it. The applause at last night's birthday party was as pleasant as the applause at this moment. Hubby, I really didn't mean it. I promise you that I will break off my relationship with Huang Shui and will never have any contact with her again. Please don't leave me. Junyan's wife unhurriedly crawled to Zhuangyi like a dog and hugged his thighs tightly. Her hands and feet became weak and she could no longer stand. Please trust me one last time. Zhuangyi's dark eyes were extremely deep, without a trace of pity, and he said sarcastically. There is no trust between us anymore. You are nothing but lies in my eyes. Maybe, even saving your brother is a lie. You just want to go out and have fun. This sentence frightened Junyan's wife so much that her whole face was twitching with fear. If that matter were discovered, I couldn't imagine what my husband would do. Thinking of this, Junyan's wife was extremely scared. She kept shaking Zhuangyi's thighs. I didn't. Absolutely not. I definitely took Zhu Yangyang to the hospital last night. He was seriously injured. It was Huang Shui who deceived me. She tricked me into drinking. I didn't take the initiative. I just made a small mistake. At this moment, the more Zhuangyi listened to these words, the more nauseous he felt. Don't be so hypocritical, Junyan's wife, be decent. You stay out all night, flirting with other women and having fun outside, but I left home with nothing and gave you all the assets I earned over the years. You didn't suffer any loss. Besides, you've had sex with a lot of people besides me, right? Including Huang Shui. This line was originally meant to be a good one, but Xinhai got stuck and changed it to shit. Zhuangyi's voice revealed an indescribable depression, which pierced Junyan's wife's heart. In an instant, Junyan's world collapsed. The husband who once took great care of her and trusted her so much actually slandered her innocence in this way. She wanted to refute her husband and insult him, but she couldn't do it anymore. She had told too many lies and her husband no longer believed a word she said. She could only cover her ears in despair and shake her head frantically. I didn't. I didn't. I didn't. I only love you. I have never had sex with anyone else. Zhuang Yi did not pity her, but just sighed. People are rotten and stubborn, and they get emotional when they lie, just like you now. These words almost drove Junyan's wife, who was already in despair, crazy. She covered her ears tightly, not wanting to hear these vicious voices again. Ah! Stop it, husband. I beg you to stop it. Junyan's wife buried her head and kept pulling her hair, her nails digging deep into her scalp. She cried heartbreakingly and was extremely terrified. I really didn't do it. I'm really innocent. Husband, please believe me. I really didn't do that kind of thing. No matter how brave I am, I dare not bring shame to the Zhu family. I really only love you. Seeing his wife in such a state of panic, Zhuang Yi remained calm. Don't call me husband from now on. No, don't call me that from now on. You and I are strangers from now on. Boom! These words were like a bolt of thunder, violently striking Junyan's wife. The same, strange, road. Zhu Nianqi's arms slowly fell down. She collapsed to the extreme. Her desperate heart seemed to be torn into pieces. She stood there in a daze, her brain frozen on the spot. The two of them fell into dead silence. Zhuang Yi lit a cigarette, and the ash fell and touched Junyan's wife's scalp. Unable to contain himself, Zhu Jiangwo walked out of the villa with a gloomy face and silently picked up Zhu Nianqi. Son, the Shu family will compensate you in the future, but don't go too far with some of the things you say. I treat you as my own son, but Zhu Nianqi is my daughter. I feel bad when I hear you quarreling. Dad, I'll be more careful next time. Zhuang Yi waved his hand and walked away. Chapter 30, We have dug such a big mine, we need to destroy it. Looking at Zhuang Yi's departing back, Zhu Jiangwo couldn't help but shook his head and carried his daughter back home. When he came to the living room, he put Zhu Nian's wife on the sofa and sat next to her. Zhu Nian's wife leaned dejectedly in Zhu Jiangwo's arms, stiff and motionless. Her heart was bleeding and her beautiful face was stained with tears. Zhu Jiangwo originally wanted to scold her, but when he saw Zhu Nianqi's wife's expression, his heart softened and he couldn't bring himself to say anything. He stroked his daughter's hair gently and sighed with heartache. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, Zhu Nian's wife's phone rang. She picked it up and looked at it in confusion. Huang Shui. Grievance, despair, anger, all the emotions burst out at once. She pressed the answer button and without giving the other party any chance to speak, she started cursing. Huang Shui. Get out of here. Take back your funds and get out of my world. Never contact me again. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Then he tremblingly blocked Huang Shui's number in WeChat. Because of you. My husband doesn't want me anymore. He really doesn't want me anymore. Zhu Nian's wife was deleting the messages while tears were streaming down her face. Not long ago, she vowed that Zhuang Yi would not damage the relationship between her and Huang Shui. At this moment, after truly losing Zhuang Yi, he chose to block and delete him without hesitation. Zhu Jiangwo saw it, kept it in mind, and gently stroked her hair. Once you have done something, you must be brave enough to take responsibility for it. Tell Dad why you didn't go home after rescuing Xiaoyang last night, but stayed out all night. Zhu Jiangwo was very angry, but he tried to soften his tone for fear of upsetting his daughter. Zhu Nian's wife trembled slightly and raised her head, tears still welling up in her eyes. Dad, Zhu Yangyang wasn't sick last night. It was his birthday, so he found an excuse to trick me in and then gave me a surprise. She told her father everything that happened last night, wanting to vent her emotions but also wanting her father to take action again and save Zhuang Yi. Just give her one more chance, the last chance. She will definitely cherish it and will never make the same mistake again. By the end of his speech, Zhu Jiangwo's brows were furrowed together, and he was extremely disappointed with his stupid daughter. Nonsense. Xiaoyang's birthday is not as important as Xiaozhuang's. Zhu Nian's wife. You made a mistake. You made a big mistake. Zhu Jiangwo, who really lived in Bengbu, pushed his stupid daughter into his arms, causing her to fall off the sofa. This matter could be a big deal or a small one. If Zhu Nian's wife had confessed to Zhuang Yi in time, then even if Zhuang Yi was angry, he would not have said such cruel words. But the current situation has turned into a farce of lying and staying out all night, and it has also buried a cancer. Once Zhuang Yi learned the truth, Zhu Nian's wife did not go to save Zhu Yangyang, but secretly hid it from her husband and went to celebrate her brother's birthday. Then Zhu Yangyang would undoubtedly be labeled as the man who stole his wife and the mortal enemy. By then, the Xu family will surely stir up a bloody storm. As a father-in-law, how should he choose between his blood relatives in the Zhu family and his son? Dad. Even you bully me. Zhu Nian's wife rubbed her forehead and got up from the ground. She was already heartbroken, and now she felt so embarrassed that she wanted to die. Xu Jiangwo snorted coldly and complained in his heart, "We dug such a big mine, we deserve to detonate it." How did this stupid daughter, who had such a low emotional IQ, make the company bigger and stronger? Was the entire company supported by Zhuang Yi alone? Since we were celebrating Zhu Yangyang's birthday last night, why didn't you tell Zhuang Yi in advance? Xu Jiangwo asked again. Zhu Nian's wife lowered her head in despair. I don't dare. My husband is already very angry about Huang Shui, and now Zhu Yangyang is involved. My husband had a conflict with Zhu Yangyang before, and I almost beat him up. If my husband knew that I stayed overnight at Zhu Yangyang's house, he would definitely leave me. Besides, I was extremely drunk this morning. I wanted to stay at Zhu Yangyang's house for 2 days to avoid the spotlight and pretend that I was still in the hospital. Who knew I would be sent back for no apparent reason? When I sobered up, I saw my husband's cold face. At banquets held by large families, people would be hired to send drunk guests home. Zhu Nian's wife must have been mistaken for one of them and was sent back. But what a coincidence, I met Zhuang Yi. Thinking of this, Zhu Jiangwo shook his head helplessly, suspecting that someone was deliberately framing the Zhu family. Dad, can you please coax your husband back? He listens to you the most. Zhu Nian's wife was extremely sad and shook Zhu Jiangwo's thighs with her hands weakly, as if begging. Zhu Jiangwo looked at her pitiful appearance, and even though he was extremely disappointed, he couldn't bear to do it. No matter how dumb a daughter is, she is still a daughter after all. As a father, he should reasonably provide a solution. Zhu Nian's wife, listen carefully. Love cannot be restored by waiting. If you want to restore it, don't act like that. And don't even think that Zhuang Yi, the victim, will apologize to you. Xiao Zhuang is a man who keeps his promises. You still have 1 month to find out where he lives and then shamelessly move there. If he can't get over you, you just keep on getting entangled with him, trick him into bed and conquer him. If he forces you to leave, you can rent a house next door to him, use your connections to make a master key, sneak into his house every day, and then trick him into bed and conquer him. Remember, you need to serve Xiaozhuan comfortably, not let him serve you, and you must not take any safety measures. Given your current relationship, your marriage cannot be saved without a drastic measure, and that drastic measure is getting pregnant. Xiao Zhuang is not a scumbag. He will make his own flesh and blood live happily. If you are willing to put aside your career ambitions and bear a child for him, he will naturally be touched. But you must remember, you can't threaten him with the baby. Not even if it means divorce. Do you understand? Zhu Jiangwo emphasized the last sentence particularly strongly. This was to prevent his daughter from doing anything stupid and to give her a shot of prevention. After thinking it over, he still felt that it was not appropriate. To prevent innocent people from being harmed, he added. Chasing a husband is a troublesome matter. Don't tell Xiaozhuan that I taught you that. If Xiaozhuan wants to break off relations with me, I will not acknowledge you as my daughter. I will kick you out of the house immediately. Did you hear me clearly? After Zhu Jiangwo said this in a stern voice, he tapped Zhu Nianqi's forehead, hoping that she would remember everything. Hearing the words baby, conquer, etc., Zhu Nian's wife's eyes, which were originally filled with despair, suddenly brightened up. Yes. As long as you are married and live with your husband, it is not considered trespassing, and sleeping in the same bed with your husband is not against the law. Even if the law enforcement officers came, who would dare to arrest or imprison Dingyang Zhu family? Zhu Nian's wife also wanted a baby before, but she always felt that she was still young and should focus on her career first, so she neglected it over time. Now, when Xu Nian's wife thought about having a baby to constrain the marriage, bind her husband, and save the relationship between them, her heart was filled with excitement, as if she saw the dawn of hope. I understand, Dad. I know what to do. Chapter 31 The First Client, Xiao Jiuli. In order to pass the review, more than 400 words were deleted from this chapter, so the content may not be connected. I am really sorry for everyone. The reviewers have worked hard, so please be gentle. Zoyanjiang's family. Bedroom, bed. Huang Shui bit her lip in anger when she saw that her cell phone number and WeChat were blocked. Why are you pretending to be innocent? You've been flirting with me for so long and have taken so many of my resources. Now you want to sever ties with me just like that? There's no way it can be that easy. In Huang Shui's eyes, Zhu Yan's wife should have been her meal. After all, this woman has a very low psychological bottom line, and she can even drug her husband under coercion and inducement. No one expected that the situation that seemed almost certain to succeed would suddenly change. Damn it! Xu Yan's wife, she always feels safe and secure because she is loved. Yijia Decoration Company. After leaving the Zhu family villa, Zhuang Yi couldn't calm down for a long time. But in order not to hinder the company's decoration progress, he still communicated with the plasterer on site while smoking. He only had 200,000 yuan in cash on him, so the budget for decoration was quite low, with the upper limit being 120,000 yuan. Zhuang Yi was busy walking back and forth until 11 o'clock in the morning before he had time to rest. He was not working hard, but was working on multiple processes, handling various trivial matters on his mobile phone. In any industry, customer source is the top priority. Although the company has not yet been renovated, Zhuang Yi needs to sign orders as soon as possible to support himself and sister Baiyun. So the question is, who is most likely to be the first batch of leaks at the beginning of a business? Unlucky friends around you. This is also the reason why Zhuang Yi has been warming up on various platforms and WeChat moments from the very beginning. Taking advantage of the break, Zhuang Yi took out a fake contract, took a photo with his mobile phone, and then blurred the image. Then, post it to Moments and attach a message. The company has first order, thanks to the beautiful sister for her support. The purpose of doing this is self-evident, which is to confirm the establishment of one's new company, attract attention, attract a group of potential customers, and pave the way for future business. In less than half an hour, the number of likes on the Moments exceeded 100, and the comments below were even more diverse. Immediately afterwards, a small red dot suddenly appeared on the chat interface. It was a message from Xiao Jiuli. I clicked it and took a look. Xiao Jiuli, are you in the decoration industry? Zhuang Yi just said and ignored her. Less than a minute after replying, Xiao Jiuli called me via video. Zhuang Yi frowned immediately. If it was an ordinary cell phone call, Zhuang Yi would naturally not be disgusted. But I don't know you well, so there is no point in making a video call. But he still answered the call. What if it was someone who came to report his performance? Mr. Xiao, what's the matter? Zhuang Yi said calmly. In the video, Xiao Jiuli is sitting in the office, wearing a white shirt, with a straight waist and showing off her proud chest. The makeup was light but just right, making her beauty even more charming. Her delicate face was even more beautiful than Zhu Yan's wife. After positioning her phone and taking a sip of coffee, she said calmly, Brother Zhuang Yi, I'm here to give you some sales tips. Mr. Xiao, we're not close enough to have a video call, right? Next time if you have something to do, just contact us on WeChat. Zhuang Yi thought she was teasing him again, so he spoke bluntly. After hearing what Zhuang Yi said, Xiao Jiuli was not angry. Instead, she stared at him with a wicked smile. Don't you run a decoration company? I have a commercial apartment in Xingchen community that has not been renovated yet. It is 250 square meters. I will accompany my sister to look at the house and I will leave it to you when the time comes. As the president of the Xiao Group, Xiao Jiuli has countless private properties under his name, which he cannot live in all. Naturally, he has many commercial houses that have not been renovated yet. She had tried countless methods before, but was never able to seduce Zhuang Yi, a married man. Now that Zhuang Yi's marriage has broken down, a half-open door has opened. She seized the opportunity and took advantage of it, barely easing the relationship between them. Now that Zhuang Yi has founded his own company, he certainly cannot compromise on performance. Xiao Jiuli just didn't believe that Zhuang Yi would refuse to accept the real money placed in front of him. As long as Zhuang Yi takes it the first time, there will be countless times afterwards. As expected, when Zhuang Yi heard the word decoration, his original dissatisfaction faded away and turned into calmness. Boss Xiao, isn't the Xiao family mainly engaged in the real estate industry? There are so many high-end decoration companies under the family, why did they find a small and shabby company like mine that has just started? The Xiao Group is a leading enterprise in Dingyang City. It has many branch industries and a number of powerful decoration companies. The reason Zhuang Yi asked this was because he was afraid that she had bad intentions. Xiao Jiuli put her face close to the screen, smiled flatteringly, and said seductively. At first, I did plan to give it to my family, but after seeing my brother's circle of friends, I changed my mind. It's better to decorate for your brother who you have a one-night stand with than to decorate for those relatives you can't even name, don't you think? Little tiger on the bed? When Zhuang Yi heard this, his rationality instantly turned cold and his hormones made his mouth dry. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Jiuli retracted her head in satisfaction and leaned back in her office chair. That's it. Are you free at 4 p.m.? If you are, come over with your sister. Xingchen Community is not far from Dingyang University, and it only takes half an hour by taxi. Zhuang Yi took advantage of the afternoon to handle his affairs, so the trip was quite relaxing. However, Zhuang Yi is alone at the moment, without an assistant to help him, which is a bit disrespectful to the client, especially since this client is Xiao Jiuli from the Xiao family. After thinking for a while, he smiled professionally. Okay, Mr. Xiao, let's meet at Xingchen Community at 4 p.m. The world is big, but customers are the most important. Just agree to it first. Okay, brother. Sister will wait for you in the afternoon. Xiao Jiuli threw a wink and hung up the phone. Chapter 32 Su Bauer. This chapter has been revised. Thank you for your hard work in reviewing it. Please be gentle. Zhuang Yi put his cell phone back into his pocket, walked outside, and prepared to find a cheap restaurant to eat. When I came to the side of the road, I suddenly saw a familiar-looking female college student standing at the door of a store, looking inside. The female college student was wearing a blue and white high school uniform with the word Su Bauer embroidered on the collar. As soon as she saw Zhuang Yi coming out, she shyly took a few steps back. The oval face was a little pale, the lips were slightly blue, there were a few strands of hair that were not pinched away, and the pair of peach blossom eyes looked at the ground without confidence. Zhuang Yi looked at her for a few times and quickly recognized her as the student girl who had supported him when she was drunk before Su Bauer. After thinking about it, Zhuang Yi ignored her and left in a hurry. The company hasn't been renovated yet, and a well-behaved college student like her shouldn't steal anything. Please wait a moment. Suddenly, Su Bauer's soft and nervous voice came from behind. Zhuang Yi stopped, turned around, looked into her watery eyes, and said calmly, "What's the matter?" "Excuse me, are you the owner of this store?" "I am a senior in my senior year and I want to apply for an internship." The voice is pleasant enough, but there is a hint of inferiority in it that is a bit intriguing. Zhuang Yi sighed. He realized that his appearance in Chapter 9 was too decadent, which resulted in Su Bauer not being able to recognize him now. Su Bauer, right? He took out his cell phone and said in a familiar tone, "Let's have lunch together and do an interview." When Su Bauer heard the familiar tone, she slowly raised her head and widened her charming eyes, as if she was recalling something. The wind blew gently, blowing her hair away, and a feeling of excitement and gratitude surged on her delicate face. She gently pushed aside her hair, tilted her head, and smiled like midsummer. "Uncle, long time no see. 12 o'clock noon, Heji Beef Restaurant." Zhuang Yi casually ordered 2 plates of fried beefcakes, found 2 stools and sat down with Su Bauer. Su Bauer was so nervous that she didn't dare to speak and kept rubbing her fingers. Inferiority complex, shyness, and Zhuang Yi's extremely handsome face made Su Bauer feel at a loss. She glanced at Zhuang Yi secretly, her heart beating faster, and she was thinking secretly in her heart. I didn't expect that such a decadent guy before would become so handsome after a little dressing up. Compared with him, the campus hunk of Dingyang University is much inferior. Seeing that Su Bauer hadn't spoken yet, Zhuang Yi's impression of her changed a lot. Su Bauer, right? How old are you this year? Why are you in such a hurry to find a job? Boa is 24 years old this year. The reason why she wants to work is that she has no money to eat. Su Bauer didn't dare to look Zhuang Yi in the eye. She just kept her head down and spoke in a voice as thin as a mosquito. Suddenly, she recalled the 5,000 yuan that Zhuang Yi had forced upon her, and hurriedly took it out. "By the way, uncle, this is the money you gave Bauer before. Bauer can't take it from you, please take it back." Zhuang Yi glanced at the banknote out of the corner of his eye. He did not refuse or take it back, but continued the interview. "Are you from Dingyang City? Where do you live?" If Su Bauer was not a native of Dingyang City, but was just going to stay in Dingyang City for 4 years of college, Zhuang Yi would definitely not take her in. Su Bauer quietly raised her eyes to glance at Zhuang Yi, then quickly lowered her head, as if trying to overcome the embarrassment in her heart. "Bauer stays in Dingyang City, but Bauer is an orphan and has no home. She lived in the Starlight Orphanage when she was a child," she said tenderly. When Zhuang Yi heard the word Starlight Orphanage, he suddenly became interested. Because Zhuang Yi and sister Baiyun also lived in the Starlight Orphanage when they were young. Starlight. Zhuang began to understand why Su Bauer had such an inferiority complex. She must have been often bullied in the orphanage and had no one to protect her, which made her become cowardly over time. Thinking of this, Zhuang felt that he was quite lucky. He thrived under the protection of Sister Baiyun, and when he was bullied, Sister Baiyun would help him get back on his feet. I roughly understand it. Next, let's talk about the office software you are familiar with. Zhuang said this calmly, and then talked about some professional issues. This time, Su Bauer answered the questions fluently, which improved her impression score a lot. Apart from being a coward, Zhuang could not find any fault with Su Bauer. Gentle, kind, and most importantly, she is an orphan, also from the Starlight Orphanage. After some interview questions, Zhuang made a decision that personality problems didn't matter. As long as he was willing to work hard, he could make up for his shamelessness. So he pushed the 5,000 yuan on the table back to Su Bauer and said, "This 5,000 yuan will be your salary. After dinner, I will go with you to buy some clothes. We will officially start work in the afternoon." Su Bauer didn't have to go to class in the afternoon. When she heard that she had passed the interview, she smiled so sweetly that her teeth could decay. "Okay. Thank you, boss." Zhuang waved his hand. "Just call me Brother Zhuang. I'm 25 years old, only 1 year older than you." "Ah. Okay, Zhuang." Su Bauer was a little scared. She didn't expect that the boss in front of her was the same age as her. After lunch, Zhuang took Su Bauer to a women's clothing store. He asked the clerk to pick out a white shirt and a black hip skirt for Su Bauer, and then pushed her into the fitting room. After a while, the door of the fitting room slowly opened. Su Bauer, wearing a professional suit, was so shy that she wanted to crawl into the ground, but this made the clerk and Zhuang's eyes brighten. The neat white shirt on the upper body, paired with a slim black hip skirt, perfectly outlines her thighs that are longer than her life. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. When Zhuang saw Su Bauer dressed in professional attire, he couldn't take his eyes off her. Two long, snow-white legs and pink feet without shoes stepped lightly on the floor. In terms of appearance, Su Bauer looks a little immature and naturally cannot be compared with mature women like Zhu Nianqi and Xiao Zholi. But these thighs are too good. He is about 1.68 meters tall, with legs nearly 1 meter long. He is a real leg demon. It would be absolutely great to bring such a lively beauty out to meet clients. Brother Zhuang. Bauer doesn't like to wear this kind of clothes. It's so shy. Su Bauer shyly pulled down the hem of her skirt, trying to cover her long legs as much as possible. Hearing the soft and innocent voice of a young girl, Zhuang came back to his senses. He saw Su Bauer's beautiful eyes were shimmering with shyness, her cheeks were flushed, and she was biting her lips timidly. "It's okay. Just get 2 more dresses. You can't act like a student when you're working. You have to dress more formally." Zhuang said this, but he had other thoughts in his mind. If these thighs were worn in a miniskirt or mini jeans, the destructive power would be unimaginable. It's simply a magic weapon to attract male customers. Chapter 33, Taking Su Bauer to Meet Clients. Half an hour passed. Su Bauer picked out a few long skirts that she liked. Seeing that she looked very good in them, Zhuang simply paid all the money in one go and bought her clothes. When leaving the women's clothing store, Su Bauer's face had turned red to her ears. She lowered her head with a faint smile on her face. Next, Zhuang sped up the process and accompanied Su Bauer to Yupin's shoe store. "I bought 2 pairs of white shoes and 2 pairs of high heels for Su Bauer. The white shoes can be used at the construction site, and the high heels can be worn for social events." In this way, Zhuang took Su Bauer to buy a mobile phone, apply for a mobile phone card, buy tools for home renovation, etc. Zhuang was very efficient, but even so, after buying everything, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. The two of them hurriedly took a taxi and headed to the agreed location in Xingchen community. Sitting in the back seat of the taxi, Zhuang snatched Su Bauer's mobile phone and patiently taught her how to open WeChat and how to type replies. Su Bauer had only ever used desktop computers at school, and her skills in operating a mobile phone could be described as idiotic. Perhaps it was because of the halo of Starlight Orphanage that Zhuang was willing to teach wholeheartedly along the way. Su Bauer was like a girl next door, listening quietly and smiling brightly from time to time. After speaking for about 20 minutes, Zhuang took a long breath and asked, "I've said so much, how much can you remember?" Su Bauer lowered her head, operated her phone clumsily, and replied innocently, "Bauer remembered everything." Before she knew it, her eyes had narrowed into slits due to smiling. Although they had only been together for a few hours, she felt unexpectedly comfortable, and her inferiority complex was even reduced a little. This is thanks to the fact that Zhuang Yi is so comfortable, handsome like a succubus, and extremely approachable. If he had appeared in a beer hall, he would have started World War II with his speech. Very good, now tear off the label from the clothes so that the customers don't see the clue. Zhuang Yi gave an instruction and pointed at the new clothes on Su Bauer. Su Bauer had just changed into a white dress in the public restroom. The open neckline of the dress reveals her white collarbone, and the shallow dimples on her face when she smiles make her look cute and adorable, adding a touch of pure beauty that makes people unable to take their eyes off her. Okay, Bauer, be obedient. Su Bauer didn't dare to look into Zhuang Yi's eyes. She just obediently took the tag on the dress to her mouth and bit it off. Looking at her silly appearance, Zhuang Yi felt much better. But that's all. After calming himself down, he said, talk less and do more later. Su Bauer nodded with a smile. Okay, Bauer, be obedient. 4-5. Zhuang Yi arrived at the agreed location, the west gate of Xingchen Community. As Xiao Jiuli was the company's first customer, Zhuang Yi hoped to make a good impression on her, but he unexpectedly was still 5 minutes late. Fortunately, Xiao Jiuli was also late and hadn't arrived yet. Zhuang Yi stood on a stone pier and dialed Xiao Jiuli's number. Hello, Mr. Xiao, I'm here. Xiao Jiuli, brother is so punctual? Wait for sister for another 10 minutes, sister is still in a meeting. It's okay, Mr. Xiao, you can go ahead and do your work first, and then tell me when you're done. Okay, I'll hang up first. Xiao Jiuli hung up directly after saying that, seeming very anxious. Zhuang Yi didn't say anything. He looked around and found that the environment of Xingchen Community was indeed good, with green trees, lush flowers, and plants. He had inquired before coming here and found out that Xingchen Community is considered a high-end community in the city, and most of the people who can live here are either rich or noble. Su Bauer, who was standing aside, carrying a lot of bags, suddenly asked unconfidently, Brother Zhuang, is this sister with a nice voice today's customer? Yes, you have to call her Mr. Xiao later, not Sister Xiao. Zhuang Yi gave some instructions and then started to brush up on the borderline female anchors. He was mentally prepared to wait for several hours. Xiao Jiuli said to wait for 10 minutes, but from her emotion one could tell that it would probably take a long time. As expected. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. A red flight car came roaring and stopped right in front of Zhuang Yi. Xiao Jiuli got out of the car in a hurry. There was no assistant with her. She was alone. She wore light makeup, a formal jacket on the upper body, a V-neck white shirt on the inner body, a super short hip skirt on the lower body, and her legs were wrapped in black stockings. Zhuang Yi gave a professional smile, walked up to her and closed the car door. At the same time, he noticed a detail: Xiao Jiuli was driving in high heels. Sorry, brother, I'm late. Xiao Jiuli smiled slightly, her aura was extremely charming. No, Mr. Xiao, we just arrived too. Zhuang Yi scratched his head, as if in an instant, all the grudges between them had never appeared again. In fact, Zhuang Yi was already used to waiting for customers in his wife's company. He has also encountered customers who wait from morning to night. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Jiuli brought Zhuang Yi to apartment number 1 on the 15th floor of Building 8 in Xingchen Community. Not long after walking in, Zhuang Yi began to praise the house layout, and even praised Xiao Jiuli as well, both explicitly and implicitly. Xiao Jiuli covered her mouth and chuckled because of the praise, and her shoulders trembled. She also didn't expect that even though she signed orders worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions with Jun Yan's wife every year, she still couldn't have such a happy chat with Zhuang Yi. Now he is just renovating a shabby commercial house, but he can still see the most positive side of Zhuang Yi. I'm very happy to have talked with my brother for so long. You and I have known each other for several years. I am relieved to leave the decoration to you. Xiao Jiuli took out the owner's key, took Zhuang Yi's right hand, and put the key in his hand. Then, he was reluctant to let go for a long time. For this house, I'll give you a few million to play with. As long as I'm satisfied with the design, we can start construction after we pick a date. As for the money, my brother has known my sister for many years and knows her well. If he needs money, just let me know and I'll transfer it to your bank card within a day. As Xiao Jiuli spoke, she stared into Zhuang Yi's energetic eyes, admiring him to an unforgettable degree. Brother Zhuang Yi, I have been turning down blind dates arranged by my family for your sake. You must divorce your wife Junyan. I gave you my first time, and I will definitely have you for the rest of my life. Mr. Xiao? Mr. Xiao? Zhuang Yi called out twice. Xiao Jiuli stared at Zhuang Yi blankly for a long while before coming back to her senses. Mr. Xiao, take care. Zhuang Yi pointed at her hand that she had not let go of. Xiao Jiuli looked down, immediately retracted her hand, and licked her lips in embarrassment. I'm sorry, brother. You're so wet that I can't help but let my sister have dirty thoughts. Zhuang Yi's face was a little dark, but he still maintained enough respect for the customer. Mr. Xiao, I am currently a married man, please keep a little distance. On the side, seeing the two of them holding hands for a long time, Su Bauer opened her mouth wide. Wow! The boss was molested by a female customer. Chapter 34, My sister loves you more than anyone else. Xiao Jiuli coughed lightly. Brother, you know very well why your sister has been pestering you. Xiao Jiuli crossed her arms nonchalantly and walked slowly towards the balcony. Zhuang Yi followed Xiao Jiuli with a gloomy face and secretly made a gesture to Su Bauer, hinting to her to use a pencil to simply draw the layout of the entire house. Su Bauer was very well behaved. She put all the shopping bags in a clean place, then took out a pencil and a design book to start drawing seriously. Coming to the balcony, Xiao Jiuli leaned on the balcony railing and looked at the city scenery in the distance. The wind blew gently, ruffling the hair by her ears and causing a trace of sadness to appear on her face, as if she was preparing for something. Brother, do you remember the first time we met 2 years ago? At that time, I told you, I want to recruit you to the Xiao Group as a senior executive. In the end, you replied me with you can't do it, which made me unable to sleep all night and made me a little frustrated. Later, I investigated you and found out that you are Zhu Nianqi's man. Then I understood the meaning of I can't do it. After that, I found out that you really loved Zhu Nianqi, but on the contrary, I also discovered some secrets of Zhu Nianqi. According to gossip, in addition to Huang Shui, the lesbian, Zhu Nian's wife also had particularly conspicuous dealings with several men. After Xiao Jiuli said a lot, she glanced at Zhuang Yi and said confidently. So, brother, you are right to want a divorce. Zhu Nianqi is not worthy of you, and her interpersonal relationships are very complicated. After hearing all this, Zhuang Yi was unusually calm. In fact, he had already let it go the moment Zhu Nian's wife chose Huang Shui and Zhu Yangyang. Boss Xiao, I'm no longer interested in her. Let's not talk about her anymore. The past is like smoke. After this month, we will be officially divorced. Zhuang Yi said it calmly, without a trace of anger or shame. Xiao Jiuli glanced at Zhuang Yi from the corner of her eye and found that he really didn't care. She couldn't help but reveal a barely perceptible smile, and then pretended to sigh. Hey, I have something to complain to you. My sister is 28 years old, and her family is forcing her to get married. As of today, she has turned down nearly 200 blind dates. After listening to this, Zhuang Yi remained silent and expressionless. Xiao Jiuli was a little angry at his indifference this time, so she immediately got to the most important topic of the day. By the way, I apologize to you for colluding with Zhu Nian's wife to trick you into bed. I just don't want my first time to be with you. Then. Actually. At that time. My sister was pregnant. But you hadn't. I didn't expect my brother to be so strong, so I thought I'd take a break before continuing, but I didn't expect you to wake up. So, don't worry about getting pregnant, don't worry about taking responsibility. Sister is ignorant. She thought that she could slowly change your heart through that kind of thing, from Mr. Xiao to Jiuli, from Jiuli to my wife. Xiao Jiuli was so shy that her cheeks became redder and her voice became lower as she spoke. A cold and arrogant female president, at this moment, looks a little cute. There was a flicker of tenderness in her eyes. After taking a few deep breaths, she turned around firmly and slowly supported Zhuang Yi's head, allowing Zhuang Yi to look at her with clear eyes. Are you still angry with your sister? Zhuang Yi shook his head and said, No, it's all in the past. Let's not talk about the past anymore. No. My sister has to mention it. Since that incident, I have been brooding over it. I have been wondering if there is anything I can do to make it up to you. But I can't find it. In my eyes, you are the best thing in the world. Xiao Jiuli's heart was in turmoil. Since it was confirmed that Zhuang Yi would divorce Zhu Nian's wife, if not now, when? What if he is snatched away by another woman right after the divorce? There are countless people who love Zhuang Yi, but Zhuang Yi is the only one. Must grab. Zhuang Yi. I like you. Marry me after you get divorced. The love that Zhu Nian's wife can't give you, I'll give it to you. I'll heal the damage Zhu Nian's wife has done to you. I'll avenge the insults Zhu Nian's wife has done to you. Marry me. Be my husband. At this point, Xiao Jiuli's eyes had turned red, and tears were about to overflow. She held Zhuang Yi's cheeks tightly and made him look at her intently. She wanted to find a response from Zhuang Yi's eyes, a response that belonged only to the two of them. However, Zhuang Yi was no longer at the age where he could be moved by words. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao, I refuse. Xiao Jiuli's heart sank to the bottom in an instant, and tears fell from her eyes. She had considered that being rejected would be very uncomfortable, but she didn't expect that this discomfort would materialize into a heart-wrenching pain that pierced her heart. Biting her lip, she continued to pester, why? Give me a reason. Zhuang Yi felt a faint impulse in his heart, but he still answered calmly, showing your feelings is not the same as asking for a relationship. You can express your feelings, and I can naturally refuse. He raised his arms, trying to take Xiao Jiuli's hands away. However, Xiao Jiuli was unwilling to let go easily. Even if Zhuang Yi exerted force, she was unwilling to let go. It seemed that she had made up her mind for this moment. Zhuang Yi's expression began to become complicated, with hesitation and silence intertwined. After a long while, he slowly spoke. Sweet talk, leave it to other people. I don't like it. Xiao Jiuli pouted her lips and frowned, tears already pouring down her cheeks, but she still had to refute fiercely. Loving you is not just a love word. It's from the heart. In a moment. Crackling. These words, like an indescribable emotion, struck Zhuang Yi's heart hard. Zhuang Yi was stunned. He seemed to be hit in the softest part of his heart. His thoughts drifted to a long time ago. Xiao Jiuli helped him catch his wife cheating, mobilized resources to find photos of his wife fooling around outside, mobilized a helicopter overnight when he knew she fainted, and heard that he had submitted his performance report on the day he opened his company. Zhuang Yi didn't know what kind of feeling this was, but he didn't hate it and was unwilling to give it up. His nose felt sour, his eyes were a little moist, and he felt a sense of redemption fluctuating. His index finger slowly wiped away the tears from the corners of Xiao Jiuli's eyes, not knowing how to comfort her. Please give me a month. I am still married and I want to say goodbye to my father-in-law in a decent way. Xiao Jiuli was extremely shocked when she got this answer. She didn't expect that Zhuang Yi could still control himself at this point. After choking for a long time, she reluctantly let go of her hands. Okay? Sister loves you more seriously than anyone else. As long as you want, sister is always ready to prove it to you. Chapter 35 Xiao Jiuli's confession made Zhuang Yi's heart turbulent. This chapter has been revised. Thank you for your hard work in reviewing it. Please be gentle. Zhuang Yi took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped away Xiao Jiuli's tears. I'm sorry, thank you. Xiao Jiuli didn't wipe her tears herself, but deliberately asked Zhuang Yi to help her wipe them away. Looking at Zhuang Yi's skilled serving movements, she smiled bitterly. Sister, and you still apologize to sister. Well, I apologize to you. I have been feeling very uncomfortable these days because of Zhu Nian's wife. Today is the first time I feel happy. Zhuang Yi wiped Xiao Jiuli's tears and stuffed a pack of tissues into her bag. He couldn't figure out what was going on with him. Saying that he hates Xiao Jiuli? I once hated her for tarnishing my innocence. Are you touched now? Very moved, tonight's confession made Zhuang Yi's heart surge. Zhu Nian's wife had never done such a romantic thing. She only knew how to ask for things. After 4 years of marriage, Zhu Nian's wife had never even given him a gift, and he had been responsible for all the little surprises in the family. Well, I'll take it as your forgiveness then, and your affairs are over now. Xiao Jiuli looked at Zhuang Yi's gentle movements and couldn't help but show her temper. She sniffed sadly and pulled out a custom business card from somewhere inexplicable. Here, this is my sister's personal information. The business card was stuffed into Zhuang Yi's hand, and Zhuang Yi looked at it carefully. Xiao Jiuli, 28 years old. My sister is 175 centimeters tall and weighs 110 kilograms. She can't cook but can make money. She is the executive director of Xiao Group. She has a slim waist and a nice butt and 1 T-starve. Hobbies, Zhuang Yi. After reading this strange business card, Zhuang Yi smiled knowingly. Thank you. This is the first time I've received a gift from a girl. I will repay you. These are words from the heart. After hearing this, a hint of suspicion suddenly appeared on Xiao Jiuli's tear-stained face. In Zhuang Yi's circle of friends, almost half of the content is about him preparing gifts, holiday dinners, and outings for his wife Zhu Nian. But Zhuang Yi said, this was the first time he received a gift from a girl? After 7 years of marriage, hasn't Zhu Nian's wife ever given him a gift? If that's the case, then the next thing will be easy. Brother Zhuang Yi, sister is determined to pursue you. Xiao Jiuli felt inexplicably excited, her eyes secretly focused on Zhuang Yi's face, and found that he had been looking at her face with a very warm smile. Did you become ugly after crying? Why do you keep staring at your face? Did your makeup get ruined by crying? Xiao Jiuli gently wiped her face with her hand and deliberately tilted her head so as not to let Zhuang Yi see her profile. Zhuang Yi shook his head. She is not ugly, but very beautiful, much more beautiful than Zhu Nian's wife. This is the truth. When Xiao Jiuli's mood had almost recovered, Zhuang Yi left the balcony with her and returned to the room. It turned out that Su Bauer was overwhelmed and didn't know what to do next. Zhuang Yi was afraid that Xiao Jiuli would discover Su Bauer's unprofessionalism, so he hurried over and took the design book from Su Bauer under the pretext of helping her, asking her to help him. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening when Zhuang Yi finally finalized the on-site draft and dimensions. Soon, the three of them left the community and got on Xiao Jiuli's Hongqi. Xiao Jiuli sat in the main driver's seat and waited until the car was on the road before speaking. Brother, it's almost 7 o'clock now. As a client, it's not too much to ask you to have a meal together, right? Once you get into a stolen car, it's hard to get off. She was playing a trick here. If Zhuang Yi refused, she would definitely take Zhuang Yi for a walk and would never send him back. Eat? Zhuang Yi sat in the passenger seat and turned to ask Su Bauer in the back seat, Bauer, can we come with you? Do I need you to go back to school first? Su Bauer said with a bit of social anxiety, Bauer can do it, Bauer just needs to be back to school before 10 o'clock. That's no problem. Xiao Jiuli controlled the steering wheel with a smug look on her face. By the way, brother, who is this little sister? Why haven't I seen her before? The assistant I just hired is named Su Bauer. Zhuang Yi answered truthfully without hiding anything. Assistant? An evil idea suddenly emerged in Xiao Jiuli's mind. She controlled the steering wheel with one hand, took out a business card from her bag, and handed it to Su Bauer in the back seat. Assistant Su, this is my business card. If you have any questions about Zhuang Yi's brother in the future, you can contact me to report it. She just wanted to tell it to Zhuang Yi openly. When Su Bauer heard the word inform, she shook her head vigorously, showing strong resistance. Take it. Mr. Xiao treats you as his own and is just joking with you. Zhuang Yi smoothed things over and Su Bauer finally accepted it. Although she was not sure what Xiao Jiuli's intention was, she still went along with her wishes. Still calling me President Xiao? Xiao Jiuli glared at Zhuang Yi arrogantly. Zhuang Yi abandoned his professional smile, revealed a natural smile, and said with a bit of bitterness, Sister Jiuli, I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. Sister Lioli? She called me so beautifully. Xiao Jiuli was so happy that she couldn't hold back her smile and enjoyed it very much. That's better. If you need help with a divorce, tell me. I can make a phone call and I can clear you off from Zhu that same day. Okay. Zhuang Yi agreed, Sister Jiuli, please feel free to contact me if you need help in the future. After hearing this, Sister Lioli felt a warm feeling in her heart and couldn't help but want to tease her. There are so many things that I need your help with. Let me know when you're going to give me a bath tonight. Zhuang Yi, I have to refuse this. Stingy, just listen to the sound. Zhuang Yi, we don't talk about this among friends. Friend? Xiao Jiuli was slightly stunned, and then a layer of tears of emotion appeared in her eyes. All the efforts made so far have been effective, and the relationship with Zhuang Yi's younger brother is rapidly heating up. Then with my 28 years of social experience, wouldn't it be easy to stir up trouble in him? The more reserved the brother is, the more the sister wants it. If I make peace with my sister today, I will have to kiss her tomorrow, and sleep with her the day after tomorrow. And the day after tomorrow I will have to take care of 2 kids. The two chatted and told interesting stories, and soon they came to a luxuriously decorated Chinese restaurant. After parking the car, the three of them walked into the restaurant. A receptionist in a suit bowed respectfully to them. After entering the reception hall, Zhuang Yi looked around and suddenly found several familiar figures sitting on the sofa. Among these familiar figures, there was a woman who was dressed extremely beautifully. Zhu Nian's wife. She was wearing a strapless dress that showed off her slender curves, and her fair shoulders exuded a charming luster. Several people around were staring at her collarbone. Zhu Yangyang, who was sitting next to her, patted her on the shoulder. They had a great conversation with each other and were very close. As if she felt she was being watched, Zhu Yan's wife raised her head with a sweet smile, noticed Zhuang Yi, and was immediately horrified. Chapter 36 Xiao Jiuli vents her anger. Husband? This one sentence made Zhu Yangyang and others around him turn their eyes to Zhuang Yi. After Zhu Yan's wife said a few words to them, she immediately stood up and walked towards Zhuang Yi. The off-shoulder dress she wore was extremely fitted, and her hips swayed back and forth as she walked, which was very seductive. Husband, why are you here? Zhu Yan's wife's tone revealed nervousness, like a student who had done something wrong, and her eyes were wandering. Zhuang Yi said coldly, Boss Zhu, please be respectful. The word husband is a name between lovers. Hearing Zhuang Yi's tone, which was even colder than before, Zhu Yan's wife felt even more upset. Even though she tried her best to hide it, she still looked very panicked. Mr. Zhu, he has never called me like this before. My husband is really mad at me, but where did he get the information and why did he know I would be here? Husband, I know you are here to catch an adulterer, but you really misunderstood me today. Those people are Zhu Yangyan's friends. They are young talents from the Huang family, the Xiao family, the Chen family, etc. Establishing diplomatic relations with them will be beneficial to the development of our company. Zhu Yan's wife was rarely angry and her tone softened. She thought Zhuang Yi came for her. After all, the misunderstanding between them was too deep. Therefore, I hope to explain it clearly and dispel my husband's misunderstanding. However, Zhuang Yi just chuckled after hearing this. Boss Zhu, just enjoy your game. I just came to eat and bumped into you by chance. Also, I'll say it again, we'll be divorced in a month, so don't call me husband from now on. Seeing that his attitude was still so tough, Zhu Yan's wife was obviously disappointed. Her body was trembling slightly, and her voice sounded aggrieved. My stinking husband is a liar. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? You just caught me right after I came out. There is really no such coincidence in the world. But if you do some things too much, there will always be signs of being exposed. Zhuang Yi waved his hand indifferently. Okay, go on your date and don't get in our way. Hearing that her husband was still unwilling to believe her, Zhu Yan's wife looked a little resentful and said a little unhappy. Honey, what do you mean by date? Please don't say it so harshly. And what do you mean by getting in your way? Before she finished speaking, she glanced around and noticed two people standing behind Zhuang Yi. Xiao Jiuli and Su Bauer. She didn't know Su Bauer, nor did she want to know her, but she hated Xiao Jiuli with gnashing teeth. If Xiao Jiuli hadn't sent that photo to her husband, how could she have broken up with her husband so quickly? His unhappy mood suddenly ignited with anger, and a threatening light flashed in his eyes. Xiao! How come you are with my husband? Xiao Jiuli smiled faintly, walked to Zhuang Yi's side, and took his arm. I came out to eat with Zhuang Yi's brother. Didn't he just tell you? You don't trust him, and you even wrongly accused him of wanting to catch you cheating. Oh no! He's already cheated. Xiao Jiuli said this sweetly, looking up at Zhuang Yi's profile, feeling extremely proud. Zhuang Yi subconsciously wanted to retract his arms, but Xiao Jiuli held him tightly. His face turned dark, he glanced at Xiao Jiuli, and suddenly something clicked for him. Is Xiao Jiuli trying to vent her anger for me? Xiao Jiuli! Give me your dog paw. He is my husband. How can you do such an immoral thing? Zhu Yan's wife glared at Xiao Jiuli fiercely, clenching her fists tightly, as if she was going to hit him in the next second. Xiao Jiuli didn't care. Why? Zhuang Yi is just my brother, don't you also have Zhu Yangyang? Brother is bullshit. My husband is an orphan. Zhu Yan's wife was so angry that she cursed, you green tea bitch. Stay away from my husband. When Zhuang Yi heard the word orphan, his face became even darker. It turns out that in your heart, I am an orphan. No wonder you have been bullying me unscrupulously. Xiao Jiuli was so pleased with himself that he simply rested his head on Zhuang Yi's shoulder and said jokingly, Your brother can touch your shoulders, but I just hugged your arm and you're jealous? No way, no way. No woman can be so stingy, right? She's just a double-standard fairy who got fooled by punches. Oh, by the way, you also kissed someone else, that wild man in the green suit. When the dark history was revealed, Xiao Jiuli couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Zhu Yan's wife was shocked and looked at Zhuang Yi again, only to find that his face was even gloomier. Her face flushed and she yelled, You cheap bitch. That man is not a man. I was framed. I explained it to my husband. Who knows if it's a man? We can't see his face, so you can explain it any way you want. Xiao Jiuli raised a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth, rubbed her nose on Zhuang Yi's arm, and smelled a pleasant smell. Brother, you smell so good. I want to touch your shoulder like my wife does. Zhuang Yi glared at her secretly, suggesting that she should not go too far. Zhu Nian's wife didn't notice it, but her eyes became even more ferocious. She couldn't bear it anymore and swung her fist to hit the vixen. Bitch! I'm going to chop off your dog paws right now. At this moment, Zhuang Yi pushed Xiao Jiuli behind him, quickly blocked Zhu Nian's wife, and shouted. Zhu Nianqi, you bastard! Are you going to attack my sister too? Zhu Nian's wife stood still suddenly. She felt surprised at first, and then familiar. This sentence is in chapter 5. Zhu Nian's wife said it to Zhuang Yi in person in order to protect Zhu Yangyang. Hubby, she is not a good person. How can you protect her? She is a vixen who wants to destroy the relationship between us. Zhu Nian's wife's body softened and she could hardly stand. Her eyes became a little wet and hot. Zhu Nian's wife. What nonsense are you talking about again? I finally invited Xiao Jiuli out for dinner, and you actually slandered and hurt her like this. I want you to apologize to her. While Zhuang Yi was speaking, he gently took Xiao Jiuli's hands away. I apologize to her. Zhu Nian's wife's beautiful eyes, like black gemstones, kept trembling. She couldn't believe that her husband would say such words. Even this sentence was said by her herself, in chapter 15. She felt heartbroken, a pain that felt like a knife was cutting her heart and tearing her lungs apart. She stretched out her slender right hand tremblingly and tightly grasped her heart. Suddenly, her pupils shrank again. She vaguely remembered that her husband had clenched his heart tightly during several quarrels, but she was still attacking him relentlessly and demanding that he apologize to her. This is the pain. My husband also suffered from such pain, until he fainted. At this time, Zhu Yangyang ran over like a little puppy, opened his arms, and wanted to be a hero to save the damsel in distress. Don't hurt my sister-in-law, Mr. Zhuang. You colluded with bad women to bully my sister-in-law. You are not worthy of being her husband. Chapter 37 Zhu Yangyang's Conspiracy. This chapter has been revised. Thank you for your hard work in reviewing it. Please be gentle. Zhu Yangyang's voice is soft and tender, which makes people feel pity for her. But his eyes were extremely firm and loyal. Your wife's sister. That's interesting. No wonder Zhu would rather become a stranger to me and say goodbye to me forever than run to save you. Zhuang Yi sneered at himself, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at the little puppy with cold eyes. Although Zhu Yangyang looks effeminate, his posture is quite good, although not as good as Zhuang Yi's. However, now both Huang Shui and Zhu Yangyang have nothing to do with Zhuang Yi. The marriage is dead. It died this morning. Boss Zhu, you cried so hard in the morning while acting, and now, this is not good. Your body can't handle it. After saying this, Zhuang Yi prepared to leave. Zhu Nian's wife grabbed Zhuang Yi's hand and started crying like a pear blossom in the rain. She was very angry and upset, but she really couldn't be stupid anymore. If she continued to be stupid, the misunderstanding would become even deeper. She couldn't live without Zhuang Yi. Hubby, I didn't. Believe me, I know how you feel now. I will try to correct it in the future. Please, give me one chance, the last chance. I have blocked Huang Shui. I have completely severed ties with her. I'm going to show it to you now. Zhu Nian's wife didn't care about her dignity, tears kept falling, filled with guilt and grievance. With a trembling hand, she tried to take out her cell phone and show the blacklist to Zhuang Yi. What does it have to do with me? Zhuang Yi pushed her hands away coldly and walked towards the public restaurant area. Upon seeing this, Zhu Yangyang immediately stepped forward, took Zhu Nian's wife's hand, and said with gnashing teeth, Zhuang Yi, you scumbag! You even bullied my wife's sister. Zhu Nian's wife was heartbroken and said to Zhu Yangyang sincerely, Yangyang, don't be angry with your brother-in-law. You are still young and don't know anything. This is our adult business. Don't make trouble, understand? But my wife's sister, this scumbag bullied you. Don't talk. He's not a scumbag. Zhu Nian's wife screamed, and Zhu Yangyang was frightened so much that he froze in midair, at a loss what to do, with a look of shock and confusion on his face. Seeing her brother's frightened expression, Zhu Nian's wife realized that she was out of control. She gently stroked Zhu Yangyang's hair and choked up, Be obedient, Yangyang, don't interfere in my sister's affairs. Zhu Yangyang nodded without saying a word, looking at her sister as if she understood something. Zhu Nian's wife had no time to explain, she turned around and immediately chased after Zhuang Yi. Husband, give me one last chance, give me a chance to make it up to you. Give me a chance to save my marriage and love. Zhu Nian's wife, who was stabbed by Xiao Zhuli, also figured it out. She once thought that the injury was very small, but she would regret it only when it happened to herself. Xiao Zhuli just hugged his arm, but she felt heartbroken and jealous. But I play with Huang Shui until the middle of the night every day. At that time, what is my husband thinking? Zhu Nian's wife couldn't imagine, nor did she dare to imagine, she just wanted to catch up. Not long after she left, the naive Zhu Yangyang suddenly smiled with a crooked mouth and made a few light lip movements. Waste. Zhu Yangyang knew what was going on. Even though he had caused so much trouble, Zhu Nian's wife didn't touch him at all. She just told him to stop talking. On the other hand, everyone saw how badly Zhuang Yi was bullied in the past. Adding this farce, there is a 90% chance that this marriage will end in divorce. And just to be on the safe side, Zhu Yangyang has another guarantee. Those are the photos from the birthday party. Just post the photos on social media and then push them accurately to Zhuang Yi. The result, haha. I'll eat shit if you don't divorce me. Zhu Nian's wife, you belong to me, Zhu Yangyang, for the rest of your life. And Zhu Yeqing, when the time comes, I will let you two sisters serve me alone. At that time, all the property of the Zhu family will be mine. Ha 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 ha. Just as Zhu Yangyang was daydreaming, a snow-white hand covered his head. What the hell are you doing here? Where's my precious wife? It's Huang Shui. Zhu Yangyang turned her head and saw that Huang Shui had dyed her short hair yellow today. She was wearing a shoulder-bearing tube-top miniskirt and a pair of black high heels. Her figure was curvy and she still had charm. In a trance, even Zhu Yangyang was stunned. After a long while, he came back to his senses. Zhuang Yi appeared in the hotel, and my wife's sister went into the restaurant to chase him. Huang Shui was slightly startled, and a strange emotion flashed in her eyes. That's impossible. Zhuang Yi, that poor loser, gave all his earnings to his beloved wife. How could he possibly enter such a high-end place? After being blocked by Zhu Nian's wife in the morning, Huang Shui couldn't eat at noon. It was not until Zhu Yangyang asked her out in the evening that she managed to cheer up. Love makes people crazy, and Huang Shui is in a crazy state now. In order to take advantage of this opportunity, Zhu Nian's wife would unblock him and restore the ambiguous relationship. She was sincere tonight. Not only was she going to renew the 100 million order, she was also going to create a new company and bring Zhu Nian's wife into the partnership. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yaojin appeared halfway. Damn Zhuang Yi, I'll go in and take a look. Huang Shui walked into the restaurant in her high heels. Zhu Yangyang reminded him, hey. Don't tell my sister-in-law that I said that. My sister-in-law just scolded me. Public restaurant area. Zhuang Yi and Xiao Zhuli sat opposite each other, while Su Bauer sat next to Zhuang Yi. Get out of the way. This seat is mine. Zhu Nian's wife ran to Su Bauer angrily and wanted to drag her away. Ah. Don't bully Bauer, Bauer is leaving now. Su Bauer was pulled so hard that it hurt, and she stood up reluctantly. Zhuang Yi slammed the table hard and said casually, Bauer, sit down. We didn't ask Zhu to come anyway, just treat her as invisible. Another sentence from chapter 5 pierced Zhu Nian's wife's heart. She subconsciously let go of the pull, knowing that she was being rude, but she was unwilling to give up. Hearing this, Su Bauer sat down timidly, wishing she could bury her head in the ground. Hubby, I have caused you so much harm without realizing it. Zhu Nian's wife is not stupid, she can hear it. Every word that Zhuang Yi said that was piercing to his heart was something he had said to him before. It cannot be said that they are exactly the same, it can only be said that they are exactly the same. I really know I was wrong, I will correct it in the future, I have blocked Huang Shui. This has nothing to do with me. Mr. Zhu, since you know I'm trying to make things difficult for you, please leave gracefully and don't interfere with my business talks. Zhuang Yi's expression eased slightly and he ordered them to leave. By the way, talking about business and company matters are also lies that Zhu Nian's wife often uses when she does not return home at night. Zhu Nian's wife wiped her tears with the back of her hand and shook her head vigorously. It does matter. It does matter. Chapter 38 Zhu Nian's wife was slapped in the face. It does matter. It means I love you very much, and I want you to come home. Without you by my side, I can never sleep. The food the nanny cooked is not tasty, I can't handle many things in the company, and starting next year, the company's orders will not be saturated. Zhu Nian's wife was very conflicted and couldn't help but want to explain herself and say how important Zhuang Yi was to her. Xiao Jiuli, who was standing by, fanned the flames and added, "It turns out that my brother is so capable. No wonder I like you. Xiao, will you die if you shut up? You are 28 years old and you are old and ugly, and you are still imitating others to be a mistress." Zhu Nian's wife's anger was ignited again, and she wished she could be given a huge sum of money right now. The more guilty she felt towards Zhuang Yi, the stronger her hatred towards Xiao Jiuli was. "Hubby, please come home with me, I won't talk about business tonight, I only want to talk about you. Ex-wife Xu, you don't have a chance. My brother is going to spend the night with me tonight, just like you spent the night with Huang Shuwei." Xiao Jiuli said playfully, and deliberately emphasized the word ex-wife. "Spend the night with you?" Zhu Nian's wife's face changed. "Husband. You can't spend the night with her. She raped you before." Zhuang Yi picked up his phone and scanned the QR code on the table to order food. "Sister Jolie can help me, and you were the one who sent me there." Hearing this, Zhu Nian's wife bit her lip hard, not knowing how to refute. Her endless sense of guilt reached a new level because this was the fact. Xiao Jiuli added some exaggeration. "If you scan the QR code to order food, remember to let your sister pay. My sister is not like some people who let their husbands make money and give it to their wives. If I could marry a capable man like my brother, I would give all the money I earn to him to manage." What Xiao Jiuli said was all true, but she didn't know what Zhuang Yi was thinking. Zhu Nian's wife knew that her husband was very capable and had suggested many times that the financial affairs should be handed over to her husband. However, Zhuang Yi rejected them one by one, as he was worried that money would affect the purity of love. Furthermore, the company nominally belongs to Zhu Nian's wife, and Zhuang Yi also wants Zhu Nian's wife to be able to proudly say that she is the head of the family when she is away from home. Once upon a time, Zhuang Yi always responded to Zhu Nian's wife's requests and loved her to the core. Although the company, customers, and even outsiders knew that he was an indispensable pillar of the company, he was still happy to call himself a house husband. Of course, that was only in the past. Now. Zhuang Yi pondered for a moment and waved his hand. "Sister Jolie, don't go too far. If it is taken seriously, my father-in-law will mistakenly think that I am cheating on my wife." When Zhu Nian's wife heard that her husband was speaking for her, she immediately replied happily, "I didn't cheat on my wife either. I'm as clean as a blank sheet of paper." Zhuang Yi pretended not to hear and ordered the dishes. Then he handed the phone to Xiao Jiuli. "Sister Jiuli, see if there is anything you want to eat." Xiao Jiuli took the phone and smiled brightly. "Okay, thank you, brother. My brother and I are as clean as a blank sheet of paper. We are just friends, just friends. And we'll sleep in separate beds tonight." The last sentence was deliberately said to Zhu Nian's wife. Zhu Nian's wife got goosebumps and felt so nauseous that she wanted to vomit. "You cheap bitch. Will you die if you don't covet my husband?" Xiao Jiuli sneered. "What do you mean by coveting your husband? We are siblings. Besides, do you have the right to say this? You were sitting next to a group of pretty young men just now. You haven't even officially divorced yet, but you're already impatient? You've been flirting with so many men, can you handle the night alone?" Zhu Nian's wife was extremely angry, with mixed feelings in her heart. The two of them seemed to be unable to stop arguing. Zhuang Yi pursed his lips. This Xiao Jiuli, why is she so aggressive? Wouldn't it be enough to just chase her away? Are you still in the mood to eat dinner after a quarrel? Zhuang Yi reached out and poked the back of Xiao Jiuli's hand. After Xiao Jiuli understood, she changed her tone. Forget it. I won't bother with the guy named Zhu. My brother is more reserved. He is dressed in formal clothes. He looks thin when he is dressed, but has muscles when he is undressed. That girl named Zhu was dressed so provocatively that she made those men drool. And being touched. Xiao Jiuli deliberately stretched out the last three words, and then looked up and down at Zhu Nian's wife's body with a lewd look, deliberately trying to anger her to death. Zhu Nian's wife hated her so much that her teeth ached and she wished she could spit out some blood and kill her. Hubby, don't be fooled by this bitch again. I've said that Zhu Yangyang is my biological brother, and our blood is thicker than water. It's okay for him to put his hand on my shoulder, just like when Sister Yi Qing put her hand on your shoulder, I wouldn't. Zhuang Yi interrupted coldly, Boss Zhu, don't discuss these boring issues anymore. I don't want to hear your explanation. Please leave here and don't disturb our meal. Zhuang Yi will never be as soft-hearted as he was before, because of tears and lies. Even if she didn't give up, even if she continued to pester him, Zhuang Yi would not back down even a little bit. In contrast, as the chairman of a company, Zhu Nianqi has never lacked means and courage. Shamelessness is just the foundation. Shamelessness and fearlessness for life are the ultimate weapon. She took a deep breath and was about to speak again when a familiar voice interrupted her. "Baby misses his wife." The magnetic voice attracted the 4 people present, and they all turned their heads to look at a corner. Huang Shui waved her right hand and walked over with her long legs. When Zhu Nian's wife saw her, her face turned pale instantly and her confidence was weakened to the lowest point. Xiao Jiuli pouted, "Hey, didn't you say you blocked me?" "Ms. Zhu's ex-wife, I really can't understand, what's so good about being a homosexual?" Zhuang Yi turned his head and said, "Sister Jiuli, ignore them." Huang Shui walked to the dining table with a sweet smile. She first glanced at the people sitting around, and immediately noticed Xiao Jiuli, and her perverted look emerged. She had heard of Xiao Jiuli many times, but she never expected that when she saw her in person, she would be even more beautiful than Zhu Nian's wife. Fairy-like appearance, beauty like flowers in moonlight. She stared at him blankly for a long time, her cheeks flushed, and she seemed unable to take her eyes away. Women have a very sharp sixth sense. Xiao Jiuli frowned and a fierce look flashed in her eyes. She noticed Huang Shui's lustful gaze and thought, homosexuals really are as famous as they are said to be. "Huang Shui, what are you doing here? Get out of here now." Huang Shui didn't wake up from her dream until she heard Zhu Nian's wife shouting. As if she realized that she had just lost her composure, she coughed lightly, "Ahem, my dear wife, I came here to discuss something good with you." In front of Zhuang Yi, Huang Shui gently took Zhu Nian's wife's hand and said quickly, "Why did you block me for no reason this morning? I can't even talk to you." After saying that, without waiting for Zhu Nian's wife to react, he put a stack of paper documents in her hands. Chapter 39 Huang Shui declares war on Zhuang Yi. "Brother Zhuang, you are here too." Huang Shui turned her head with a disdainful smile on her lips, pretending to have just noticed it. Hasn't Brother Zhuang and his wife Junyan divorced yet? Why is he dating Sister Jiuli? Zhuang Yi had a blank expression on his face, not even wanting to look at her. "Please leave here, and don't make me faint from anger again." "Mr. Huang, don't call me so nicely. I'm afraid my brother will misunderstand," Xiao Jiuli added. Zhu Nian's wife was about to get angry, but after quickly reading the contract, her anger gradually subsided. "Shui, come with me." She spoke in a low voice and walked quickly towards the restaurant box. "Okay, dear, I miss my wife. Brother Zhuang, we will take our leave first." Huang Shui said this provocatively and followed closely behind Zhu Nian's wife. Zhuang Yi ignored her and turned his gaze to Xiao Jiuli, chatting with her about some trivial matters to divert her attention. 1 hour later. The 3 of them had almost finished their meal. Zhuang Yi said hello to Xiao Jiuli, then got up and went to the public restroom to wash his hands. "Come to the wash basin area of the public restroom." Zhuang Yi discovered Huang Shui, who had dyed short yellow hair, was also washing her hands. Huang Shui raised her head after washing her hands and met Zhuang Yi's eyes. "Hey, Mr. Zhuang, we always have such coincidences." Zhuang Yi ignored her and walked to another sink to wash his hands. "Mr. Zhuang, stop pretending to be so cool and talk to me." Huang Shui crossed her arms and approached him relentlessly. "I have nothing to talk about with a shameless mistress. After you die in a few days, I will go to your grave to dance and set off fireworks. Then we can talk to our heart's content." Zhuang Yi rinsed his mouth and deliberately sprayed his saliva towards Huang Shui's lower body. Puff! A mouthful of saliva mixed with vegetable leaves splashed on Huang Shui's miniskirt, and a few drops of saliva stuck to her white and tender thigh meat. You are crazy." Huang Shui immediately felt angry and humiliated, and quickly turned on the faucet to wash off the stains on her skirt and thighs. "I'm sorry, I did it on purpose. If you don't agree, let's have a fight." Zhuang Yi shrugged, swung his strong arm, and prepared to confront her. Having experienced being beaten twice before, Huang Shui was so scared that she took several steps back. As a weak woman, she naturally couldn't beat Zhuang Yi, so she could only bark. "You uneducated bastard, after I ruin your reputation in a few days, I will definitely kick you to pieces." Ruined reputation? Hearing this word, Zhuang Yi felt inexplicably interested. He turned his head and smiled sinisterly. "Are you trying to forge evidence of my cheating?" Zhuang Yi was convinced that he had never done anything immoral, nor had he committed any crime, and that there was no shameful scandal involved in his private life. Considering Huang Xue's various extramarital affairs, Zhuang Yi could almost conclude that she was planning to use despicable means to frame him so that he could divorce her as soon as possible. Huang Xue heard this, and a flash of shock flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by her arrogance. It is undeniable that you have a very high IQ. You can deduce it with just one sentence. However, this is far from enough. I'll be frank with you. You'll see what I can do in a week. By then, your sex photos will be all over Dingyang City. You will lose your qualification to be a human being forever. She laughed wildly, her laughter full of malice and guilt, as if she had seen the scene of Zhuang Yi's downfall. It's interesting. I'll take note of it. Zhuang Yi straightened his back and looked down at Huang Xue. You have a company called Xue Media, which has a lot of female anchors. I see them often. As early as half a year ago, Zhuang Yi had paid attention to Xue Media. At that time, Zhu Nian's wife wanted to expand the company's business and involve herself in new areas. The person responsible for connecting with other senior executives of Xue Media is Zhuang Yi. Similarly, it was because Zhuang Yi saw the potential of the new media industry that he allowed Zhu Nian's wife to invest in Xue Media. Nowadays, Xue Media is developing rapidly. Many of its female anchors have a considerable number of fans and have considerable influence in the city. Huang Xue sneered, "This company is owned by my wife, how dare you attack your own wife?" Certainly. Zhuang Yi walked out of the public restroom calmly and passed by Huang Xue. Before leaving, he left a message, "I have evidence that you have been seducing your female artists." In an instant, Huang Xue, who had been so arrogant, turned pale. A feeling of anger and fear is slowly rising in my heart. She turned around angrily, only to find that Zhuang Yi had disappeared. This guy is so sure about what he said. Does he really have some evidence? Huang Xue was nervous, as she had indeed hidden rules over the female artists under her. And all the unspoken rules have been followed. But she has always done things cleanly, so there is no way she could leave any evidence behind. Zhuang Yi can't have any evidence. But if Zhuang Yi had evidence in his hands, on what basis could he say with such certainty that I had taken advantage of female employees? Could it be that? Huang Xue's pupils suddenly shrank. The surname is Xiao. I am 100% sure that I was not secretly photographed. Therefore, only she has the power to persuade the female employees of our company to defect and make them serve as witnesses. Thinking of this, Huang Xue gritted her teeth. Although the preparations are not adequate, we still have to act in advance. If we don't have some dirt on Zhuang Yi, we will always be in a passive position. Huang Xue walked out of the public restroom angrily, took out her cell phone and called someone. Hey, listen to me. Huang Xue was domineering, yet revealed a hint of panic. However, what she didn't know was that all this was just her own imagination. In fact, Zhuang Yi has no evidence QAQ. The reason why Zhuang Yi said that was mainly because he ran a media company and was gay, so there was a high probability that there would be unspoken rules. This is a common problem in the industry. Return to the table. Seeing that Xiao Jolie and Su Bauer had eaten and drunk their fill, Zhuang Yi cleared his throat and asked, "Sister Jolie, let's end it here tonight, shall we?" Su Bauer was a little introverted and shy. She stood up timidly and kept an eye on Zhuang Yi's actions. Xiao Jolie nodded and said gently, "Okay, then I'll take Assistant Su back to school first, and then I'll take you home." Xiao Jolie didn't ask, but made the decision directly. In this respect, she is quite similar to Zhu Nian's wife. They are both overbearing CEOs and will not tolerate any objections from others. For some reason, Zhuang Yi felt that this domineering attitude made him feel at ease. "Okay, thank you Sister Jolie, you have worked hard tonight." "You're welcome. I'll have to trouble you someday." Dear readers, this is 80,000 words. If possible, please write a review, add a bookshelf, or even better, give me a small gift. This is really important to me. Thank you for your hard work, Kowtow. Chapter 40, Sending Su Bauer Back to School. In order to pass the review, more than 1,000 words were deleted from this chapter, and the content is a bit disconnected. I am really sorry for everyone. The reviewers have worked hard, so please be gentle. An hour later, at the gate of Dingyang University, Su Bauer got out of the car, thanked him repeatedly, and then walked back to the campus. After watching her enter the school gate, the car, which was supposed to be restarted, stopped where it was, and Xiao Jolie even turned off the engine. "Sister Jolie, why don't you drive?" Zhuang Yi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly asked. Xiao Jiuli held the steering wheel with both hands, staring at Zhuang Yi beside her. Sister, I'm thinking about something. She pursed her lips slightly, and her bright red lips revealed a moving charm, like morning dew hanging on petals, tender and attractive. Zhuang Yi glared at her as if she was an idiot. It's a dark and windy night, don't do anything rash. Xiao Jiuli was not angry after being bluffed, but laughed meaningfully. No, sister just wants to tease you blatantly and see you blush. She said it bluntly, with a sense of dominance, which was in line with the aura of the president of the Xiao group. And while speaking, she straightened her back, showing off her long legs in black stockings, trying to touch Zhuang Yi's heartstrings. The charming leg curves aroused people's imagination. Zhuang Yi felt his heart beating faster after just a few glances. After several seconds, seeing Zhuang Yi's eyes were fixed on him, Xiao Jiuli smiled flatteringly, revealing her white and neat teeth. Brother, what are you looking at? Zhuang Yi came to his senses and his cheeks suddenly felt hot, as if they had been burned by fire. No. No, Sister Jiuli. He turned his head incoherently and looked at the windshield in front of him. Thank you for tonight. I have always been the one suffering from Junyan's wife's anger. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to experience the pleasure of tit for tat. He rationally changed the subject and expressed his gratitude in a serious tone. This is a subconscious emergency response as a working person. Trying to get away with it. Xiao Jiuli raised her eyebrows slightly dissatisfied. How come this little boy hasn't been completely fascinated by his sister? You should be stammering and unable to speak now, and then your sister should blow on you, causing you to blush, your brain to shut down, and you to beg for mercy shyly. You're a coward, you don't dare to admit it, right? Xiao Jiuli put her legs back on the pedals uncomfortably and deliberately muttered in a charming and gentle voice. Your eyes are sparking. Do you think I'm blind? I won't blame you. His eyes wandered over Zhuang Yi's face intentionally or unintentionally, and he quietly noticed that his cheeks were gradually turning red. Little guy, I can't charm you. If you can persist for one day, can you persist for a lifetime? In the past, you had a knot in your heart about your ex-wife, so it was okay that your sister couldn't seduce you. Now that you're free from this restraint, let us see how long you can hold on. Sister Jiuli, please stop teasing me. You know I can't stand being teased. Zhuang Yi was very nervous, so nervous that his palms were sweating. In the past, he would have tried his best to isolate his brain from this information. When his relationship with his wife was still intact, many women approached him, but he was afraid that his wife would get jealous, so he cut off all possible ambiguity. And today, Xiao Jiuli was not extravagant and even helped himself. Apart from the inappropriate language, there was nothing wrong with it. I always feel warm in my heart. This was Zhuang Yi's first feeling. It seemed that after he gave up on Zhu Nianqi, everything was moving in a good direction. Seeing Zhuang Yi's mouth curled up, Xiao Jiuli decided to hold back and said mischievously. Okay, your face is already red after just 2 sentences, so cute. I won't bully you tonight. I'll tease you after we get divorced. You have to be obedient and bear it with me then. I won't give up pursuing you just because you rejected my confession today. She said these words without blushing or feeling any heart palpitations. Very sincere and serious. Zhuang Yi nodded, feeling surprisingly relieved. Okay, after the divorce, I will bear all the teasing from Sister Jiuli. Today, it seems like I haven't smoked a cigarette all day. That's what my brother said. I didn't force you. Xiao Jiuli fastened her seatbelt, restarted the car, and sent Zhuang Yi home. Chenxi Community. Under an old residential building. Xiao Jiuli sent Zhuang Yi to the entrance stairs and put him down. Sister Jiuli, thank you for your hard work tonight. I earned your money, ate your food, and troubled you to drive me. Zhuang Yi bent slightly and said goodbye to the car window. Xiao Jiuli smiled evilly. It's not hard, sister is willing to do it. Chapter 41 Returning home to meet Sister Bai Yun. In order to pass the review, more than 1,000 words were deleted from this chapter, and the content is a bit disconnected. I am really sorry for everyone. The reviewers have worked hard, so please be gentle. Zhuang Yi said politely, Sister Jiuli, my home is on the 3rd floor. Do you want to come up and sit for a while? My sister is also at home. Let me introduce her to you. Your sister? Xiao Jiuli's eyes showed hostility. Real sister or adopted sister? Is she prettier than me? A strong sense of jealousy spread in the air. Zhuang Yi was keenly aware of this emotion and said to ease the atmosphere.
My sister, her name is Sister Bayun, she is 1 year older than you, Sister Jolie, and she raised me.
Zhuang Yi is not stupid, and anyone who can make it to the top of a company is not stupid. This way of expression can not only cleverly convey one's honesty, but also show transparency to customers, thus eliminating their vigilance. As expected, upon hearing the words raised and brought up, Xiao Jiulie's hostility plummeted.
Oh, it's my brother's parents. I'll go meet his parents after I've confirmed my relation. After saying this, Xiao Jiulie turned on the high beam and prepared to leave Chenxi community. Zhuang Yi folded his hands on his abdomen and said respectfully, Sister Jolie, take care on your way.
Send me a message when you get home.
He said the standard 3-piece farewell in one breath. It was a very normal sentence, but Xiao Jiulie thought of another possibility.
Brother, are you concerned about me?
She was startled for a moment, then she smiled beautifully. Okay, I will listen to you. With that, she blew him a kiss and drove away.
Zhuang Yi neither denied nor admitted it, and deliberately teased Xiao Jiulie. He stood there and watched this unlucky customer leave.
All the way home, he felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was.
Shaking his head, Zhuang Yi climbed the stairs. When I arrived at my home and wanted to open the door, I found it was locked.
If he hadn't brought the key with him, he would have been locked out of the house by the hateful Sister Bayun.
With a disdainful snort, he took out his key and opened the door. Walked in.
Sister Bayun sat on the coffee table with her back to the door, wearing headphones, staring blankly at her phone.
Sister Bayun, why did you lock the door and shut me out? I didn't make you angry these 2 days. Zhuang Yi walked over with a swagger.
After seeing the contents on the phone clearly, he lowered his head coldly and looked down at his godsister with a look as if she were trash.
The most important person in my life, my godsister.
Maybe the volume of the headphones was too loud, so loud that it covered up Zhuang Yi's footsteps and calls, so Sister Bayun didn't notice Zhuang Yi coming home.
So, that's it.
Zhuang Yi looked at Sister Bayun, and Sister Bayun looked at her phone, and they did not disturb each other.
In order to pass the review, 1,000 words were deleted here, and the content is a bit disconnected, sorry.
After a while, realizing something was wrong, Sister Bayun suddenly raised her head and met Zhuang Yi's murderous eyes perfectly.
Zhuang Yi.
Sister Bayun yelled out her name in panic and stood up quickly, but she lost her balance and fell head over heels.
Bang! It was a close call.
Although she fell on her back, fortunately her head did not hit the sharp corner of the coffee table.
Zhuang Yi walked over without any feeling of pity and stared at Sister Bayun with an extremely cold look.
With a deathly pale face, he picked up Sister Bayun's phone, entered his birthday, and unlocked the phone screen.
Xiao Zhuang, what are you going to do? Sister Bayun asked tentatively, feeling very uneasy.
Zhuang Yi responded coldly, delete the video.
Delete the video? Sister Bayun ignored the pain and stood up with a backflip. I can't delete it. This is my treasured collection.
Although he said this, he didn't have the slightest logic to stop it. Watching Zhuang Yi completely delete the video, she was so anxious that her scalp was about to break, and she was jumping up and down in despair.
Zhuang Yi ignored it and deleted the video indifferently.
Fearing that it wasn't thorough enough, he even went to the recycle bin to delete everything. After doing all this, Zhuang Yi threw the phone back to Sister Bayun, then walked into the shower room and prepared to take a hot bath.
Chapter 42, Wife Returns Home.
It took about 10 minutes. Zhuang Yi finished his shower, put on his clothes and walked out. In the past, he would sneak out of the shower room wearing only a pair of shorts. After all, the shower room was too humid and wearing pants and it would soak the trouser legs. Sister Bayun stood at the shower door, her face full of panic. He wanted to talk to Zhuang Yi, but when he recalled the predicament just now, he couldn't utter a word. Zhuang Yi wiped his hair with a white towel.
Surprisingly, there was no more humiliation, ridicule, or even anger.
He just looked at Sister Bayun calmly. Don't do this to me next time.
I understand your needs in that area. If you need resources, I can help you find them.
Sister Bayun opened her mouth wide, feeling extremely embarrassed and not knowing how to explain herself to her brother. She could clearly feel that her brother's gaze was changing.
I see myself as a stuffy and timid wolf. Ah. So annoying.
After a pause, Zhuang Yi said sympathetically, I just felt a little disgusted just now.
I said it in anger. Don't take it to heart.
Sister Bayun's brain had crashed.
She didn't know what to say, so she asked weakly, really?
Zhuang Yi glanced at her and laughed in disappointment. Really, but I didn't expect that at the age of 30, it would only take 5 minutes. As he said this, he looked at Sister Baiyun with the eyes of a hopeless trash. He shook his head and made a tsk sound of pity. Boom! This strike pierced through the starry sky. Ginseng rooster plus whale god attack. I fucked Sister Baiyun so hard that she became incoherent. She took several steps back stiffly, her back pressed against the wall, and then slid down to the ground like a paralyzed person. Then she cried. Woo woo woo, stupid dog, you are humiliating me. You have never humiliated me in your life. I raised you, so I just used you for a bit and you humiliated me, woo woo. Sister Baiyun's tears flowed uncontrollably, she cried out in agony and kept yelling. Seeing her crying and feeling wronged, Zhuang Yi did not comfort her but walked towards the bedroom silently. Sister Baiyun, you should be thankful. If it was someone else who did this, I would break her legs, or at least scold her so hard that she can't even hold her head up. Go to bed early after you finish crying. I have to be busy tomorrow and I won't play with you anymore. He was calm, eerily calm. Entering the bedroom, Zhuang Yi fell flat on the bed as if he was paralyzed. Too many things happened today, making him a little overtired, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Zhuang Yi got up. After washing and wiping his face, he walked out of the bedroom and found that Sister Baiyun had not yet gotten up, so he went to the kitchen to cook for her. When Sister Baiyun got up, she found that Zhuang Yi had already prepared breakfast, and her depressed mood improved a lot. It seems like my brother really doesn't care about what happened last night, that's great. Thinking of this, Sister Baiyun walked to the dining table, and the moment she saw the breakfast items, her appetite dropped rapidly. Steamed goose heart, fried shrimp head, fried cakes, green tea, etc. Xiao Zhuan, sister, you really know you are wrong. Can you please stop doing this? Sister Baiyun said with a little melancholy. Okay. Zhuang Yi did not refute. Sister Baiyun doesn't like it, let's eat something else tomorrow. The two men sat opposite each other, and the atmosphere was very subtle. Zhuang Yi was concentrating on eating, while Sister Baiyun was secretly looking at Zhuang Yi while eating breakfast. Ding dong. After eating for just a short while, the doorbell rang. I'll go open the door. Zhuang Yi put down his chopsticks, stood up and walked towards the door. Open the door. A familiar figure came into view, causing Zhuang Yi to frown slightly. Bamboo misses his wife. What are you doing here? Zhuang Yi walked out and locked the door. The meaning is very clear, which is not to let Junyan's wife enter the house. Before marriage, Zhuang Yi brought Junyan's wife to his home to meet the parents many times. Now that Junyan's wife followed him, he did not suspect that Junyan's wife had investigated him. Junyan's wife felt disappointed when she saw that her husband would not let her into the house, but she still forced a smile. Honey, I came to talk to you about work. As she spoke, she picked up several documents and placed them solemnly in front of Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi only took a glance and noticed that the first document was signed by Huang Shuwei and Junyanqi. Hold. They are about to get divorced, but they still dare to show off their love in front of me. This is your company's business, don't come to me. Without hesitation, Zhuang Yi directly issued an expulsion order. Junyan's wife's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she felt mixed emotions, and her smile gradually faded. Hubby, please don't be like this, okay? I just want to talk to you more. Zhuang Yi was upset and said silently, Boss Xu, I don't want to talk to you. As soon as he saw the 3 words Huang Shuwei, he got angry. They said they were blocking me and severing ties with me. Every word sounds nice, but not a single word is true. She didn't even want to act and just put her name first. Cursing inwardly for a few words, he stretched out his right hand and poked the 3 words Huang Shuwei forcefully. Don't let me see this name in the future. It makes me sick. Junyan's wife, this idiot, didn't understand what her husband meant and instead smiled strangely. Honey, I just wanted to tell you about Shuwei. Look, she has signed a new contract with our company. It's a huge order worth hundreds of millions. Isn't your wife making rapid progress now? She opened the copy of the contract a little helplessly, found the details, and showed it to Zhuang Yi anxiously. An order worth 100 million is enough to equal Zhuang Yi's income for almost a year. The reason why Junyan's wife tried so hard to show off was mainly because she wanted to prove that she was not fooling around but was seriously discussing business. Otherwise, how could there be such a big piece of cake for the company to swallow? Zhuang Yi pondered for a moment and said, as long as you like it, I wish you a happy marriage.
Why are you saying that again? I already said I have nothing to do with her.
Zhu Nian's wife yelled angrily, but when she thought that it was useless to be ruthless to her husband now, she subconsciously lowered her head and became aggrieved.
Husband, are you angry about what happened last night?
I left suddenly last night because I went to discuss business with Huang Shui.
I didn't do anything except eat. I didn't even let her touch me.
Zhuang Yi did not feel angry, but subconsciously, he felt that Zhu Nian's wife was lying again. Yesterday, Zhu Nian's wife vowed that she had completely severed ties with Huang Shui and even blocked her. Less than half a day later, the business was revived and a huge order of 100 million was signed.
Suddenly became a big customer.
This made him feel particularly annoyed, so he said, "Boss Zhu, I'm not angry.
Congratulations on signing the big order. The company's workload for the next year is saturated."
He didn't know why, but whenever he saw Zhu Nian's wife, he felt particularly eager to smoke.
Zhu Nian's wife was aggrieved. Husband, actually Huang Shui.
The repeated mention of the third party made Zhuang Yi feel annoyed and he interrupted Zhu Nian's wife.
Will she die if you don't mention it?
He glared at Zhu Nian's wife fiercely. It doesn't matter if I tell you the truth. Your precious Huang Shui threatened me last night and wanted to ruin my reputation. Chapter 43. The wife does not believe Zhuang Yi and chooses to believe Huang Shui.
Zhu Nian's wife shuddered and froze in place. Last night, in the box. When Zhu Nian's wife and Huang Shui signed the contract, she repeatedly asked Huang Shui not to have any contact with Zhuang Yi again.
At that time, Huang Shui patted her chest and swore an oath to Zhu Nian's wife, promising that she would never have anything to do with Zhuang Yi again, and would never retaliate against Zhuang Yi. She opened her mouth. She had witnessed Huang Shui's promise with her own eyes and ears last night, so she didn't believe her husband's lies.
Hubby, Huang Shui can't possibly deal with you.
I gave her a death order last night, asking her to stay away from you and not to have any thoughts of being afraid of you.
Besides,
Huang Shui was in my sight last night except for going to the bathroom. It's impossible for her to have contact with you. I know you don't like her, but we can't be so hypocritical and spread rumors about others. Zhu Nian's wife lowered her head in shame and felt anxious. Zhuang Yi did not refute, and regarded it as a wolf's heart and dog's lungs, then just treat it as a rumor I made up.
I don't expect you to trust me. What a coincidence.
The two of them really met in the bathroom.
Honey, it's not that I don't trust you.
I'm going to call her right now and ask her to testify on the spot. She really swore to me last night. Zhu Nian's wife hurriedly took out her cell phone, her fingers slid across the screen quickly, wishing she could call Huang Shui immediately.
Zhuang Yi sneered, didn't you block her? Zhu Nian's wife's fingers stopped instantly.
When she raised her head and met Zhuang Yi's cold eyes, she shuddered involuntarily and quickly put her phone back. She hated this kind of look, as if her heart was pierced by her most beloved person, and she felt so uncomfortable that she couldn't breathe.
Honey, please don't look at me like that, okay?
For such a big order, it's reasonable for the customer to ask for my phone number, right?
Reasonable. Zhuang Yi said coldly, thinking that this woman was unreasonable.
Zhu Nian's wife didn't hear any resentment in her voice and reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief.
I knew my husband would understand me. Everything is for this family and for the grand cause.
I know my stingy husband knows what's important. When we receive the first progress payment in a few days, we will buy a new house for my mother-in-law.
How about that? Let's buy the most expensive one in the city.
Zhu Nian's wife smiled slightly and pointed at Sister Baiyun in the room. Sister Baiyun had been at odds with Zhu Nian's wife, and even made a scene at the wedding on the day of their wedding, causing the Zhu family to lose face. This time, Zhu Nian's wife put aside the past and wanted to give gifts to ease the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, which can be regarded as a disguised expression of wanting to save the marriage. Zhuang Yi looked at her dimly. This was the first time his wife cared about her family and even wanted to buy a house for them. In the past, he would be so excited that he couldn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. But now, he is just cold as ice and heartless. No need, just take care of yourself, we will be divorced next month. When she heard the word divorce, Zhu Nian's wife seemed to have a stress reaction and interrupted and retorted.
Why are you talking about divorce again? I've come to you so humbly to ask for reconciliation, and you're still talking about this. Stop, I haven't finished speaking yet.
Zhuang Yi made an X sign with his hands, and his tone was still cold. Even though we are still married, as long as Huang Shui takes the initiative to attack me, I will not hesitate to kill her. You are so deeply involved with her, so don't blame me for hurting her, and don't blame me for affecting the Zhu family's assets.
Xu Nian's wife said confidently, "You stingy bastard. I've already told you that Huang Shui swore to me that she would never dare to do anything to you." She looked very angry. Her husband first mentioned divorce and then ignored her words. If Huang Shui really dared to attack her husband, not only would she be unable to bear it, but her father-in-law would also mobilize all resources to start a business war with the Huang group. Huang Shui is not stupid. Unless she is in love, she would never do such a thing that is not worth the loss. Zhuang Yi frowned irritably. "I don't want to have a meaningless quarrel with you. Do you have anything else to do? I didn't ask you to leave here." When she heard that they were going to chase her away, Xu Nian's wife could no longer conceal her anger, which went straight to her head, and she almost roared out. You're driving me away? Zhuang Yi. Are you so heartless? I gave up the family dinner to save Zhu Yanyan's life. Isn't it just that I don't accompany you for a meal? Is it necessary to stop talking to you until you die? Do you know how sad I am when you said we are strangers? Can you please consider my feelings like before? I admit that Huang Shui coaxed me into drinking, and I half-heartedly drank, but these are minor mistakes. I also apologize to you, and it was you who didn't want to listen to my explanation. You always say bad things about Huang Shui, but I just blocked her yesterday and she came to apologize with the order that night. Can't you learn from her? Zhu Nian's wife burst into tears and angrily threw the contract in her hand to the ground. She grabbed Zhuang Yi's shoulders with both hands and shook him continuously. She wanted to wake him up, to wake up the husband who once loved her deeply. However, everything she said sounded completely different to Zhuang Yi. Huang Shui is a mistress. In other words, they have known each other for 7 years and have been married for 4 years. Zhuang Yi has worked hard for the Shu family without complaint, drained his connections to save his father-in-law's life, etc. In the end, Zhu Nian's wife was able to bury all his success with an order worth 100 million yuan for a mistress who showed up unexpectedly. Asking Zhuang Yi to learn from this mistress is simply unreasonable and too much. You know, the number of orders signed by Zhuang Yi every year is definitely more than 100 million. He lowered his eyes, looking extremely painful. He was silent for a long time before he spoke in agony. In your house, you kicked me out for Huang Shui. In my house, I asked you to leave, but you used Huang Shui to pressure me. You know that our relationship broke down because of her, you still put me down and praise her in front of me, Zhu Nian's wife. Is it necessary to be so excessive? Zhu Nianqi instinctively loosened her hands, realizing that she had inadvertently said the wrong thing again and had touched the most painful part of Zhuang Yi's heart. That's not what I meant. Our relationship is not broken. I love you to death. Tears as big as beans kept falling, and due to her proud and overbearing personality, she gritted her teeth and added. And I didn't do anything wrong. I just went to save Zhu Yanyang and accidentally drank a few glasses of wine. You made up a story that I had sex with someone else. Isn't that too much? Ding dong. When the argument was getting more intense, Zhuang Yi's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out calmly, and the heart-wrenching discomfort instantly turned into raging rage. Someone added him as a WeChat friend. The avatar is a close-up shot of him, but his hair has been photoshopped to look like lush green grassland. Chapter 44. Zhu Nian's wife, are you pretending to be so infatuated? Fuck your mother. Zhuang Yi raised his head and glared at Zhu Nian's wife. This prank was obviously done by her friend. Bully. Bully again. Not satisfied with the verbal attacks, the mental insults were even more overwhelming. He clicked the button to agree to the friend request, and prepared to use his parents as the center, his relatives as the radius, and his descendants as the initial acceleration, and type and curse until he vomits blood and dies. Zhu Nian's wife caught the change in Zhuang Yi's expression, and her heart tightened immediately. She pretended to question. Why are you glaring at me? I'm telling you the truth, but you're the one who doesn't dare to reply. Are you feeling guilty? Zhuang Yi ignored her completely and typed rapidly on the phone screen. As soon as Zhu Nian's wife arrived at his home, someone added her as a friend by making innuendos. Even a dog wouldn't believe you if you say there is no connection between the two. Zhu Nian's wife was still angry, and when she saw her husband ignoring her, she became even more aggressive. Why are you ignoring me? Hand over your phone. Let me see if you are chatting with that vixen Xiao Jiuli again. As she spoke, she reached out and snatched Zhuang Yi's phone, wanting to unblock Zhuang Yi so that they could keep in touch. Just as she snatched the phone, the person on WeChat sent 2 messages. Bite. When Zhu Nian's wife saw the news, her pupils suddenly shrank into a line, her face turned pale, and she almost fell down.
These two pieces of news completely confirmed her guilt.
Give me your phone.
Zhuang Yi was already very angry, and when he was disturbed by his wife, his hostility increased. Without a second thought, he reached out to snatch the phone, but his wife held on to it tightly, as if it were a lifeline.
No. I won't give it to you.
Zhu Yan's wife subconsciously wanted to delete the two messages, but she was a step too slow. Zhuang Yi pulled hard, not caring whether his wife would get hurt, and snatched the phone back.
When the two messages came into view, his pupils shrank into black dots in an instant. Grievance that made eyes bloodshot. Zhuang Yi's guess was correct.
Zhu Yan's wife had deceived him again, and this time the deception was beyond his expectations. All the emotions, tears, and love that my wife just expressed.
It's all fake.
These two messages, one is a photo and the other is also a photo.
The first photo shows Zhu Yan's wife and Zhu Yangyang wore couple birthday hats and blew out the cake together.
On the cake, there was the date of the day before yesterday and happy birthday written on it.
The night before yesterday was the day when Zhu Yan's wife sacrificed herself and left the family banquet.
In addition, the two people in the photo have extremely sweet smiles, they like each other and are in love, just like a loving couple. On the stage behind the photos, there are 6,570 photos of Zhu Yan's wife and Zhu Yangyang, overflowing with a sense of happiness.
The second photo shows Zhu Yan's wife and Huang Shuwei hugged each other tightly.
Zhu Yan's wife seemed to be drunk, with a faint blush on her pretty face. Behind the two of them, countless guests applauded and congratulated them, and some even made gestures of love wishing them a happy marriage. The two photos show an incomparable and sweet happiness, the kind of happiness and applause that Zhuang Yi has never received in these 7 years.
No matter how much he contributed to the Zhu family or how much responsibility he took for the family, he never got anything in return.
His heart felt like it was being stabbed over and over again by his wife with a cold sharp knife. It was covered in blood and a mess of flesh and blood. Zhu Yan's wife's lips moved, her face as pale as paper. Husband, listen to my explanation.
It's not what you think. Explain. Your mother exploded.
Zhuang Yi was extremely cruel and violent, and he wished he could kick this bitch to death.
Your Zhu Yangyang's injury is really serious.
It's so serious that he has to hug Huang Shuwei together. You keep saying you love me to death, but you can't even be loyal to me.
You only use betrayal to trample on all my love. You lied without blinking an eye.
You have deceived me for 7 years.
Zhu Yan's wife, you are awesome. You are so awesome.
Zhuang Yi's entire expression was furious, and he was almost disgusted to the extreme with the woman in front of him. His wife's various deceptions even made him suspect that she was playing a perverted master-servant game outside.
My wife's arrival today was also a mission assigned by the master. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world that the wife would arrive as soon as the photo appeared? Zhu Yan's wife woke up as if from a dream, and said tremblingly, "No, husband. Things are not what you think.
I was drunk at the time, Huang Shuwei just helped me up, and she is a woman."
Lie. A complete lie.
Zhuang Yi stretched out a hand and pointed to the stairs. I don't want to hear any explanation, get out.
Zhu Yan's wife's heart trembled, and her anger was swept away.
She was most afraid of the seemingly calm conversation after this kind of rage. She hugged Zhuang Yi tightly, unwilling to let go. Husband, I beg you to listen to me clearly.
I promise to tell the truth this time. I dare not hide anything again. Zhuang Yi grabbed Zhu Yan's wife's back like a chicken and pulled her away. Go away, or not.
Zhu Yan's wife's face was panicked, and a subtle sense of fear crept into her heart.
I won't leave. I love you. I want to confess to you. Bang!
Zhuang Yi was filled with gloomy energy, and he burst out with all his strength and slapped him wildly. Zhu Yan's wife's left face was slapped and blood was wriggling, and a mouthful of bloody phlegm spurted out of her mouth.
All I heard was the devil whispering, "Are you pretending to be infatuated with your mother?" Chapter 45. Zhu Yan's wife questions Huang Shuwei for the first time.
This chapter has been revised.
Thank you for your hard work in reviewing it. Please be gentle. A slap, and he vomited blood.
Zhu Yan's wife finally realized how her husband, who loved her the most, had devoted his life to her. She could vaguely feel that her cheeks were deformed by the slap. Covering his face, tears of unwillingness accumulated in his bright eyes. Her heart ached more than her body ached.
Aren't you afraid of hurting me? Zhu Yan's wife asked the last question.
Zhuang Yi did not respond, but just stared at her coldly, a gaze that made her bones shiver.
Zhu Yan's wife felt very uncomfortable being stared at, and indescribable emotions were churning in her heart: anger, unwillingness, and heartache. She bent down and picked up the contract documents on the ground. I originally wanted to use work matters to coax my husband back to the company and resolve the conflict. Who would have thought that it would go wrong again and be smashed to pieces? Zhu Yan's wife felt helpless. After packing up everything, she left the gate in a daze. Before leaving, she said to Zhuang Yi unyieldingly, "Husband, I will come to see you again when you are no longer angry." "I'm sorry." She really wanted to say something more, but her husband's attitude was so firm. She was afraid that if she said too much, she would make more mistakes and expose some negative information, which would make things worse. That would be a real loss. At the same time, she also hated herself for not having confessed earlier, and hated herself for hugging Huang Shui. Go down the stairs and onto the road. She walked slowly, as if all the strength had been drained from her. Zhu Yan's wife, you are such a loser. You were clearly prepared not to get angry at your husband, but in the end you couldn't help but scold him. She murmured to herself, at a loss. As she walked, she suddenly remembered something. Why would someone send a photo to her husband when she was there? Zhu Yan's wife felt nervous, thinking someone was trying to frame her, and her husband might be being followed. She took out her cell phone, hesitated for a moment, and called Huang Shui. She felt a vague sense of worry in her heart. Her husband had just said that Huang Shui was trying to frame him, and the photo just happened to appear. Could it be that my husband really wasn't acting on impulse, but Huang Shui threatened him? With a lot of thoughts in my mind, the call was quickly connected. Huang Shui, hey, my dear wife, what's the matter? Zhu Yan's wife wiped away her tears and shouted firmly. Huang Shui, I've made it clear enough before, don't call me baby anymore. Tell me the truth now, do you want to frame my husband? Think carefully before answering, don't blame me for blocking you again. Her attitude this time was unexpectedly tough. On the other end of the phone, Huang Shui was also confused. She hadn't taken any action yet. Could it be that Zhuang Yi had been ambushed by someone in advance? Huang Shui, no, my dear wife, didn't I swear to you last night? I don't have the slightest hatred towards him. No way. Seeing that she firmly denied it, Zhu Yan's wife breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said, okay, for the sake of our friendship, you must not retaliate against my husband. Huang Shui, don't you trust me? I gave you a 100 million order as soon as I said it. You were the first person I thought of when I founded a new company. Even Shui Media has your shares. Her voice was a little emotional, as if she was defending herself. Zhu Yan's wife felt more relaxed after hearing this. Huang Shui was not the type to blame others, so she comforted him with a bit of hesitation. I don't distrust you, but my husband received a photo of me. It was secretly taken on Zhu Yangyang's birthday. Because of this, he is a little angry. Can you help me find the culprit? I want to break both of his legs to vent my anger. Huang Shui was stunned for a moment. There were so many people taking pictures at that time, plus there were few cameras in Zhu Yangyang mansion, and there were many nobles. It's a bit difficult to deal with. She already had the answer in her mind. The culprit who could do such a dirty thing was most likely Zhu Yangyang. She had a hunch that Zhu Yangyang would make things even bigger, like spreading the photos throughout the Zhu family, or simply posting them on social media and adding an ambiguous love message. Since someone was doing the work for me and made Zhuang Yi so angry that he died, why should I bring trouble upon myself and eliminate the people who helped me? Zhu Yan's wife was a little disgusted. If it's difficult, I will do it myself. At worst, I will go to Zhu Yangyang's house to adjust the surveillance. I don't believe that I can't find some clues. In the past, whenever Zhu Yan's wife expressed her needs, Huang Shui would immediately say that she would take care of it. But today, she said the word difficult, which made Zhu Yan's wife a little angry, and she simply hung up the phone. After resting for a while, she called the housekeeper, Uncle Fu. Hey, Uncle Fu. Hey, miss, you called me so early in the morning. Do you have any instructions? The housekeeper's name is Fu Bowie. He is 55 years old this year. Although he has a head of spotted hair, he is in very good spirits. Help me rent an apartment in Chenxi community. I'll send you the address. It's on the 3rd floor, next to my husband. Money is not a problem. The sooner the better. Zhu Yan's wife sent her location to Fu Bowie while she was talking. Fu Bowie didn't ask. Yes, miss, I'll do it right away. The 3rd floor, Sister Bayune's home. After Zhuang Yi drove Zhu Yan's wife away, he returned home in a depressed mood.
The mood for breakfast was long gone. He lay lazily on the sofa and had a fierce argument with the person who sent him the photo. He didn't dare to stop, as his heart would ache as soon as he stopped swearing. Zhu Yan's wife looks radiant in the photo, and it is obvious that she is deeply in love with Zhu Yangyang, otherwise she would not have smiled so brilliantly. They kept saying they were just brother and sister and that blood was thicker than water, but in the end, they fell in love. Ha, I was also one of those who fell in love over time, and I was really tricked into the woods. The person on the other side was very arrogant, and his nickname was Zhu Yan's wife's legal husband. While Zhuang Yi was on the line, he paid a hacker to help him get the other party's information. It's a pity that I came to nothing and found nothing. I only knew that the other party had a foreign ID. Zhu Yan's wife's real husband sent a provocative message, "Open Douyin now and watch some short videos." Zhuang Yi was neither impatient nor anxious. After scolding him harshly, he opened the short video platform out of curiosity and watched some short videos to pass the time. After only watching 5 videos, I came across a video with pictures and text. The video content is the photo just now of Zhu Yangyang and Zhu Yan's wife, wearing couple birthday hats and blowing out the cake together with smiles on their faces. The two of them appreciate each other, just like a couple from heaven, how happy they are. The title of the video is, "The most important person in my life is standing next to me at this moment." The video has nearly 10,000 likes and more than 1,000 comments. Comments section below. Long and long, 77.99. Oh my god. I am so drunk, it smells so good. Haha, who is this woman? She must be here to deceive Brother Yang's feelings. Zhuang Yi read the comments and slowly calmed down. The suppressed emotions in his heart gradually dissipated. He made up his mind. Zhu Yangyang, you deserve to be killed too. Who to kill? You can't kill my sister. Sister Baiyun trotted over from the dining table, almost crying. I just watched a few of your videos, I don't deserve to die. Zhuang Yi was already in a bad mood, and seeing the sister who raised him. It's even worse. I'm not going to kill you. He rubbed his temple hard. Do you know who was here just now? Who is it? Sister Baiyun asked. Zhu Yan's wife. She lied to me the night before yesterday that she was going to rescue someone, but in fact she was playing with Zhu Yangyang and Huang Shui all night. She just came to question me and I slapped her. Chapter 46. He Zhu Jiangwo formally filed for divorce from his wife. This book has been reported and blocked. I am working hard to revise the manuscript. I hope the reviewer will be gentler. Sister Baiyun was a little surprised. You hit your wife? Zhuang Yi, who was sitting on the sofa, nodded and threw the phone in front of Sister Baiyun. Sister Baiyun was in disbelief after watching the video. Zhu Yan's wife, who once dared to make trouble in the heavenly palace in order to marry Zhuang Yi. She was having an affair with other men. I want to give her a beating. My wife, who once solemnly promised me that she would never let me suffer any injustice, has now betrayed me without blinking an eye. Sister Baiyun was indignant, with anger and heartache written all over her face. Sister told you that if you want to marry a woman, marry me, but you didn't listen. Now you see, sister is old, and Zhu Yan's wife doesn't want you anymore. She complained, and thinking of the farce last night, she didn't dare to ride on Zhuang Yi's head and shit for the time being. In the past, she would definitely step on Zhuang Yi's face. Zhuang Yi shook his head in self-mockery, took out a cigarette, lit it and took a puff. Ha! Smoke filled the air, gradually blurring his cold expression. Sister, I plan to go and convince Dad this afternoon, to get a divorce early. Although he had just promised Zhu Jiangwo the day before yesterday that he would give Zhu Yan's wife a month. But now he regretted it. He hoped to eradicate the problem as soon as possible to prevent his wife from doing anything weird again. He couldn't maintain this marriage for even a second. Seeing her brother's determined eyes, Sister Baiyun smiled quietly, as if her brother was divorced, and she felt extremely happy. Well, you are not allowed to regret it. Go get a divorce this afternoon. After the divorce, your sister will host a banquet to welcome you back. Zhuang Yi frowned and asked, You wish I would get divorced? No, I just can't stand Zhu Yan's wife. Sister Baiyun pouted her lips, her eyes flashing with gloating, and she was obviously ecstatic. This stupid dog is divorcing his wife Zhu Yan today, and tomorrow I will coax him into accompanying me to get a marriage certificate. Then, hurry up and get pregnant with a child, tie up the stupid dog at home to take care of the child, and prevent him from coming into contact with women in society. Become my sister's dog forever. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Bamboo Villa. Zhuang Yi arranged Su Bao's work tasks for the day over the phone, then came into the villa with 2 boxes of wine, expressionless on his face. Zhu Jiangwo sat on the sofa in the living room, frowning and looking absent-minded.
On the side, Wang Xiumei and Zhuaiqing were talking about something.
When Zhu Jiangwo looked up and saw Zhuang Yi, he was shocked and panicked at first, and then his expression slowly turned into a calm smile.
"Son, you're here."
He spoke calmly, without his usual excitement.
"Dad, I missed you, so I came to see you."
Zhuang Yi had a faint smile on his face. He first handed the wine to the servant, then walked over and sat down next to Zhu Jiangwo.
"My son is so filial.
When you have time, you must come and spend more time with me, an old man."
Zhu Jiangwo patted Zhuang Yi's shoulder, feeling a little sad.
The old man is considered a fashionable person and he often watches short videos on his mobile phone. He had just seen the pictures and video of Zhu Yangyang and Zhu Nian's wife, and so had the whole family. He just didn't expect that his good son would come to visit him in just over half an hour.
Its purpose is self-evident. The bamboo leaf green next to him greeted him. "Xiao Zhuang, are you not busy today?" Zhuang Yi turned around and saw the usual Zhuaiqing and Wang Xiumei with a sullen face, and greeted them. "Sister Qing, mother-in-law, you are here too."
Wang Xiumei sat dignifiedly, rolled her eyes, and said in a sarcastic tone, "I hope some sons-in-law will know their own business and eat and use our Zhu family, but don't cheat our Zhu family before leaving." Zhuaiqing hugged her arms tightly. "Mom, please stop talking nonsense.
You have offended everyone."
Zhuang Yi was not a live-in son-in-law, but a married woman.
Wang Xiumei's sarcastic words ignited Zhuang Yi's anger.
He smiled wryly and said, "My mother-in-law is really humorous. Speaking of going, Dad, I came here today because I wanted to talk to you about something."
Zhuang Yi's tone suddenly turned serious.
He was thinking about how to start the conversation, but now looking at the emotions of the 3 people, it was obvious that they had seen that short video.
This way, things will be easier to do.
Seeing that Zhuang Yi didn't even say a word of courtesy and went straight to the point, Zhu Jiangwo's heart ached and he realized that this marriage was completely irreparable. According to the trajectory he set, the relationship between the couple would have gradually warmed up.
Why is it that Zhu Nian's wife, this fool, always stirs up trouble?
Despite this, Zhu Jiangwo was still unwilling to give up. He held Zhuang Yi's hand tightly and said pleadingly,
"Son, you need to be clear before you speak. Don't let your father down."
This time, facing his father-in-law's request, Zhuang Yi was quite decisive. "Dad, I want to divorce Zhu Nianqi right now, and it would be best if we could go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow." Zhu Jiangwo's face turned pale instantly, his fingers trembled slightly, and his open mouth was speechless for a long time.
Zhuaiqing was so scared that he quickly left his seat, ran to the toilet, and called Zhu Nian's wife to inform her. Only Wang Xiumei's depressed mood dissipated, and she patted her chest with relief.
She has been dissatisfied with Zhuang Yi, the burden, for a long time.
There are many young talents in the big families in Dingyang City.
The best choice is to find a good son-in-law who is of equal status to Zhu Nian's wife while she is still young. Zhuang Yi sighed slightly, his eyes showing a slightly vicissitudes of life. "Dad, seeing your expression, you must have seen the video of Zhu Nian's wife on Douyin. In fact, with my wife's beauty in the Zhu family's background, she should have found someone better instead of wasting her youth on someone like me." Zhu Jiangwo stared into his eyes, unable to speak, with tears glistening faintly in his eyes.
Zhuang Yi lowered his attitude, but was unwilling to delay any further. "Dad, you are as important to me as my biological father.
You can rest assured that I will never embarrass the Zhu family.
I will bear all the blame."
The only way for Zhuang Yi to start over is to leave this marriage. He has no other choice. As for the fact that Zhu Nian's wife came to his house in the morning, he was unwilling to share it with his father-in-law, fearing that it would make him feel upset. When a couple divorces, they not only hurt each other, but also the innocent relatives around them. The only thing to be thankful for is that there is no constraint on the baby and no guilt for the child to have an unhappy childhood. After hearing the last sentence, Zhu Jiangwo calmly lit a cigarette, took a puff, and blew out a cloud of smoke rings. Smoke rings floated in the air, just like his complicated mood at the moment.
"Son, is there really no chance at all? Your wife only deceived you, she didn't cheat on you." He risked his face and asked again with a glimmer of hope. "Dad, there are some things you may not know yet.
I am not the kind of person who would beat my lover to death if he makes a mistake once." Zhuang Yi took out his cell phone, clicked on the photo of Zhu Nian's wife kissing the man in green suit, and placed it in front of Zhu Jiangwo.
The person in the green suit is blurred. I don't know if he is a man or a woman, but even if he is a woman, I can't accept it. Chapter 47. Let us go. Let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now and complete the divorce procedures.
Dad, if you had agreed straightforwardly, I wouldn't have put this kind of photo in front of you.
The matter between me and my wife is more complicated than you think.
And what I have in my hands is just the tip of the iceberg.
Zhuang Yi's tone was calm and determined.
It would be very embarrassing to put such a thing in front of the parents, and it would be embarrassing for Junyan's wife.
Of course, Zhuang Yi would not use these embarrassing photos to threaten the Zhu family or his ex-wife. He just wanted the Zhu family to see his determination and divorce quickly.
Xu Jiangwo smoked silently, not daring to look up. He didn't dare to look his son in the eye again.
If you want a divorce, do it now.
Don't keep talking nonsense and make it seem like our Zhu family welcomes you. Wang Xiaomei was cracking melon seeds, looking disdainful and interrupting casually.
Let me tell you first, you can't take any of the Zhu family's property with you.
Zhuang Yi said speechlessly, I will leave the house with nothing. Xu Jiangwo ignored Wang Xiaomei and reluctantly let go of Zhuang Yi's hand.
Son, don't pay attention to her.
The Zhu family won't treat you unfairly.
Dad promises you.
Dad will find someone to get a divorce certificate for you.
Wang Xiaomei was furious when she heard this. What do you know, old man?
I am doing this for the good of the Zhu family. Young people nowadays have ulterior motives and are scarier than thieves. The words explicitly and implicitly belittled Zhuang Yi to the point of being worthless. She scolded Zhuang Yi so much that she smiled humorously and wanted to give her 2 big pens.
But he didn't do it.
He was finally getting divorced, and it wouldn't be too late to slap the old woman after the divorce.
Thanks, Dad. Zhuang Yi nodded slightly.
Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Wang Xiaomei couldn't help but cast an angry look at Zhuang Yi. Mr. Zhuang, I heard that you also set up a small decoration company, right? This is marital property and will have to be transferred to the Xu family when the time comes. There was thorn in her words. She crossed her arms across her chest and raised her neck proudly like an old vicious woman.
Xu Jiangwo was so angry that he slammed the table. Shut your mouth. You won't die if you say less. Do you really think you are a computer? You can calculate so well. Wang Xiaomei was stunned by Xu Jiangwo's yelling. Although she was unwilling, she didn't dare to get angry again.
Soon, Zhuaiqing came back from the toilet and chatted about family matters as if nothing had happened.
Zhuang Yi achieved his goal, so he simply didn't expose the truth and kept saying whatever nonsense he wanted. Soon, half an hour passed.
Junyan's wife stepped on the accelerator and ran through 12 red lights to rush home. She and her car crashed into the Zhu family compound, breaking the gate in half. Zhu Jiangwo, Zhu Yeqing, and Wang Xiaomei stood up quickly, terrified. Junyan's wife got out of the car with red eyes, her face full of anger and unwillingness, and walked towards home in 2 steps.
My dear daughter, why are you here? Why do you look so miserable? Wang Xiaomei asked worriedly. Sister, are you okay? Zhuaiqing asked afterwards. Junyan's wife ignored everything.
There was only one person in her eyes, Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi sat calmly on the sofa, knowing clearly what his wife wanted to do.
Want to hit him.
As expected, Junyan's wife walked up to Zhuang Yi in a threatening manner and threw her bag at him. Zhuang Yi dodged it cleverly by bending down, and his bag fell on the sofa. Junyan's wife raised her little fist again and waved it at Zhuang Yi angrily. Zhuang Yi stood up angrily, stretched out his hand, and held her little fist tightly. In the past, Zhuang Yi would be willing to be beaten and then pretend to be in pain just to make his wife smile.
Now, Zhu Jiangwo was here, and not fighting back is already the limit.
Junyan's wife struggled to pull her hand back, but she couldn't. She was so anxious that tears fell one by one, wetting her skirt.
You damn Zhuang Yi. You are such a jerk, let me go now. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You dare to come to my house to ask for a divorce? I gave you face this morning, didn't I?
I am the person in charge of the Zhu group.
You bully me time and again. Are you still a man?
She cursed loudly, her shoulders trembled and she kept sniffing. Tears had blurred her vision, but she didn't care. She just wanted to vent her grievances.
Boss Zhu, be decent. It's just a divorce. It's not a big deal. Zhuang Yi was very indifferent and would not let go of her wrists no matter what. If he did, he would be beaten again.
Every time Junyan's wife heard the word divorce, it was as if her heart was being cut by countless knives. She was angry and complained. You can quarrel, make a scene, or even hit me to vent your anger, but you are not allowed to file for divorce.
If you want to file for divorce, I have to be the one to file it. Do you know that I was working just now? Do you know how important the business I just discussed is? A 5 million order.
For you, I rushed back without stopping, ran through 12 traffic lights, and was almost run over by a truck.
All for you.
Zhu Nian's wife screamed hysterically and lied to him subconsciously.
She didn't encounter any large trucks along the way and simply wanted Zhuang Yi to feel sorry for her. This is the rule that Zhu Nian's wife has summed up over the years. As long as she makes a little use of her husband's love, she can enjoy a unique kind of pampering without restraint.
For example, when Zhu Nian's wife caught a cold, she would pretend to be weak and crying, and Zhuang Yi would give her endless love and care. It's a pity that the effectiveness of this set of fighting styles seems to be greatly reduced. Zhuang Yi's indifferent expression has lessened a little, but he is still unwilling to let go of her wrist. He said calmly, "I'm sorry, Zhu Nian's wife, I think you are lying again, you just want to be loved."
Zhu Nian's wife was furious. You bastard. You always throw tantrums in front of me. Let go of your hands. I will beat you to death.
Wang Xiaomei, who was not far away, came over a little timidly and said, "My dear wife, if you want a divorce, then just get a divorce. This Xuan guy is not worthy of you at all." Zhu Nian's wife angrily yelled at Wang Xiaomei, "Shut up and get out of here.
You have nothing to do here." She didn't want anyone to get involved.
She was already feeling so depressed that she was about to collapse, and now this mother came to make trouble.
Zhuang Yi's calmness was frightening.
"My dear wife Zhu Nian, you know very well whether I have been throwing a tantrum or not over the past few days.
You just don't want to admit it. There is no place for me in your heart anymore. I guess you haven't noticed it yourself. Otherwise, why would you leave me behind time and time again and choose someone else? Go see a psychiatrist when you have time. Your so-called reluctance is nothing more than fear of losing me. You don't have any love for me, only anger."
Zhu Nian's wife suddenly opened her eyes wide, almost suffocated by his bluntness, and endless bitterness surged in her heart.
She vehemently denied it. No. No.
There is no such thing. She was trembling so much that she could hardly stand.
She didn't know whether what Zhuang Yi said was true or not.
But in recent days, whenever she saw Zhuang Yi, she felt only resentment, hatred, and unwillingness to lose him.
Zhu Nian's wife, I've said so much, haven't you discovered it yet? I already don't like you anymore. This was the only time Zhuang Yi lied.
It was impossible to break up a 7-year relationship in just a dozen days. It required a process, a very long process. Zhu Nian's wife was completely stunned, staring blankly, letting the tears flow down her cheeks. She never imagined that her husband would tear her heart into pieces with such calm words. Zhuang Yi let go of her wrist and took her right hand.
Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now and complete the divorce procedures. Chapter 48 Divorce Certificate Obtained.
Zhu Nian's wife was heartbroken and speechless for a long time. Every bit of memories from the past 7 years flooded into her mind like a tide. The sweetness, happiness, pampering, etc., were tearing at her heart relentlessly. If Zhuang Yi said that she didn't love him anymore, she could still try to refute it.
But now, the man who had silently given everything behind her said the 3 words, "I don't like it." She felt so miserable that she wanted to die.
Wang Xiaomei smiled when she saw Zhuang Yi's firm attitude, but she didn't forget to add another word.
"Mr. Zhuang, you must keep your word and leave the Zhu family cleanly without taking a single needle or thread with you. Of course, I am a kind-hearted old woman.
At most, I will let you take away the small and shabby decoration company you just founded." She spoke so proudly that it was as if Ijia Decoration was founded by the Zhu family. Zhuang Yi didn't even look at her. "Don't worry about that. I will leave the house with nothing." After saying this, he took Zhu Nian's wife's hand and walked out of the Zhu family without looking back, under the gazes of Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Yeqing, who were so sad that they couldn't speak.
On the way,
the two of them said nothing. Zhuang Yi drove Zhu Nian's wife's Rolls-Royce and looked at the household registration book, ID card, marriage certificate, etc. in the armrest box. He gave a faint, incomprehensible smile. Soon, he would be completely free.
To his surprise, Zhu Nian's wife just cried and didn't make a fuss, sitting in the passenger seat in a daze.
Her big eyes were red and swollen from crying, and her face was pale. She didn't recover from the 3 words, "I don't like it."
Zhuang Yi ignored her, looked straight ahead and concentrated on driving.
Seeing that the Civil Affairs Bureau was getting closer, Zhu Nian's wife turned around and looked at Zhuang Yi's handsome profile.
I wanted to say something, but I couldn't. Finally, after a long while, she opened her mouth. Hubby, you lied to me, I like you.
Zhuang Yi choked up and closed his mouth in silence. Zhu Nian's wife looked ashamed and asked again, Husband, can you give me another chance to save the relationship?
Zhuang Yi still didn't say anything, just thinking that Zhu Nian's wife was farting.
He's been given too many chances, and every time they get back together, it's just a repetition of the same old thing.
Mr. Zhu, you've been so busy today. I guess you haven't played with your phone yet.
After we get divorced, I'll give you a surprise. He pretended to be mysterious and changed the subject. Soon, the two arrived at the lobby of the Civil Affairs Bureau. At this point, Zhu Nian's wife really wanted to cry, make a fuss and act like a spoiled child. However, she knew in her heart that Zhuang Yi's admission that his feelings for her had faded would not make her lovable, but would only make Zhuang Yi think that she was being unreasonable. Zhuang Yi picked up his phone and prepared to ask Xiao Zhuli for help to go through the special divorce channel and skip the divorce cooling-off period. Although my father-in-law promised that he would use his connections to help with the relationship. But Zhuang Yi would rather owe Xiao Zhuli a favor than to further deteriorate his relationship with his father-in-law.
Just then, a female registrar trotted over. Are you Ms. Zhu Nianqi and Mr. Zhuang Yi?
The registrar was smiling with a gentle expression, but when he saw Zhuang Yi's face, his heartbeat quickened.
Zhuang Yi nodded, come to get a divorce.
He guessed who was behind this.
This father-in-law is really kind and he keeps his word. Mr. Zhuang Yi is so handsome. Please follow me.
Soon, the two went through a special divorce channel and filled out relevant information for both parties.
The process went very smoothly, and Zhu Nian's wife was very cooperative, so cooperative that Zhuang Yi couldn't believe it.
The moment he got the divorce certificate, Zhuang Yi felt inexplicably relieved.
Freed.
Walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhuang Yi took a deep breath and felt that the car exhaust was sweet. Zhu Nian's wife followed behind him silently. If she regretted it, she should cry and make a fuss and ruin the divorce.
Hubby, I regret. Zhuang Yi interrupted immediately. Boss Zhu, I should fulfill my promise.
He took out his mobile phone, opened Douyin short video, and showed the video of Zhu Yangyang's birthday party to Zhu Nian's wife.
In an instant, Zhu Nian's wife was shocked.
She snatched the phone and read it in disbelief. With the ambiguous title and the ambiguous comment section, she finally understood why Zhuang Yi suddenly changed his mind and decided to divorce. If the two photos in the morning were taken by someone who wanted to frame her, then this picture, text and video are the ironclad evidence that Zhu Yangyang was framing her brother-in-law. On a public platform, she occupied public resources and posted a short video of her wife celebrating her birthday with someone else, just to ruin her husband's reputation. If the matter had continued to brew, it would have been hyped up by bad media as a forbidden love between the Bamboo sisters. This will inevitably lead to a sharp drop in the share price of Zhu Group.
This idiot.
I love him like my own brother, and he treats me like this.
Zhu Nian's wife called Zhu Yangyang on the spot in front of Zhuang Yi.
Zhu Yangyang, hey, sister-in-law, you actually have time to call me.
I'm so happy. Zhu. Yang.
Why did you make a short video out of your birthday photos?
And post it on social media?
Zhu Nian's wife's voice was filled with anger, and she was almost out of control.
Many married couples holding red books cast concerned glances.
When Zhu Yangyang heard Zhu Nian's wife getting angry, he immediately put on an innocent look.
Sister-in-law, I just want everyone to celebrate our birthdays.
I even spent 100,000 yuan on promotion, hoping that more people would bless us.
Even though Zhu Yangyang sounded hesitant, he really wanted to promote that video to the entire Dingyang city.
Let everyone in Dingyang know that Zhuang Yi has been framed. After all, the upper-class circle in Dingyang City is very small, and everyone knows that Zhu Nian's wife has a good husband who is both literary and martial. Zhu Nian's wife didn't care about her husband at all and even forgot his birthday. But on Zhu Yangyang's birthday, Zhu Nian's wife arrived as promised, just like a pair of mandarin ducks, wearing couples' birthday hats, hugging each other, talking and laughing. After hearing that they bought the promotion, Zhu Nian's wife got even more furious.
Are you mentally retarded?
Not only did you post the video, but you also added that kind of inexplicable text.
Do you want outsiders to think that our Zhu family is full of bad people? Do you want your brother-in-law to misunderstand? Zhu Yangyang, misunderstanding? Sister-in-law, don't be angry. You have been so kind to me since I was a child. I just wanted to give you a surprise. I didn't know there would be such serious consequences.
Zhu Yan's wife was so angry that her shoulders were shaking and the cell phone in her hand was almost crushed. Thinking about it carefully, Zhu Yangyang had just reached adulthood and was just a child, so he could only barely hold his temper.
Maybe he didn't have that much in mind and just wanted to celebrate with me.
But Zhuangyi was still there, and since they had just divorced, Zhu Yan's wife couldn't soften her tone. Delete the video immediately and log out of your account.
If I see your video and account again within 5 minutes, you will never see me again.
Zhu Yangyang was shocked and quickly said in a flattering tone, I will delete the video immediately. I won't let my brother-in-law misunderstand. I won't let the Zhu family misunderstand.
Then he added, sister-in-law, don't be angry.
You can beat Yangyang or punish Yangyang if you want, but don't get so angry that it hurts your body.
Yangyang will be sad. Chapter 49. Zhu Yan's wife severely reprimands Zhu Yangyang.
Hearing Zhu Yangyang's deep concern, Zhu Nianqi's voice softened a little, but there was still a warning in her tone.
Okay, you must delete it completely.
Also, if you want to post photos or videos of me in the future, you must ask me in advance and only post them after I agree.
After a few seconds, she continued, including the circle of friends, got it? Zhu Yangyang, ah?
The circle of friends also, oh, Yangyang knows. Next to him, Zhuangyi listened to Zhu Yangyang's puppy-like voice, and his eyes twitched constantly.
Such strong green tea.
Even the old fried tea is not so hard to swallow. But now that they are divorced, Zhu Yan's wife can do whatever she wants and it has nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, he retched out of nausea, and Zhu Yan's wife saw it out of the corner of her eye. Zhu Yan's wife suddenly remembered the chilling way her husband hit her in the morning, and asked casually,
Zhu Yangyang, let me ask you another question. In addition to posting photos on social media platforms, have you ever posted them anywhere else?
Zhu Yangyang said a little disappointedly, posted on WeChat Moments.
But sister-in-law. Although I didn't add my brother-in-law as a friend, I have blocked him in advance. He can't see it, don't be afraid.
Zhuangyi originally planned to leave immediately, but after hearing this, he couldn't wait to listen a little longer. The subtext of this little brother is that he still has many secrets about Zhu Yan's wife that cannot be told. Zhu Yan's wife looked at Zhuangyi in panic and said with a bit of shame and fear,
Don't talk nonsense.
If your brother-in-law hears this, he will misunderstand it again. Tell the truth to your sister. Besides your moments and social media platforms, have you ever sent photos to anyone else, such as your brother-in-law?
With this reminder, Zhu Yangyang realized that she wanted to talk about what happened in the morning, and denied it categorically.
Absolutely not. I swear to God, I definitely didn't. That's indeed the case, the photo was not posted by him.
He hired someone to send it. Technically, he wasn't lying.
So, seeing her brother swear, Zhu Yan's wife felt relieved and said,
It's good that it wasn't you who sent it.
By the way, I'll be going to your house in a few days to check the surveillance. I need to find someone who took the photo. There was a gleam of ferocity in her eyes when she said this. If it weren't for those two photos, her husband wouldn't have been so heartbroken and said the 4 words I don't like her. Therefore, she must find out the real murderer and take revenge with thunderous means.
The Xu family plays an important role in Dingyang City.
Killing a person of low status is easier than killing a dog.
Zhu Yangyang made a puzzled sound. My sister-in-law wants to record a video?
Don't bother. I'll call now and ask the servants to organize the video and send it to my sister-in-law.
There are few cameras in Zhu Yangyang's home, but even so, some suspicious footage was captured on his birthday.
These contents certainly cannot be packaged and sent to Zhu Yan's wife as they are.
It needs to be adjusted slightly to avoid exposing the plot. Okay, that's it, I'll hang up first.
Zhu Yan's wife thought to herself and reminded him, remember to delete the video quickly, do you hear me?
Zhu Yangyang, got it. As long as my sister-in-law isn't angry, Yangyang is willing to do anything. After a few quick greetings, Zhu Yan's wife hung up the phone.
Then, she turned to look at Zhuangyi beside her and tiptoed to grab his wrist.
Hubby, I just found out about this too.
I've already scolded Zhu Yangyang, and he won't dare to do it again. Zhuangyi was too lazy to argue with her. They were divorced, so why did she need to prove her innocence? When the children starve to death, you provide milk. When the crops wither and die, you provide water. Although Zhu Yan's wife was questioning him sternly, Zhu Yangyang was so drunk that he could hear it.
Boss Zhu, we are divorced. Your affairs have nothing to do with me anymore. The past is gone with the wind, and we will never meet again. Zhuangyi grabbed her hand and walked away.
His past life has completely turned over a new leaf, and from today on, he will only write his own new chapter. The car is yours, drive it back by yourself.
Wait a minute, husband. Zhu Yan's wife suddenly called him. We can't meet forever. I have agreed to the divorce.
You have to at least add our contact information back.
Zhuangyi paused and held up 2 fingers. Answer me 2 questions. If you answer them correctly, I will agree. 2 questions?
You said that.
You are a liar, you little dog. First question, when is Zhu Yangyang's birthday?
The day before yesterday.
You're not going to bring up the past again, are you? Second question, when is my birthday?
As soon as the question was asked, Zhu Yan's wife's tear-stained face turned pale as frost, her pupils widened unnaturally, and she was unable to answer for a while. They have known each other for 7 years and have been married for 4 years.
She really didn't remember celebrating Zhuangyi's birthday.
In the past, all the surprises at home were arranged by her husband, and she never cared about her husband in any detail.
The most damning thing is,
just now at the Civil Affairs Bureau, both people's ID cards and information were there.
Zhu Yan's wife could remember it even if she paid a little attention. Ha ha. Zhuangyi's self-deprecation was extremely ironic. It's okay. We are divorced. My birthday has nothing to do with you. Hubby, wait a minute.
Didn't you say that I'm just afraid of losing you? I have lost you so suddenly.
What if I have withdrawal symptoms and I jump off the building and commit suicide?
So at least add your phone number back so I can communicate with you and slowly come to terms with living without you. Faced with Zhu Yan's wife's desperate pleas, Zhuangyi did not take it seriously at all.
What you said makes perfect sense, but I refuse. After saying this, Zhuangyi left without looking back. If he doesn't make a decision when he should, he will suffer the consequences. He never wanted to be involved in the incident concerning Zhu Yan's wife again. Zhu Yan's wife trotted after Zhuangyi, begging in despair. Hubby, if we can't be husband and wife, we should at least be friends. Are you willing to let me not hear your voice for the rest of my life? You are now opening a decoration company. If the Zhu Group has decoration projects in the future, they will definitely give priority to you. Don't you even want to make money?
Zhuangyi pretended not to hear and let his wife Zhu Yan be heartbroken behind him. After shouting for more than 10 minutes, her eyes became red and swollen, and tears fell for the first time in her life.
What about our dad? He treats you like his own son. Do you want to disappoint our dad?
When he heard Zhu Jiangwo, Zhuangyi was stunned and stopped subconsciously.
The person that the Zhu family cares about the most is none other than the father-in-law. Zhuangyi even predicted that his father-in-law would give him some pocket money before long. Boss Zhu, if I had known this earlier, why would we have done this?
Zhuangyi sighed and stopped Zhu Yan's wife from following him. I will unblock your phone number, but you are not allowed to harass me except for work matters.
I will block you immediately if I find you doing so.
Zhu Yan's wife's face, which was so distressed that she was about to collapse, showed a slight smile. There is also WeChat.
WeChat has not been unlocked and is blocked. Micro Yueg. Chapter 50 Huang Shui kidnaps Zhuangyi.
After the divorce, he left his wife Zhu Yan behind. Zhuangyi was not in a hurry to go home, but went to the company first to coordinate the on-site details with the decoration master.
Then I started wandering around aimlessly.
Through WeChat, the rough design of Xiao Jiuli's house was given to Su Bauer, asking her to work on it and produce it tomorrow. Su Bauer was a college student, and since the company had not yet completed its renovation, they tacitly allowed Su Bauer to work on campus. Anyway, when I need to meet a client, I can ask her out for a meeting.
It's the same thing. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhuangyi received a message. As expected, it was sent by Zhu Jiangwo. The content is a photo and a voice message. The photo shows a bank card.
The audio content is a monologue. Son, Dad still has 10 million in his hand. If you have time, find some time to have a drink, and Dad will give it to you. Dad knows it's a little too little, but that's all the pocket money I have. Although I can't let you hold shares in Zhu's group, Dad also has 2 independent companies. After some time, Dad and my wife have discussed it. I will sign a share donation agreement with you.
Let's ignore the criticism from the outside world. Even if you leave the Zhu family, you will always be my son, Zhu Jiangwo. If you don't mind, come over and kowtow to Dad. I promise to disregard the family's objections and acknowledge you as my godson on the spot.
Zhuang Yi felt warm in his heart and thought that the old man was a little funny. However, having made the decision to leave the house with nothing, he would never regret it. After talking to his father-in-law for a long time, the final result was that Zhuang Yi took a tough attitude and refused to accept any gifts from the Zhu family. During the 4 years of marriage, all the contributions that Zhuang Yi had made to the Zhu family and the Zhu group were given to his wife Xunyan without reservation. Having done this, he has a clear conscience towards the Zhu family. From now on, I just need to find some time, sign all the messy procedures and agreements, and I will completely draw a line between myself and Xunyan's wife. Thinking of this, he felt much better and unknowingly wandered to a group of unfinished buildings. The high-rise buildings are peeling off, with steel bars and concrete exposed. It is so quiet around that there is not a single person in sight, and the silence is frightening. Zhuang Yi stood there, looked around for a few times, and admired the home of thousands of cattle and horses floating on the water. Suddenly, a yellow rag came out from his neck and covered his mouth tightly. Almost subconsciously, Zhuang Yi suddenly elbowed behind him. Hold! The elbow hit the attacker's abdomen, causing him to groan and let go of Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi turned around and saw a middle-aged man with broad shoulders and a strong waist. He was wearing a mask on his face, which covered his face tightly. You damn kid! Why don't you just sleep soundly? How dare you elbow me, your grandpa? The middle-aged man spoke foul language. Zhuang Yi didn't even bother to say anything. He leaned forward and punched him several times on the head. He knew everything very well, and he was tripped up by someone. Boom! 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 Within 3 strikes, the middle-aged man was knocked to the ground, using his arms to cover his head. Fuck it! Stop hitting that damn kid! You bunch of losers, hurry up and do it! He wants to beat me to death. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, several figures appeared behind Zhuang Yi. Immediately afterwards, Zhuang Yi's hands were hugged tightly by someone, and another yellow rag was stretched out from behind him, covering his mouth and nose tightly. He struggled desperately, but his strength and consciousness were gradually blurring, and his eyelids were becoming heavier. Finally, he collapsed powerlessly, falling into coma. When Zhuang Yi woke up again, the ceiling is painted in warm colors. I was lying on the bed, with a heart-shaped double bed underneath me. The head of the bed is against the wall, covered with soft velvet bedding, and there are several art paintings hanging on the wall, creating a romantic and warm atmosphere. A couple's suite. After Zhuang Yi made sure that there was no one around, he quietly looked up. Being kidnapped to this weird place, are they going to take some weird photos? Click. At this time, the door of the room was opened. Zhuang Yi immediately closed his eyes and pretended to faint. There were 3 people who walked into the couple's suite. Huang Shuwei crossed her arms across her chest and walked at the front in her high heels. Behind her stood a man and a woman. The man was skinny, about 30 years old, holding a camera, wearing a pair of high glasses, and had a slightly hunched back. The woman was wearing a black lace nightgown and walking barefoot on the soft carpet. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders, revealing a large area of her snow-white collarbone, which was extremely seductive. She is the little princess of a certain club, and her full name is Ning Yunyun. Huang Shuwei glanced at Zhuang Yi, snorted coldly, and thought that the knockout drug was really effective, so she fell asleep immediately. When we get in bed, show me some new tricks. Xiaozhua, take as many photos and videos as you can for me, and make this pickled cucumber look like a morally corrupt, despicable, and dirty bastard. Huang Shuwei, like a director, personally directed the next actions of a man and a woman. The Xiaozhua he mentioned is named Huang Zhuoming, a professional photographer. He is also a member of the Huang clan, so they can be considered distant relatives. Tomorrow, I will let everyone in Dingyang City know that Zhuang Yi is a ghostly, stuffy man. He is a stinking piece of dog shit that has rotted in the cesspool. Huang Zhuoming clapped his hands and nodded desperately. Don't worry, Shuwei, my photography skills are guaranteed to be amazing. I will definitely make Xunyan's wife hate Zhuang Yi so much that they will become his mortal enemy. Hearing this, Huang Shuwei smiled smugly. She had promised Zhuang Yi before that she would bring disgrace to Zhuang Yi. Tonight is her first time taking action. Huang Shuwei was afraid of the non-existent evidence in Zhuang Yi's hand. She needed to take the initiative and squeeze out some dirty information from Zhuang Yi. Besides, she had another purpose. Through such despicable means, Xunyan's wife and Zhuang Yi and his wife became enemies. The relationship between them was already precarious and fragile. If Xunyan's wife saw Zhuang Yi sleeping with another woman at this time, she would be so angry that she would lose her mind and divorce him early. After the two of them broke up completely, without the protection of the Zhu family, Zhuang Yi would be just an ordinary person, and he would become even more vicious and murderous towards Zhuang Yi. After making up her mind, Huang Xue's eyes fell on Ning Yunyun and she stretched out 5 fingers.
Time waits for no one. You can start working now. After the work is done, each of you will receive 500,000 yuan as a hush money.
When Huang Zhuoming heard that there was 500,000, he was very excited and patted his chest to guarantee.
Don't worry, Xue, brother will never let you down. Ning Yunyun also said yes, thank you, Mr. Huang.
I promise to serve Zhuang Yi comfortably tonight.
Huang Xue's eyes became more and more passionate and bold.
She kept looking at Ning Yunyun in front of her, and another idea came to her mind.
That's not necessary. Don't let a dirty man defile your little body.
She walked up to Ning Yunyun, lifted her chin, and said provocatively,
You have to accompany me in the second half of the night.
The little princess felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, but she couldn't show it too obviously, so she just smiled awkwardly.
Sudden.
A figure rushed over and punched Huang Zhuoming on the lens of his glasses.
Chapter 51 Finally.
Huang Xue begged Zhuang Yi for mercy.
With a bang.
The lenses of Huang Zhuoming's glasses shattered, his nose was bent and collapsed, and his nose was bleeding. Zhuang Yi smiled sinisterly and punched him on the head again, which made his skinny body unable to withstand the blow. He fell to the ground and groaned in pain.
If you are angry, just vent it. Get angry if you want. If someone hits you. Zhuang Yi. How could you possibly wake up?
The knockout drug lasts for 10 hours.
Huang Xue covered her mouth and suddenly panicked.
She was too naive and never thought that Zhuang Yi would wake up so quickly. In just this moment, the whole plan went wrong.
Ning Yunyun covered her eyes and screamed, Ah!
Zhuang Yi did not hesitate and punched her in the abdomen, causing her to vomit a pool of gastric juice.
Shut up, or I'll beat you to death right now. If you feel dissatisfied, you can call the police. I will never stop you. You are kidnappers anyway, so you will be the ones to go to jail.
Zhuang Yi is physically strong, and if his opponents were a few big men, he might not be able to defeat them. But he was more than enough to deal with 3 unarmed little karamis. After Zhuang Yi roared, Ning Yunyun squatted on the ground, not daring to raise her head, and hugged her knees timidly.
Huang Zhuoming's glasses were broken and he couldn't see the road clearly.
He sat on the ground and covered his mouth.
Only Huang Xue saw that the situation was out of control and said anxiously, Just an uneducated man like you? You want to threaten the 3 of us?
Zhuang Yi's sharp eyes swept over Huang Xue. Whoever dares to speak again will be fucking killed.
Don't think I dare not. I can risk my life to beat the 3 of you to death and flee for fear of crime.
The couple's suite was very high-end, and his shouts were so loud that the echo didn't go far.
Huang Xue was furious. How dare you? You are a disgusting man. How dare you lay hands on me?
Zhuang Yi kicked her in the abdomen, sending her flying 3 meters away and causing her to fall heavily to the ground.
I only remember the food and not the beating. I've already beaten you twice, and you said I didn't dare to do it.
After threatening them, he quickly locked the door to prevent the 3 men from escaping. Huang Xue tossed and turned for a few times, holding her abdomen in pain, her face turning pale.
Ah! Zhuang Yi walked over to Huang Xue and stuffed a handkerchief into her mouth to stop her from screaming. Why are you screaming? Scream later when we get into bed. A feeling of shame made Huang Xue's face turn red instantly.
She wanted to shout out, but unfortunately her mouth was blocked by a handkerchief and she couldn't do it at all. Zhuang Yi found red self-binding rope in the room, tied up all 3 of them and threw them in the corner. Then he used his smelly socks to stuff Huang Zhuoming and Ning Yunyun's mouths. During this period, Huang Zhuoming tried to resist, but was knocked unconscious by a punch from Zhuang Yi, and fell to the ground foaming at the mouth. After everything was ready, Zhuang Yi picked up Huang Xue and threw her on the bed. The part that all mankind is most looking forward to has arrived. Zhuang Yi sat by the bed, looking at the immobile beauty, and couldn't help feeling a chill. He hooks up with my wife every day and does those indecent things with her.
Now you've fallen into my hands by accident. You can't escape tonight even if you have wings.
As he said this, he slapped Huang Xue hard in the face. Huang Xue was slapped on one side of her face, feeling dizzy and tears of fear streaming down her face. She kept shaking her head at Zhuang Yi, as if she wanted to explain something. Today she wore a white sweater with a black pencil skirt below her hips, which perfectly outlined her slender legs. She wore light makeup, her red lips were as bright as cherries, and her short golden hair fell beside her ears, making her look particularly charming.
Zhuang Yi snorted coldly. Why, you wanna talk?
Huang Shuai tried hard to suppress her fear and nodded frantically. Zhuang Yi roughly pinched her chin and pulled out the handkerchief that was gagging her mouth. Huang Shuai took a deep breath in discomfort and wanted to shout out loud, but was frightened by Zhuang Yi's cold gaze and shrank back her throat.
She asked timidly. Zhuang Yi, why didn't you faint?
I bought the knockout drug at a high price on the black market, there's no way it could have gone wrong. Zhuang Yi gave a sly smile. I have a high drug resistance, so it was a blessing in disguise that saved my life. Huang Shuai woke up as if from a dream, and a chill rose from her spine to her forehead. She tried to calm herself down and mustered up her courage.
Zhuang Yi, I can pretend that nothing happened tonight.
As long as you let me go, I promise that the Huang family will not take any revenge on you again.
And you don't want your beloved wife to find out about this, right?
Her tone was not as strong as before, but it was full of stubbornness.
Bang!
Zhuang Yi slapped her hard. He got angry when he heard the word baby.
I have divorced Zhu Nianqi today. Your threats have no effect on me. Divorced. Doesn't it take a month? Huang Shuai was surprised and happy. Now that this dirty and despicable man had left, wouldn't he have his beloved wife all to himself?
I didn't expect that all the planning for so many days would be in vain and put myself in a passive position.
I apologize to you for knocking you out. Please don't be so petty, okay? We are all friends.
If you let me go, I promise not to cause you any trouble.
Let you go? Are you narrow-minded? Mr. Huang, you are really joking.
Zhuang Yi got on the bed, with Huang Shuai beside him. I'm single now, and I've been soiled by Zhu Nian's wife. There's no need to keep myself clean.
Do you understand me?
Huang Shuai was shocked.
What do you want to do? Huang Shuai, no. Sister Baiyun is home. Sister Baiyun is playing games.
In the game, Zhao Xian is holding a gun, madly stabbing the yellow scarecrow in the ice and snow.
Attack! Attack! Attack him to pieces. He will die.
Sister Baiyun was so engrossed in playing games that she simply sat cross-legged on the sofa, tapping the screen with her fingers non-stop. Outside the house, the night wind was howling. The blown stones hit the windows, making a clattering sound.
Couples suite. After 2 hours of madness.
In order to pass the review, I deleted 1,000 words.
Thank you for your hard work. Everything is quiet.
In the corner, Ning Yunyun and Huang Zhuoming, two powerless outsiders, could only watch everything happen.
On the bed. Because Huang Shuai's hands and feet were tied, Zhuang Yi covered her with a quilt.
However, Huang Shuai was still crying loudly. Whoa, Zhuang Yi, I'm sorry, please let me go, I promise I will never dare to retaliate against you again.
It doesn't matter. I hope you can come and take revenge on me. I'm always here to help you.
Zhuang Yi sat aside, watching the video on his mobile phone, and replied jokingly. At this moment, he had a lot of negative information about Huang Shuai.
Every video that is leaked will have an indelible impact on the Huang group. The plummeting stock price is secondary. The most important issue is that Huang Shuai's position as president is in jeopardy.
During these 2 hours, Zhuang Yi recorded 5 videos through unreasonable intimidation.
They are:
Huang Shuai admitted that she was involved in the kidnapping and extortion, and the target of the kidnapping was Zhuang Yi. Admit that she is a lesbian.
Admitted that she had an affair with the female anchor under Shuai Media.
He admitted to embezzling funds from the Huang group and signing a sky-high order with Zhu Nian's wife personally. The last video, and the one that takes up the most space, is the one between her and Zhuang Yi. They are in love with each other and have many children.
Why is Huang Shuai willing to admit so much?
Because of Zhuang Yixing.
He is so awesome. It's even more ferocious than a little brain tiger. No normal person can stand it.
Huang Shuai's cheeks were red, her tears had soaked the pillow, she had lost all her rationality, and could only sob and beg Zhuang Yi.
Zhuang Yi, I'm sorry. I've entrusted all my secrets to you. I can't possibly do anything to you again.
Please don't punish me anymore, don't be immoral anymore, don't be wild and unruly anymore. Dear readers, it's already 100,000 words. I need book reviews and bookshelves urgently.
It would be best if you could give me a small gift. This is really important to me. Thank you for your hard work, Kowtow. Chapter 52. Huang Shuai wants a hug.
At this moment, Huang Shui no longer looked like the eldest daughter of the Huang family. She was just a humble and desperate woman begging for mercy. She looked aggrieved, and her clothes were torn and slightly deformed, but not damaged. From this point of view, Zhuang Yi is still very gentle. He put down his phone, smoked a cigarette, and looked up at the ceiling with a gloomy look. I'll give you 5 minutes to rest. I still treat you as a human being and I haven't fed you any weird little pills. You should be content. His tone was heavy when he said this, and he blew out a smoke ring, not knowing what he was thinking about. To be honest, Huang Shui gave him a very bad impression. Super bad. Dry as a piece of rotten wood. He also didn't know whether this form of revenge was reasonable or not. There is even a trace of regret in my heart. Regret is the feeling that I am not worthy of myself. A homosexual like Huang Shui is not worthy of me at all. Huang Shui's lips trembled with anger. You are too much. You are unreasonable. 2 whole hours. Do you know how I survived these 2 hours? Oh, that's it? Zhuang Yi shook his head and put out his cigarette. My limit is 4 hours, so just endure the pain. 4? Huang Shui was so frightened that she fainted. Daybreak. A sleepless night. The madness is completely over. In order to pass the review, I deleted 1,000 words. Thank you for your hard work. After putting on his clothes, Zhuang Yi tidied up the clothes for Huang Shui, who was lying on the bed without saying a word. Huang Shui's eyes were blurred with tears. She gently hugged Zhuang Yi's neck and murmured, I want a kiss. In the second half of the night, seeing that Huang Shui had become obedient, Zhuang Yi untied the rope on her wrists. I didn't notice anything wrong at the time, but now I think about it, could it be? He frowned. You are not gay? I don't know, I want you to kiss me, and I won't go against you anymore. Huang Shui said this tenderly, and seeing that Zhuang Yi didn't move, she took the initiative to kiss him. She had an urge to press her soft and tender lips against the other person's face. At this time, Zhuang Yi covered her mouth. Kissing is for people you like, and I don't like you. Don't forget, it was you who caused me to divorce my wife. I hate you to the core. Zhuang Yi's tone was cold and his words were as sharp as a knife. Huang Shui's throat rolled. She didn't expect that she would take the initiative to ask for intimacy from a disgusting lower-class man and be rejected. Etc. Yes, Zhuang Yi is my love rival. How can I kiss him? My lover is Zhu Nian's wife. Zhu Nian's wife is mine, and everything in the Zhu family is mine. Huang Shui pushed Zhuang Yi away violently. Although she didn't know what happened to her tonight, she had to speak in a stern tone. Uneducated dead man. As soon as the words came out, Huang Shui felt something was wrong. It seemed so rude. After all, he had the evidence of my life and death in his hands. Humph. Zhuang Yi, I kidnapped you yesterday, and you flirted with me last night. Anyway, we are even now. I, Huang Shui, will keep my word. I will not retaliate against you if I say so. But if you dare to tell anyone about what happened last night, we will never be apart for the rest of our lives, do you understand? After she pushed Zhuang Yi away, his expression became grim. He felt upset and anxious. He was not afraid of Huang Shui's revenge. He could invite all the powerful people in the capital, so what could a local tyrant in Dingyang City do to him? He just felt that he seemed to be losing his bottom line. If Zhu Nianqi did it for love, and Xiao Jiuli did it because she was deceived, then what about Huang Shui? Did she do it for revenge? But I don't feel any pleasure of revenge at all. The only gain was the ironclad evidence to control the Huang family and the scandal about Huang's daughter, Huang Shui. Huang Shui sought his lost look and panicked abnormally. Zhuang Yi, I don't mean to threaten you. I'm just explaining the situation to you. I won't tell anyone about what happened last night, and I will protect your reputation. Zhuang Yi sat next to her and looked at her mockingly. To tell you the truth, you can't do it. Huang Shui was stunned, and an unnatural blush appeared on her pale cheeks. She grabbed the pillow and threw it at Zhuang Yi. You bastard. Zhuang Yi didn't dodge and was hit in the face by the pillow that was stained with her scent. It doesn't hurt. He casually took away the pillow and pointed to Ning Yunyun and Huang Zhuoming in the corner. What about the two of them? Huang Shui gritted her teeth and said, I will deal with my people myself. With coercion and inducement, they won't dare to gossip behind my back. You decide for yourself. I advise you to be careful and don't get close to Zhu Nian's wife again. A complicated look flashed across Zhuang Yi's eyes, and he finally took back his unspoken words. Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything.
Zhu Nian's wife is now Zhu's ex-wife.
No matter what she does outside, she will have to bear the consequences herself, and it has nothing to do with him. The 7-year relationship has come to an end and we are no longer concerned about each other. Zhuang Yi stood up, lifted Huang Xue's feet with his left hand, and skillfully untied the rope around her ankles with his right hand.
I'm leaving now. You have to clean up the mess yourself. He spoke calmly and turned away.
Huang Xue saw that he was really leaving, and she crossed her arms angrily.
Zhuang Yi, you can't expose what happened last night. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. I'm very good at threatening people.
Zhuang Yi came to the door, unlocked it, and laughed coldly.
Your life is in my hands. It's not your turn to threaten me.
Don't forget that it was you who caused my family to break up.
The person who stole my wife is irreconcilable. You and I are still mortal enemies. Last night was just an appetizer. There will be more exciting revenge waiting for you in the future.
After saying this, he left without looking back. Huang Xue sat on the bed, covering her lips, blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears.
More exciting. There's something more exciting than last night.
Suddenly, a flash of fear passed through her mind, and she unconsciously clutched the quilt with both hands and shook her head desperately.
No, no. What's wrong with me?
I like women, Zhu Nian's wife. In the past, when I was suppressed like this, I would kick him without hesitation to retaliate.
Why, am I excited today? Zhuang Yi was the bad guy who beat him twice, kicked him, and bullied him. Still a man. A disgusting man with a lower head. She glared at Ning Yunyun and Huang Zhuoming fiercely, threatening cruelly.
If anyone dares to tell anyone about what happened last night, don't blame me for hiring a professional killer to kill your entire family.
Dingyang City. RF Center Community.
Zhu misses his wife's home. Zhu Nian's wife sat in front of the dining table.
Several chefs in white chef uniforms bowed slightly and placed exquisite dishes on the table. This breakfast alone presented more than 10 delicious dishes with great color, aroma, and flavor.
The presentation was so exquisite that it was a feast for the eyes. Such a banquet can hardly be said to be less sumptuous.
Only.
Zhu Nian's wife was so angry that she slammed the chopsticks in her hand onto the table.
What kind of crap is this? It tastes terrible. My husband's cooking is 10,000 times better than this.
Also, I told you I have a bad stomach, but you guys kept adding seasoning.
Are you all deaf?
What is this dish? It's so bland that it has no flavor at all. Even boiled eggs in salt water are more delicious than this.
It's for feeding the birds. And this dish, is it brainless? It's not spicy at all. It doesn't go well with rice at all. This dish is even worse.
They put so much chili in it early in the morning, it's enough for me to mop the floor for a week.
Do you want me to go to the toilet every other day? Chapter 53, Zhu Nian's wife lost Zhuang Yi and lived in depression.
Zhu Nian's wife complained bitterly and scolded the chefs behind her one by one, scolding them harshly and saying they were useless.
Several chefs lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. It's not that the dishes are bad, but they lack Zhuang Yi's unique flavor. It was fine for 1 or 2 days, but after eating it for almost 10 days in a row, she still couldn't taste the flavor of her husband's food, and Zhu Nian's wife couldn't swallow it at all. It's irritating, awkward, and boring.
Home is still the same home, but without that figure who silently contributes and keeps busy, it feels like something is missing. To put it bluntly, Zhuang Yi has made her speech more picky. Miss Zhu, these dishes are all cooked according to Mr. Zhuang's method.
Even if the taste is different, it shouldn't be that much.
As the chef trembled as he said this, a thin layer of sweat had already appeared on his forehead.
Ha, what do you think? Zhuang Yi is my husband. The man that even Michelin chefs would visit.
Zhu Nian's wife was proud at first, but then she realized something was wrong.
What do you mean? I paid you to say discouraging things? I want you to cook the food that tastes like my husband. I can't eat if it doesn't taste like him. So annoying.
Zhu Nian's wife was so angry that she threw the chopsticks to the ground. In the past, when she had a poor appetite, Zhuang Yi would give her a kiss lovingly and make her a delicious meal instead of arguing with her.
Zhuang Yi was not afraid of trouble.
As long as he could see himself smile, his heart would be filled with happiness. He would sit aside and watch himself eat quietly. Zhuang Yi is not like the chef, who is afraid of losing his temper. Sometimes he would quarrel with himself deliberately, and then admit his mistakes when his anger has almost subsided.
Very romantic. Zhuang Yi understands himself well, and he knows when to show care and concern naturally without any long-winded explanation.
The more Zhu Nian's wife compared her current life with Zhuang Yi, the more she missed him. She missed the man whose mind was filled with only herself. The chef carefully handed over a pair of clean chopsticks. Zhu Nian's wife snatched them away and mechanically picked up a few bites of food and stuffed them into her mouth.
The food is tasteless.
After taking a few bites of the food, Zhu Nian's wife put down her chopsticks and picked up the porridge and drank it all in one gulp. He wiped his mouth and left the house without saying a word.
Bamboo Group. 8:30 in the morning.
Zhu Nian's wife came to the office and started to deal with work matters. She didn't dare to be idle, as her mind would start to wander if she was idle.
At 10 o'clock in the morning, there was a gentle knock on the office door. Boom boom boom. Boss Xu, it's me, Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi is Zhu Nianqi's personal secretary and also her best friend. Zhu Nian's wife, come in.
Lu Xiaoxi pushed the door open and walked in, holding a cup of brewed coffee in both hands. She has regular features, a high ponytail, and wears a slim-fitting white shirt and a pair of neatly cut black suit pants. She walked to the desk with light steps, click 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 in her high heels. He placed the coffee on the table and gently pushed it in front of Zhu Nian's wife. Mr. Zhu, have a cup of coffee to refresh yourself.
Lu Xiaoxi said brightly.
There's no need to be so formal here, since there's no outsiders here. Zhu Nian's wife stretched her waist, picked up the coffee and took a sip. Not as delicious as Zhuang Yi Chong's. Lu Xiaoxi let go of the restraints and nudged Zhu Nianqi's shoulder with his elbow.
My dear wife, why are you so unhappy all the time? Is the project going badly? It's just so-so.
Fortunately, we signed a big order with Huang Shuwei.
The company won't have to worry about the order volume for a while.
Zhu Nian's wife took a sip of coffee and placed it on the table, sounding bland. In the past, Zhuang Yi always brought her coffee, but now that Zhuang Yi was away, even drinking something seemed boring to her.
Just tell me what you want to say. There are no rules in front of me.
Lu Xiaoxi trotted behind Zhu Nian's wife, massaged her shoulders, and coughed lightly. Okay, a lady named Qing Xinran has a fresh beauty project and wants to cooperate with our company. I have learned about this project, which focuses on overseas markets. If the company can get a part of it, the profit will be considerable, and it can also greatly deepen the company's influence overseas. Zhu Nian's wife's face lit up and she sat up straight immediately. Qing Xinran.
Is it Qing Xinran from the Qing Group in Maui West City?
Lu Xiaoxi nodded and continued to massage her shoulders. Yes, my dear wife, otherwise I wouldn't come to see you for no reason.
When will she come to Dingyang City?
I will arrange for a banquet immediately.
Qing Xinran, the eldest princess of the Qing family, is a giant in the domestic cosmetics industry. The market value of the Qing Group is several times that of the Zhu Group.
Lu Xiaoxi raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Oh, my wife, please listen to me first. Qing Xinran has made a special request, which is to meet Mr. Zhuang in person. Zhu Nian's wife's smile suddenly stopped, and her excitement was wiped out by the dark haze.
Husband? She felt quite disappointed. I'm meeting my husband's clients again, but he's gone. Zhuang Yi's important position in the company was definitely not obtained simply by relying on his wife.
As the soul of the company, there are many difficult and complicated problems that cannot be solved without his leadership. In addition to his damn handsome face, he has to attend many important banquets and social events to enhance the reputation of Zhu Nian's wife.
Time flies.
Now, so many days have passed and everyone in the company knows that Zhuang Yi has left the company. Lu Xiaoxi also admired Zhuang Yi in her heart.
It was because of Zhuang Yi's recommendation that she was able to take on the position of secretary.
Nian's wife, please invite Mr. Zhuang back.
Doesn't he love you the most?
Mr. Zhuang is the soul of our company and a commercial barrier. In just 10 days, this is the third partner who will meet Mr. Zhuang in person.
Zhu Nian's wife pinched her brows, feeling confused and exhausted. I understand.
You go out first and negotiate with the other party for a few rounds. If the other party insists on seeing my husband, come back and report to me. She also wanted to invite him back, but she couldn't because they were divorced. Lu Xiaoxi noticed that Zhu Nian's wife's attitude had changed and bowed slightly.
Okay, Nianqi, I'll do it right away.
After saying that, she quickly left the office.
See, the door is closed.
Zhu Nian's wife immediately took out a photo from the hidden drawer under the desk. She held the photo gently in her palm, and her depressed mood eased a lot.
My husband doesn't like me anymore, and he says I don't like him. Do I really not love my husband anymore?
Or am I simply afraid of losing him?
But if it's just the fear of losing, why do you feel so miserable that you want to die? But if I love my husband, why would I hide this photo?
Zhu Nian's wife murmured, and a drop of crystal clear tears slid down from the corner of her eye, dripping onto the paper of the photo, leaving tiny water stains.
I'm sorry, husband. I seem to have been too harsh on you before.
I always bully you, domineeringly control you, and never listen to your opinions, which makes you angry and die. His fingertips traced the edge of the photo. She made a silent decision.
Starting today, changes must be made.
Even if my husband left, but he doesn't like Huang Shui, he still needs to maintain a sense of boundaries with her in the future. Just as she was gazing at the photo with affectionate eyes, Zhu Yangyang called.
Chapter 54, The Outspoken Xiao Jiuli. Sister Baiyun's home. Zhuangyi pushed the door open tiredly and sat lazily on the sofa.
Working in the fields for a whole night not only hurt his waist, but also made him energetic and mentally exhausted.
Ding dong. The mobile phone screen flickered, and Su Bauer sent a message, which was the original file of the design draft. Zhuangyi clicked it casually and read it through.
There are no big problems, but many small ones. He was speechless for a long time, and thought that the other person was a student, so he felt embarrassed to scold her. I simply gave up sleeping, made a cup of strong coffee, and plunged into my laptop to revise the manuscript. Time flies, and at noon, the 3 design plans finally passed his scrutiny. He took out his cell phone and dialed Xiao Jiuli's number. Not long after, Xiao Jiuli's royal sister voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, my dear brother, I'm calling you at dinner time.
Do you want to treat me to a meal?
Zhuangyi followed the other party's words and continued.
I really want to make an appointment to have a quick meal with Sister Jiuli. Our design plan is ready, and I want to talk to you about it.
When she heard it was about work, Xiao Jiuli pretended to be disappointed. Oh, so it's about work.
I'm so sad.
It would be better if it was about my sister or my brother. Zhuangyi scratched his head awkwardly, chuckled a few times, and cursed the stupid customer in his heart.
Communication work can also involve teasing little boys. There is no one else like him. Xiao Jiuli added, then let's do it tonight.
I'll make a reservation at a restaurant and come find you after I finish work. After that, she added playfully, but you have to ask me this time.
I want to post an official announcement on WeChat Moments. Okay, it's my honor to invite Sister Jiuli to dinner.
Zhuangyi agreed without hesitation. As a service industry, it is reasonable for him to treat his customers to a meal. I can't refuse, and there's no reason to refuse. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Jiuli chuckled. Her laughter was sweet and pleasant, like drizzling rain on petals and the chirping of swallows.
Brother is so good, sister tonight.
I will cherish you.
The vague teasing made Zhuangyi's cheeks flush slightly.
He seemed a little embarrassed and hung up the phone in a hurry after saying a few polite words. Then he sent a message to Su Bauer, making an appointment to meet a client together in the evening. After the other party agreed, Zhuangyi simply fried a plate of noodles and had a quick lunch.
Sister Baiyun had already gone to work. Zhuangyi didn't like the meal to be too sumptuous, so he just had 2 bites.
After dinner, he washed the pots and dishes, set an alarm clock, and hurried into the bedroom to catch up on some sleep.
6:30 p.m.
After Zhuangyi took a taxi to the school to pick up Su Bauer, they arrived at the agreed location.
Zuyuexuan, a mid-range restaurant.
Zhuangyi booked a private room to show his respect for Xiao Jiuli. They pushed open the door and walked into the luxurious box, where they sat down. Su Bauer sat next to Zhuangyi and sensibly took out her laptop so that she could introduce the plan later. She was dressed beautifully tonight. The white dress wrapped around her slender waist and revealed a small part of her pink ankles. Her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands occasionally brushing past her eyes and being gently tucked behind her ears. Her watery eyes looked at the ground shyly, and she tugged at the hem of her skirt from time to time. At first glance, she looked very self-abased and shy.
Zhuangyi sat next to her and smelled a faint body fragrance.
Su Bauer didn't wear any makeup and had no money to do so, but even so, her bare face was almost as pretty as Zhu Nian's wife's. After staring at her profile for a while, Zhuangyi broke the silence by saying, "Are you scared?
Why are you looking at the ground?"
Su Bauer raised her eyes quietly and smiled sweetly. No, Bauer is very happy.
Happy? Are you happy working overtime late at night? Zhuangyi didn't believe it at all. He thought it was just a scam to sell quack medicine in the King of Hell's palace. Su Bauer didn't hear the joking in his tone and nodded seriously. I'm happy. Bauer can save money on a meal.
Bauer followed a good boss, who bought her clothes, bought her a cell phone, and even treated her to meals. She buried her head shyly, her voice soft and tender, like an innocent child. After hearing this, Zhuangyi felt a lump in his throat. As a child who also came from an orphanage, he knew very well how much Su Bauer lacked a sense of security. As long as someone showed her a little kindness, she would hold the person in her arms and treat him or her as a treasure. This is not a good thing, as it is easy to be cheated by a scumbag. He took a menu and threw it in front of Su Bauer. Just pick and choose, see if there's anything you want to eat, this restaurant is not low-end, enjoy your food. Su Bauer had a gentle smile on her face. It's okay, Bauer is not picky about food, just order what the customer likes later. You are such a people pleaser. Didn't you get bullied in the orphanage? Zhuangyi asked jokingly. Su Bauer pursed her lips, remained silent for dozens of seconds, and whispered. Actually, I'm not afraid of being laughed at. Bauer was quite brave when he was little, because he had a younger brother to protect. During their time in the orphanage, Bauer and his brother were inseparable. I heard from the nurse that Bauer and his brother are twins. Bauer is a little older than him, so she is the older sister. My little brother is a crybaby and is often bullied. As a big sister, Bauer has to beat up those bad kids, so Bauer has to be brave. Fate is fickle. Bauer and his brother gradually became independent. When Bauer was 12 years old, a rich young man came to the orphanage with a fierce dog. My brother was bitten to death by that vicious dog. The dean seemed to be very afraid of the young master, so he asked Bauer to apologize to him. At that time, Bauer kowtowed to him. Since then, Bauer's personality has taken a sharp turn for the worse and has slowly become what it is now. Bauer rubbed his nose and told this past event with a faint smile. He seemed to have let it go, but also seemed to be still bothered by it. Her tone was a little heavy, the only thing that remained unchanged was that she kept her head down. After hearing Su Bauer's life story, Zhuangyi took a breath. The second half of a person's life is illuminated by the first half. Zhuangyi was glad that he had Sister Baiyun to protect him, otherwise, he would probably become like Su Bauer. He has low self-esteem, is timid, and always keeps a low profile. Zhuangyi lit a cigarette and said on a whim, my experience is more exciting than yours. My body was soiled on the day I became an adult. The two chatted endlessly about the past in the orphanage. Su Bauer listened attentively, and would raise her head intentionally or unintentionally to meet Zhuangyi's calm eyes. Half an hour later. The door of the box was gently pushed open and Xiao Jiuli walked in. Zhuangyi stopped talking, moved his chair and stood up. Sister Jiuli, good evening. Su Bauer looked up at Zhuangyi, then stood up in an instant. Mr. Xiao, good evening. When Xiao Jiuli saw Su Bauer, her eyelids twitched, but she quickly greeted her. Brother Zhuangyi, Assistant Su, sorry to have kept you waiting. No, we just arrived too. Zhuangyi walked over to Xiao Jiuli and moved a chair for her. Thin. As thin as a toothpick. Xiao Jiuli showed a bright and somewhat charming smile and sat down without hesitation. Zhuangyi folded her bag and coat and put them aside. It's a simple little service, but it's a plus if it's done. Xiao Jiuli still didn't bring her secretary to tonight's meeting, which made Zhuangyi realize that the other party wanted to create an opportunity for them to be alone. If he had known this would happen, he would not have brought Su Bauer to join in the fun. Su Bauer picked up her notebook, opened the design draft, and wanted to present it to Xiao Jiuli for review. Zhuangyi immediately pinched her arm and signaled her not to be anxious. Sitting back in his seat, Zhuangyi handed the menu to Xiao Jiuli who was sitting opposite him. Sister Jiuli, let's order some food first and see if there's anything that suits your taste. I remember you like fish, and this restaurant's pan-fried salmon is pretty good. Xiao Jiuli said bluntly, it's boring to just eat vegetables. Sister is a bad guy. Sister wants to eat you. Chapter 55 The First Pot of Gold, 5 million. Zhuangyi said calmly, Sister Jiuli, we'd better not be too reckless. It's easy for the divine crane to take us down. Xiao Jiuli smiled without saying anything. She looked at Zhuangyi meaningfully with her bewitching eyes, exuding temptation and desire without any concealment. She was wearing a slim black dress tonight, her charming cleavage was faintly visible, and her waist and hips were just right. Zhuangyi felt a little embarrassed being stared at. The woman looked as if she wanted to eat him up, which made him feel a little at a loss as to what to do. As a female president, Xiao Jiuli has a very strong aura, and she interprets the word royal sister to the fullest.
Is my sister beautiful?
Xiao Jiuli leaned on the dining table with her hands, held her cheeks, and looked at Zhuang Yi lovingly.
Zhuang Yi quickly shook his head, restrained his emotions, and smiled.
Jiuli's sister is too beautiful, so beautiful that even monks want to return to secular life, and so beautiful that I want to punch myself in the nose and let some blood flow as Jiuli's sister's trophy.
Xiao Jiuli was amused. Why didn't I realize before that you were so frivolous? But, if you want to have a nosebleed, I can do that too. Stop.
Zhuang Yi raised his hand to stop him and glanced at Su Bauer. There are college students around, don't let them be corrupted. At this moment, Su Bauer lowered her head with a blush on her face, looking a little shy and a little touching. Xiao Jiuli glanced at this light bulb and said with a bit of contempt, "Okay, sister, order the dishes." She raised her hand to wave the waiter over, ordered the dishes in a cold voice, and asked the waiter to leave quickly.
The waiter nodded like pecking at rice and left the box angrily.
She didn't ask Zhuang Yi and Su Bauer about all this process.
As a customer, he is arrogant and domineering.
Zhuang Yi was very generous, he knew people like Xiao Jiuli too well. In the family, countless eyes are staring at her. She doesn't want to be eroded by the younger generation or be pushed down by the crowd. Naturally, she has to be more domineering and self-centered in order to gain a foothold in the complex business world.
Over time, you will ignore the feelings of people around you. We've ordered the dishes. I won't say any more nonsense. I have a question for you. Xiao Jiuli threw the menu aside. You're divorced, right? Zhuang Yi was stunned.
When it came to privacy issues, his face turned pale. They just got divorced yesterday, and some of the procedures haven't been completed yet, and even the Zhu family hasn't announced it to the public.
She just knew it? Sister Jiuli, are you investigating me?
Xiao Jiuli licked her lips and blew a breath like a lotus.
What's wrong with investigating you?
Sister wants to investigate you, and sister will investigate you severely until you are penniless.
These words made Zhuang Yi's face turn as black as a rag.
Xiao Jiuli sensed the change in the other party's expression and quickly changed her words.
Okay, sister is just kidding you.
Zhu Yangyang posted a message on WeChat Moments this afternoon. The content was probably to celebrate Zhu Nian's wife's divorce, but it was deleted within 5 minutes. My sister was puzzled, so out of curiosity, she casually asked whether it was true or not. If this is a real divorce, my sister will have to put it on the agenda and take action against you.
Dingyang City is neither big nor small.
Even if several big families don't get along with each other, they will still become friends. After all, the business world is like a battlefield.
Yesterday as enemy may be tomorrow as friend, and today as best friend may be tomorrow as industry rival.
Similarly, in Chapter 10, Zhu Nian's wife scolded Xiao Jiuli so harshly and threatened that the entire Xiao family would be buried with her.
As a result, no one has blocked WeChat yet.
Zhuang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that there was no investigation.
It's just this Zhu Yangyang, he. Yes, Zhu Nianqi and I are divorced. He replied calmly. Xiao Jiuli was delighted and pretended to comfort him. It's okay, brother. There is no hurdle in life that cannot be overcome. Without Nianqi, I still have my sister Jiuli. I will be your domineering CEO's little wife.
The first half of the sentence was polite, and the second half stated the purpose. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yi smiled with relief and did not answer her. The way he smiled was very handsome, which made Xiao Jiuli very happy. She simply took advantage of the situation and pursued him.
He glanced at Su Bauer, who was in a daze. Good opportunity. Under the table.
Xiao Jiuli quietly took off her high heels, stretched out her slender and well-proportioned feet, and lightly stepped on Zhuang Yi's shoes. There was a charming warmth coming from the tips of my toes.
Zhuang Yi suddenly realized something and looked at Xiao Jiuli emotionally. She is smiling. A silly smile. Sister Jiuli, take care. Xiao Jiuli pouted in dissatisfaction. The food hasn't been served yet. Sister, please eat some spiritual food. Brother, do you have any objection?
You, at least consider the occasion.
Assistant Su is still next to us. Zhuang Yi reminded in a low voice.
Xiao Jiuli licked her lips and said, Brother, you don't understand.
It's exciting only when there are spectators. Between being discovered and not being discovered, this longing is the perfect seasoning. Besides,
my brother said in Chapter 40 that after the divorce, I can tease you as I please.
Are you going to regret it?
The breath she exhaled became more ambiguous and her eyes became more passionate.
A blush suddenly appeared on Zhuang Yi's face. He glanced at Su Bauer out of the corner of his eye. At this moment, she was burying her head in ignorance, as if she didn't understand what the two were talking about. Zhuang Yi never expected that when the atmosphere was set just right, Xiao Jiuli took a joke he made casually, seriously. He seriously suspected that Xiao Jiuli at that time was deliberately setting a trap for him and tricking him into saying that. This is indeed the case. Every word Xiao Jiuli said was premeditated, including in one of her words tonight. She also laid a foreshadowing. "Brother, you smell so good." Xiao Jiuli still held her face, gazing at Zhuang Yi lovingly, and made a charming and enchanting voice. Under the table, the actions became more and more rampant. Zhuang Yi's face and ears were swollen from her teasing, and he quickly poked Su Bauer's shoulder. "Bauer, you open the design plan and show it to Sister Jiuli." When he spoke, there were obvious pauses in his voice. This made Xiao Jiuli feel even happier, and she kept laughing foolishly. At the dining table, everything was calm. Under the dining table, there is blood and gore. My younger brother didn't dare to resist and could only allow myself to be bullied. So cute. Su Bauer did as she was told. She picked up the laptop, opened the design draft, and placed it in front of Xiao Jiuli. The moment Xiao Jiuli saw the design plan, everything in front of her eyes suddenly became clear. There are 3 plans, each one suits her taste. I finally understood why Zhuang Yi had to review the facade and office building of the Zhu Group. A sales director actually has such extraordinary abilities. After reviewing the plan for a while, she gave Zhuang Yi an admiring look and simply stopped talking. Let's proceed with the construction according to the first version of the design. There's no need to make a quotation. Just tell me a number and we can start construction in 3 days when the weather is good. While saying this, she poked Zhuang Yi's knee under the table. Zhuang Yi was extremely ashamed, but was afraid that Su Bauer beside him would find out, so he suppressed his uneasiness and replied. For the first version of the design, I have a budget of 120,000 in my mind. It would be best to make a project budget. The budget should be lower than the verbal quotation, and it will also give Sister Jiuli a rough idea. Xiao Jiuli waved her hand coldly. Give my brother 5 million, and I will deposit the full amount into your account tomorrow. The materials and labor costs are within the budget, and I will give them to my sister in the best way possible. Chapter 56 Zhu Nian's wife's tears of regret. Zhuang Yi felt warm in his heart, and it seemed that in an instant, all the bad things that had happened under the table were forgotten. Since the customer was looking for quality, he didn't waste any time and agreed immediately. This order is finally done. Soon, the food and wine were served. Su Bauer raised her head and saw that something was wrong with Zhuang Yi. She asked timidly and stupidly, "Brother Zhuang, are you feeling unwell? Your face is so red and hot." Hearing this, Xiao Jiuli revealed an even more evil smile. This feeling of doing something bad in front of a third party. So exciting. My brother's face was as red as a watermelon. After Assistant Su said that, my sister also realized it. "Brother, are you shy? Your face is as red as a watermelon, and I really want to take a bite of it." Xiao Jiuli teased seriously. Zhuang Yi glared at her, blushing and saying, "Sister Jiuli, don't lead the child astray." Bauer is still by her side. He was overwhelmed with shame. Afraid of revealing something in front of Su Bauer. Su Bauer, the simpleton, was confused by what he heard and felt very nervous. He seemed not to realize that his boss was being teased by a female customer. Xiao Jiuli happily picked up the chopsticks and picked up some vegetables and meat for Zhuang Yi. Okay, just spoil her. Then sister and brother signed a 5 million bill. It's not too much to have a few drinks with sister tonight, right? I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. Under the table, feet were fighting. After 3 rounds of drinking, Zhuang Yi and Xiao Jiuli were drunk. Both of them had flushed faces and raised their glasses of wine shakily, one after another. When he was drunk and unconscious, Xiao Jiuli wanted to drink with Su Bauer, but was stopped by Zhuang Yi in time. This is an instinctive habit of his body. He used to block alcohol for Zhu Nian's wife many times, and now he is unwilling to let people around him touch alcohol. What's more, Su Bauer had confessed in advance that she couldn't drink. Su Bauer sat beside him, bathing in the full protective spring water. Inadvertently, she smiled, as bright as the stars. It was 12 o'clock at night. After dinner, Zhuang Yi watched Xiao Jiuli being taken away by his secretary before taking a taxi home. Half an hour later. Sister Baiyun's home. It was pitch dark at home and Sister Baiyun went to bed early.
Su Bauer carried Zhuang Yi's arm, turned on the living room light, and took him to sit on the sofa.
Zhuang Yi was very heavy, and Su Bauer had to take great effort to carry him home from the restaurant. You've worked hard tonight. Do you feel like vomiting? Tell Bauer if you do.
Su Bauer unbuttoned the 2 buttons around his neck and spoke to him gently and caringly.
You, what did you say?
The drunk Zhuang Yi frowned, as if he heard something he had always wanted to hear. A word he wanted to hear from his wife. Or said, if you feel like vomiting, there is a trash can nearby. Su Bauer squatted beside the coffee table and poured a glass of water from the thermos.
Just lightly touch your lips, the water is warm.
She handed the cup of water to Zhuang Yi's lips, with a doting look in her eyes.
Zhuang Yi looked at the woman who was serving him with difficulty.
When he saw clearly that the person was Su Bauer, he drank the water with peace of mind.
Tun tun tun. Slow down, don't choke.
Su Bauer patted his chest gently. After drinking the warm water, Zhuang Yi panted and said, Bauer, what did you say last time?
Previous sentence?
Bauer said, you worked hard tonight.
Su Bauer's eyes turned into crescents when she smiled.
She gently raised the sofa cushion a little so that Zhuang Yi could lean on it and rest. The drunk boss is so cute, smelling of alcohol, like a good baby. Su Bauer said it so innocently that it touched people's hearts. She didn't know that this sentence was very damaging to Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi was a little sober now, and his eyes felt a little warm as he looked at the cute girl in front of him.
Thank you.
He had always wanted to hear the 3 words thank you for your hard work from Junyan's wife.
But, no. Never.
For years of hard work, all in vain. Zhuang Yi turned his head slightly, avoiding Su Bauer's gaze, fearing that his moved emotions would be noticed. Su Bauer was stunned and stroked his hair gently. You're welcome.
Do you want Bauer to make you some hangover soup?
Zhuang Yi shook his head. It's not worth it. Go back to school first and ask me to reimburse the car fare tomorrow morning. Don't worry, tomorrow is Saturday, Bauer has a day off. Su Bauer didn't know she was being ordered to leave, and said like she was coaxing a child, just rest well, Bauer will serve you. After she finished speaking, without waiting for Zhuang Yi to say anything, she tiptoed into the bathroom, took a towel and filled a basin with cold water. He came to the sofa, took off Zhuang Yi's socks, and simply wiped his cheeks, hands, and feet. The water was icy and cold, and the feeling of the towel rubbing against my skin was very familiar. It was very similar to how he served Junyan's wife.
Bauer, just sleep in my room later. I'll sleep on the sofa. Okay, then Bauer, go get a blanket and cover you.
After Su Bauer wiped her cheeks and body, her eyelashes were stained with tiny water droplets. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, took off Zhuang Yi's coat, and tiptoed into the room to get a blanket.
5 o'clock in the morning.
Zhu misses his wife's home. Junyan's wife returned home, reeking of alcohol, and collapsed on the sofa. Hubby, pour me some water to wipe my face.
Zhu Yang, let go. I can still drink.
In the past, when Junyan's wife was drunk, it was Zhuang Yi who took care of her when she talked in her sleep. She would occasionally mention other people's names. Zhuang Yi knew all these, but he had always endured them, a very bitter endurance. It takes a long time for the ice to freeze 3 feet thick.
Now, he couldn't bear it anymore and left. The family broke up. Husband, come and save your wife. She's drunk. She needs a kiss to get better.
Junyan's wife yelled again, then collapsed like a pile of mud, leaning back on the sofa and breathing evenly. The chefs at home haven't come to work yet, and the nanny is a 40-year-old lady who can't wake up even if there is a thunder and lightning in her sleep.
No one paid any attention to her.
After shouting several times, Junyan's wife seemed to sober up a little. Looking at the empty, dark living room, she realized that she was divorced. When Zhuang Yi was around, she only had to shout and the bright lights would turn on automatically.
It turns out that I'm divorced. I don't have a husband anymore.
Junyan's wife shook her head bitterly, and hot tears fell from the corners of her eyes.
Hubby, I feel so bad, I miss you so much. Chapter 57. Junyan's wife and Zhu Yang appear in the cinema. The next morning. Sister Baiyun's home.
A foot stepped hard on the sleeping Zhuang Yi's face. He was woken up abruptly. He opened his sleepy eyes and vaguely saw the familiar ceiling.
And cute feet. Sister Baiyun, what's your reputation? Who is this little girl? Why do you bring a little girl to live in your house?
Sister Baiyun pinched Su Bauer's wrist with her right hand, leaving a painful red mark. Su Bauer buried her head, her eyes filled with tears, as if she had just been bullied.
Zhuang slapped Sister Baiyun's long legs away with one hand. This is Su Bauer, an employee of the company. I was drunk last night and asked her to take me home. Employee? Sister Baiyun's face changed immediately, and she looked at Su Bauer in panic. You didn't lie to me, did you? Zhuang said calmly, I'm not lying to you. We are still a family.
She is also a child from the Starlight Orphanage. Upon hearing this, Sister Baiyun nervously let go of Su Bauer's wrist.
She's in big trouble.
The next second, Su Bauer, who was proven innocent, rubbed her eyes and burst into tears.
Whoa, Bauer said that she is not a bad woman anymore. Bauer is an employee. Whoa. You hit me, you are a bad guy, you bully Bauer.
Zhuang felt a pain in his heart, and without thinking twice, he roared, fuck.
Damn Baiyun, what have you done? After what happened last night, Su Bauer quietly occupied a place in his heart. She didn't expect that when she woke up, she would find her sister bullying her. There is a story. It's a big story.
Su Bauer burst into tears and her shoulders twitched. She was like a little girl complaining, crying, and pointing at Sister Baiyun.
She bullied Bauer, pinched Bauer's arm, beat Bauer on the 15th of August, and called Bauer a slut.
Fuck. Not only did he beat me, he even dared to call my employee a slut. Zhuang got furious and, regardless of the headache he had after sobering up, he jumped off the sofa and kicked Sister Baiyun on the buttocks.
You son of a bitch Baiyun. You don't know what's good for you. You bully my employees for no reason. Bauer took care of me until 1 or 2 o'clock before going to bed. You woke her up early in the morning, and you even called her a slut.
In terms of protecting donkeys, he is very similar to Zhu Jiangwo.
Xiao Zhuang, I'm sorry, I really didn't know.
I thought she was a vixen, and I got jealous for a moment, so. Sister Baiyun covered her aching buttocks, and before she could finish her words, Zhuang kicked her again.
You're still talking back. Eat my jig.
Sister Baiyun quickly stepped back in pain, shouting angrily, stinky dog.
If you hit me again, I'll fight back.
She has defeated Sanda champion Zhang Liyan. If they really fight, Zhuang Yi will be knocked to the ground and rubbed. Zhuang Yi glared at her, too lazy to argue with her, and hurried to Su Bauer's side. He felt full of apology and wanted to rub the red palm prints on her wrists, but considering the differences between men and women, he had to settle for the next best thing and gently stroke her head.
Are you hurt? Su Bauer's eyes were watery, and she said pitifully, it hurts. Don't cry. Do I need you to go to the hospital?
No, Bauer is not bleeding. Zhuang Yi spoke in a gentle voice, and after a lot of consolation, Su Bauer's tears slowly stopped. Sister Baiyun stood aside, watching her brother gently comfort the girl, and crossed her waist in jealousy.
Stupid dog, flirting with another woman in front of your sister.
This damn vixen is so pretty and has such long legs. I'm so angry that my teeth are itching.
You deserve a beating.
After the farce was over, Zhuang Yi made breakfast for the two of them.
Su Bauer's eyes sparkled as she ate.
She had never eaten such a delicious breakfast before. She looked up at Zhuang Yi with admiration and shyness. She was very sensible, and after breakfast, she helped Zhuang Yi. The two of them went into the kitchen to wash dishes together, talking and laughing, their eyes expressive.
Sister Baiyun felt angry, picked up her bag and walked out of the house. Humph, stupid dog, you dare to bring a wild fox home today, and you dare to kick me out of the house for the wild fox tomorrow. She went to work. 9 o'clock in the morning.
Zhuang Yi woke up from a nap and found Su Bauer had mopped the floor and was wiping the dining table.
Bauer, stop doing housework and come to work with me to go to the cinema for a field trip. Hello, Bauer. Cinema.
Zhu Nian's wife was wandering around the movie ticket collection area, waiting. She was wearing a white long skirt today, the hem of which gently brushed her calves, and paired with a pair of nude high heels, she looked both noble and pure.
Not long after, a puppy came running in from the hall door. Sister wife. Here I come.
Zhu Yangyang smiled brightly, jogged along, and waved his right hand high.
Zhu Nian's wife smiled dotingly. She wanted to come out and relax today.
In chapter 53, Zhu Yangyang called her and made an appointment to watch a movie together. She agreed for 2 reasons.
First, I felt guilty for being mean to Zhu Yangyang a few days ago because of the birthday photo issue. Second, I want to feel a regret in my heart.
It is recorded in chapter 7 that more than 2 months ago, her husband bought movie tickets and wanted to watch a movie with her, but Huang Shuwei called her and she happily left her husband behind and ran over. Although it was an emergency and there was a big business that needed to be attended to, it is true that I was so busy that I forgot to tell my husband, and he was worried enough to call the police.
When Xu Nian's wife saw Zhu Yangyang rushing over, she smiled and said, "Yangyang, you are actually slower than me."
Xu Yangyang scratched his head apologetically. Hee, I'm sorry to have kept my sister-in-law waiting for a long time. Yangyang will buy you some snacks to make it up to you.
The two bought some high-end snacks together, walked into the theater, and sat in the second row.
After a while, the area was filled with people and commercials started playing on the big screen. Sister wife, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to watch a movie with me.
Yangyang will definitely treat you well in the future.
You can't talk loudly in the cinema. Zhu Yangyang kept leaning close to Xu Nian's wife's ear and spoke. Xu Nian's wife thought he was her younger brother, so she didn't take it seriously. Fool, you are my younger brother, who should I favor if not you?
Outside the cinema, Zhuang Yi was the last one to enter.
Su Bauer followed him like a follower, holding a bucket of popcorn and 2 bottles of Coke in her arms. When Zhuang Yi took a step with his left foot, Su Bauer followed suit with his left foot, and when he took a step with his right foot, he followed suit with his right foot.
It's like playing a game, very cute and pleasing.
The two of them were sitting in the third row. Before sitting down, Zhuang Yi made a hush gesture to tell Su Bauer that she should not make loud noises while watching a movie. Su Bauer nodded, indicating that she had learned the ropes. When Zhuang Yi sat down, he looked straight ahead. Suddenly the pupils contracted and the breathing became rapid and shallow. In front of him, 2 people were flirting.
Zhu Nian's wife and Zhu Yangyang. Ring, ring, ring.
Zhu Nian's wife's cell phone in the front seat rang, and the caller ID showed Huang Shui. Zhu Nian's wife answered the call, chatted briefly for a few words, and hung up in a hurry.
There is no harm without comparison.
More than 2 months ago, after a phone call from Huang Shui, Zhu Nian's wife abandoned him. He searched for her for a long time but couldn't find her. He was so upset that he called the police.
But today, she went to the movies with Zhu Yangyang. She just simply responded to Huang Shui and continued to flirt with Zhu Yangyang. Chapter 58. Zhu Nian's wife suspects Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi felt a huge psychological gap and felt heartbroken. However, he remained silent.
Now that the two have divorced, no matter how complicated Zhu Nian's wife's private life is, it has nothing to do with him.
Sister wife, this chocolate is delicious, try it.
Zhu Yangyang smiled happily, holding a piece of chocolate in his hand and handed it to Zhu Nian's mouth. Zhu Nian's wife was a little disgusted, but considering Zhu Yangyang's bright smile and the fact that he was her younger brother, she still ate the chocolate.
Little fool, if your stingy brother-in-law saw this, he would be so jealous that he would die. Zhu Yangyang pretended to be surprised. Didn't my sister divorce him?
Zhu Nian's wife was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head in disappointment. Yes, we are divorced.
Zhu Yangyang blinked, took her arm, and said coquettishly, "Okay, sister-in-law, don't think about those unhappy things.
Yangyang can see how much I like Zhuang.
He doesn't know how to cherish you. Yangyang cherishes you."
Zhu Nian's wife forced a bitter smile, not paying much attention to this sentence, and changed the topic of the chat. Subjectively, she didn't dare to respond directly to Zhu Yangyang's words, and she also found it difficult to decide whether she still liked Zhuang Yi. All she knew was that her husband, who had always doted on her, had divorced her. Zhuang Yi, who was sitting in the back seat, watched the whole scene with his own eyes, and he felt very complicated. The two parties are divorcing, and this is his ex-wife's private life, and he has no right to interfere.
It's all over. Next to me, Su Bauer was going to a movie theater for the first time.
60 yuan for a movie ticket was her 3-day meal fee, which she couldn't afford. The movie played second by second, light and shadow flowed on her face, following the ups and downs of the plot, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling.
Su Bauer didn't understand why watching movies was work, but she was very happy.
While eating popcorn and drinking fat otaku happy water, she would occasionally steal a glance at the handsome boss's sad profile and cover her mouth with her hands while laughing.
Very happy. Brother Zhuang, have a drink. This happy water is delicious.
Su Bauer said quietly.
You drink. Zhuang Yi deliberately spoke louder.
Then, Brother Zhuang eats popcorn.
Bauer has tried it and it's not poisonous. You eat.
Zhuang Yi's voice aroused dissatisfaction among the people around him, including a few people in the front seat who looked back.
The stupid Zhu Nianqi and Zhu Yangyang didn't have that.
Su Bauer mistakenly thought that she had made her boss angry, and she shyly kept quiet.
So?
In the second row, Zhu Nianqi and Zhu Yangyang put their lips close to each other's ears from time to time, talking and laughing. In the third row, Su Bauer stared blankly at the big screen, while Zhuang Yi watched his ex-wife flirting with someone else with a sad gaze. And Zhuang Yi's gaze changed little by little along with the progress bar of the movie. From the initial sparkling waves, it slowly turned into turbulent waves, and then gradually turned into calm. Finally, there are those deep black eyes that seem to see through everything, without any emotion.
Has he ever had the same sense of harmony as Zhu Nianqi and Zhu Yangyang?
He forgot, and he couldn't find it in his limited memory. Before they knew it, the movie was over and the audience stood up and gradually walked towards the exit. Zhu Yangyang took Zhu Nian's wife's arm, smiled at each other, and stood up to leave.
Suddenly,
Zhu Nian's wife caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye and turned her head to take a look.
With a loud bang, the sky collapsed in an instant. Husband!
Her face was as pale as paper and she almost couldn't stand.
Zhuang Yi looked at Zhu Nian's wife calmly and said, "Boss Zhu, what a coincidence."
Zhu Nian's wife will never forget this moment.
My husband's dark and deep eyes did not show any emotion.
Just being stared at by him for just 1 second felt like being in an icy cave.
Cold. Shivering with cold.
She hurriedly pushed Zhu Yangyang's hands away and walked towards Zhuang Yi in despair. Su Bauer, who was standing next to him, was engrossed in watching the movie and only reacted now. This woman is the bad woman who once interrupted the boss in Xiao Juli's business talks.
Brother Zhuang, she's coming, let's go. Su Bauer pulled the corner of Zhuang Yi's clothes.
Her subconscious mind told her that she must not let her boss meet this bad woman.
Good. Zhuang Yi stood up and left with Su Bauer. Almost subconsciously, Zhu Nian's wife rushed over and hugged Zhuang Yi tightly. Hubby, I missed you so much. Yang Yang and I just watched a movie. Our blood is thicker than water. We have nothing. I didn't ask you to explain, and I was sitting there from beginning to end. I know better than you, get out.
Zhuang Yi grabbed her arm and pulled her away calmly and forcefully. After more than 2 hours of ambiguous torture, his heart had already become numb. Zhu Nian's wife was pulled hard, staggering from side to side, and fell to the ground, almost hitting the leg of a chair. Zhu Yangyang was stunned for a few seconds, then came to his senses.
Discover this as a great opportunity.
Although my wife's sister is divorced, in her heart, this gigolo named Zhuang has a high status. I'll take advantage of this opportunity to add fuel to the fire and completely destroy the psychological status of this gigolo.
Then the wife's sister will be mine.
Zhu Yangyang ran to Zhu Nian's wife and helped her sit up.
Zhuang, you are so heartless.
You are a big, strong man, but you actually attacked a weak woman like my wife's sister.
Are you still a human being?
Zhu Nian's wife shook her head heartbrokenly. I'm fine, Yang, you are not allowed to say bad things about your brother-in-law.
Sister-in-law, you're still saying good things to him.
Look at this gigolo, there's a woman following him, it's obvious they're here for a tryst. Zhu Yangyang spoke righteously, as if he wanted to stand up for Zhu Nian's wife, and pointed at Su Bauer who was beside Zhuang Yi. After hearing the word tryst, Zhu Nian's wife's heart, which had fallen to the bottom of the valley, trembled, and she looked up at the beautiful Su Bauer. She was suspicious. Seeing that she was wavering, Zhu Yangyang turned up the heat and blamed her.
He just got divorced and he brought a woman to the movies. What a scumbag.
No wonder they easily gave up the powerful Zhu family. It turned out that this was planned for a long time. It was a seamless transition.
There must be something fishy going on.
When he finished speaking, he looked into Zhu Nian's wife's eyes with concern. It seems to be saying, brother will always stand on your side and will not harm you. Zhu Nian's wife was angry, but she still felt guilty and climbed up with difficulty.
Hubby, I can understand that you were having dinner with Xiao Juli as a business discussion. But what's going on with this woman? Tell me the truth, are you really out of your mind and looking for an excuse to dump me?
She can learn to tolerate the other person's temper like Zhuang Yi did in the past.
However, she would never allow her husband to have an affair in the marriage. Even premeditated infidelity is not allowed.
Zhuang Yi smiled meaningfully, admiring Zhu Yangyang, this top-notch green tea girl, whose words when biting back were really cool. The husband was called a scumbag by his mistress, and his wife believed it. What a strong sense of trust.
Su Bauer was at a loss, Bauer is not. Let's go, we have other work to do today.
Zhuang Yi interrupted swiftly, grabbed Su Bauer's wrist, and just wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible.
Chapter 59, Beat Zhu Yangyang violently. Beat him to death. After leaving the cinema, we came to an open space in the park.
Zhuang Yi deceived himself in his heart, we are divorced, and everything has nothing to do with me.
She can do whatever she wants.
Su Bauer was pulled and tugged, a little scared. Brother Zhuang, Bauer's wrist hurts. The sound was as quiet as a mosquito, but Zhuang Yi heard it. He let go of her wrist without hesitation and strode forward. I'm sorry, I wronged you. Zhu Nian's wife left Zhu Yangyang behind and rushed out, grabbing Zhuang Yi's arm with all her strength.
Husband, you can't leave.
You have to explain to me clearly.
Who is this mistress?
Zhuang Yi angrily shook off her arm and said, Please respect yourself, Mr. Zhu.
We are divorced.
It is not your turn to care about my private life.
Besides, she is just my employee. Staff?
Zhu Nian's wife seemed to recall that she had seen Su Bauer at Xiao Zhouli's dinner party, but she still insisted.
Employee, how can a boss hold an employee's wrist? You are a big liar. You abandoned me and had a tryst with her.
Zhuang Yi was heartbroken, but his expression remained unchanged. People's hearts are made of flesh, and they keep stabbing me in the chest.
Bamboo wife. Do you really want to force me to become a scumbag? Boss Xu, that's enough.
You soiled me, I didn't hold it against you, but Su Bauer is pure and innocent. If you hadn't been so absurd just now, I wouldn't have dragged her out of the cinema so quickly. Let alone me pulling Bauer's wrist, you and that shabby little puppy were making love and flirting in front of me for more than 2 hours, and I said a word to you? He swallowed hard, his throat aching, and couldn't say any more.
On the side, Su Bauer timidly proved her innocence. Bauer is just a wage earner. Please don't wrongly accuse Bauer, okay?
Zhu Nian's wife glared at Su Bauer fiercely, and then said to Zhuang Yi in a losing tone.
Yang is just my brother. Our blood is thicker than water. I just dote on him more. And I didn't see you just now. I definitely wouldn't have done that even if I had seen you.
At that time, I only had Zhu Yangyang in my eyes, not. Zhuang Yi interrupted sharply, You only have Zhu Yangyang in your eyes, not me, right?
We are all adults, why are you acting so high and mighty?
Just live a good life after the divorce, why are you still pestering me? Zhu Nian's wife's pupils suddenly shrank, tears welled up in her eyes, and her sense of helplessness and anger rose sharply.
She wanted to get angry. But she didn't dare.
Because she roughly understood that Su Bauer and her husband would not be too close, and the charm of their conversation was not even as good as Xiao Zhouli's. At this time, Zhu Yangyang walked out of the cinema slowly, came to Zhuang Yi, and pushed him away forcefully.
Give away, man. You hurt my wife's sister again. Do you know how many times my wife's sister has been sad because of you? Even after the divorce, he still didn't let her go. Today, she appeared behind us out of nowhere and ruined our good mood. You just want to break up our Zhu family and make our lives miserable.
Zhuang Yi didn't say anything, burst out with all his strength and slapped Zhu Yangyang wildly.
Bang! A loud and pleasant slap.
Zhu Yangyang was slapped and fell to the ground, with stars in his eyes. The left side of his face was burning and his ears were buzzing.
I was stunned by the slap. You are so young and you are stealing someone else's wife. You don't even want to lose face. Zhu Nian's wife was immediately horrified. Husband. He is my brother. How could you hit him? Bang! Zhuang Yi also slapped her. Then I'll beat you too.
Before the divorce, he dared to slap his wife Zhu Nian in the face.
After the divorce, he became even more daring. I'm going to hit you.
Zhu Nian's wife covered her face with her hands. It was painful, but her heart hurt even more. She was in so much pain that she could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed down her cheeks.
After losing her husband, she cried every night. Unexpectedly, when I saw my husband, I cried even harder. Zhuang Yi. You have changed. Even if you don't like me anymore. You can't bully me like this. She shouted unwillingly. Bully you?
Mr. Zhu, I suddenly remembered something. Zhuang Yi bowed slightly and stared at Zhu Nianqi's big eyes. On that rainy night half a year ago, I went to look for you with an umbrella. At that time, you and Huang Shui were holding hands, with your fingers interlocked.
What did you do when you saw me?
You took the umbrella and left with her, leaving me alone on the street.
Getting. In the rain. Does this kind of thing count as you fucking bullying me?
Zhuang Yi spoke calmly, but Zhu Nian's wife's eyes flashed with panic.
Didn't I call and send the company's special car to pick you up? What does this have to do with your beating of Zhu Yangyang?
Zhuang Yi laughed coldly, I am in a high position in the company.
No matter how popular I am, I will have one or two enemies. Guess, did the car you sent arrive at that time?
Upon hearing this, Zhu Yan's wife's face suddenly turned cold, and her anger turned into blood drops, dripping into her heart.
I don't know, what do you mean?
Literally, I was soaked to the skin, and it was all thanks to Mr. Zhu. Zhu Yan's wife was dumbfounded, and her heart felt like it was being grabbed by a dark hand.
My husband is the most popular person in the company, but there are employees who hate him?
He even dared to refuse the task she assigned and lied that he had completed it successfully.
What was the husband thinking at that time? Do you think that I, as his wife, and Huang Shuai took away his umbrella, lied to him and said we would call him a taxi, leaving him out in the rain all night? With so many thoughts in his mind, Zhu Yan's wife was shaking with guilt. A bunch of traitors. Zhuang Yi didn't care about Zhu Yan's wife's expression, nor did he want to care.
The day after the rain incident, he made up his mind to get rid of that small group of rat shit. But Zhu Yan's wife stopped him, saying that if he moved too much, he might get hurt, and the company needed employees with more experience. Zhuang Yi wanted to explain that he had been wet in the rain all night for nothing and that these employees did not listen to orders. However, before Zhu Yanqi could finish her words, she was called away by Huang Shuai and Zhu Yangyang. After clearing his mind, Zhuang Yi walked to the dead dog on the ground and kicked it hard.
Zhu Yangyang, Huang Shuai has already suffered, it will be your turn next.
Zhu Yangyang spat out a mouthful of blood, looked up at Zhuang Yi provocatively, and mouthed to him.
I wear your green hat. Zhuang Yi's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, and a murderous intent burned at his brows. Fuck your mother. His fucking mistress has been bullied to the point of being bullied.
What is the difference between this and some girls bringing a yellow-haired guy home and asking their husbands to sleep on the sofa?
Zhuang Yi squatted down and punched Zhu Yangyang like raindrops.
I don't care if your last name is Zhu or not. I don't care if your uncle is Zhu Jiangwo or not.
Beat him to death. Chapter 60, Zhu Yan's wife stands with Zhu Yangyang, Su Baoer stands with Zhuang Yi.
Zhuang Yi threw punch after punch, like a violent storm, leaving no room for maneuver. In just a few tens of seconds, the tips of his fists were covered with scarlet blood.
Zhu Yangyang did not expect that Zhuang Yi would dare to take direct action. He is the male of the Zhu family, the nephew of Zhu Jiangwo, and the future of the Zhu family. He was so thin that he couldn't even withstand the punches as big as sandbags.
He could only hold his head with both hands and curl up into a ball. Pedestrians around all moved away, fearing that they would get into trouble. In this era where news of fraud is common, lending a helping hand is almost equivalent to harming yourself.
Sister-in-law, save me. This gigolo wants to beat Yangyang to death. He wants to beat Yangyang to death.
Zhu Yangyang's screams were mixed with sobs. She looked so delicate and pitiful, and it was really heart-wrenching. Zhu Yan's wife heard the cry for help, turned around and instantly became panic-stricken.
Zhuang Yi. Are you crazy? He is my biological brother. He is the male of the Zhu family.
She threw all her previous thoughts behind her and hugged Zhuang Yi, trying to pull him away.
Stop. You'll go to jail if you kill him. Do you want to admit that our father has a murderer as his son? No matter how the other party shouted, Zhuang Yi didn't even pay attention. He was strong and healthy, and he remained unmoved no matter how the other party pulled him. He simply turned his anger into fists and hit Zhu Yangyang, the green tea bitch, hard. The louder Zhu Yan's wife screamed, the harder he hit her. Time and again, he always stood against me between me and the mistress, and always used Zhu Jiangwo to threaten me. Time and time again.
I don't care if you were Zhu Jiangwo's nephew.
Beat you into a cripple first.
Zhu Yan's wife cried and tried to stop him in panic. I beg you to stop hitting him.
His father is Zhu Wenba, I can't deal with him. I don't want to see you go to jail.
Zhu Yangyang cried in pain, sister-in-law, save me, my body hurts so much, whoa. After hearing this, Zhu Yan's wife was so distressed that she twisted into a knot, no longer caring about her husband's feelings, and screamed heartbreakingly.
Zhuang Yi. You are a beast. You are hopeless.
Zhuang Yi's heart thumped, his face turned pale as paper, and his hands paused unconsciously.
Am I a beast? Am I hopeless? The broad back became extremely lonely in the blink of an eye.
Zhu Yan's wife seized this opportunity, pushed Zhuang Yi away, and hugged Zhu Yangyang tightly in her arms.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Yangyang fell to the ground after you slapped him. He didn't dare to say a word, and you beat him half to death for no reason. Zhu Nian's wife was so angry that she gnashed her teeth, tears flowed like rain, and she was extremely disappointed. In her mind, the image of the perfect husband who spoiled her like a princess was now shattered into pieces of glass.
If beating Huang Shui was due to jealousy, then what about her husband beating Zhu Yangyang? Is the simple devil too deep? It's simply unreasonable. Zhuang Yi was pushed 2 meters away and gasped coldly. Glancing around, I saw quite a few people lingering nearby and watching. Just now, Zhu Nian's wife didn't see the lip movements made by Zhu Yangyang. If she had paid a little attention, with her violent temper, she would have been even more angry than Zhuang Yi. The younger brother, who had always doted on his sister, broke up his brother-in-law's family in front of him and spoke without restraint about his sister's body. She was unforgivable in every way.
Zhuang Yi did not explain this, nor was there any need to explain.
His ex-wife wouldn't believe him.
Zhu Yangyang, lying on the ground, was seriously injured and would have to stay in the hospital for at least 10 days to half a month. Fortunately, there were no fatal injuries, which made Zhu Nian's wife calm down a little. She called the emergency number and then yelled at Zhuang Yi angrily.
Zhuang Yi, what kind of poison turned you into this?
Zhu Yangyang has been home for less than a month and has already been seriously injured.
The Zhu family will definitely hold you accountable.
I don't care what your purpose is in doing this kind of shit, you must sincerely apologize to Zhu Yangyang and Zhu Wenba and try to get a lighter sentence.
Did you hear that? Zhu Nian's wife showed her authority as the chairman of the board and resolutely gave Zhuang Yi the death order.
The intense anger and anxiety made him stop thinking about the truth of the matter. Zhuang Yi was so obsessed with the word beast for 2 full minutes that he was speechless for a long time. It turns out that in the eyes of the person I once loved the most, I am a beast.
More than a dozen onlookers gathered around, criticizing Zhuang Yi as if they were watching a melodramatic ethics drama. He actually hit someone else's brother.
I thought my girlfriend was watching a movie with her lover and they were caught in an affair.
Yeah, this guy was too cruel, just like the one who beat and killed the man who stole my wife. Keep your voice down. It will be bad if someone hears you.
This man might do something extreme if he gives you a violent look. They whispered, commented, and made indiscriminate sarcasm. The emotions of the spectators are easily misled. They do not seek to dig out the truth of the facts, but immerse themselves in what they see and vent their inner emotions. Zhu Nian's wife burst into tears, and rarely did she stop others from blaming her husband. She hopes her husband can come to his senses and become the considerate and gentle person he once was.
It would be best if you could return to your own side. Even if you cannot become a loving couple, you can still rely on each other.
Zhu Yangyang pleaded weakly, "Sister-in-law, I am in so much pain, please don't leave me."
Zhu Nian's wife replied worriedly, "I won't leave you, don't worry, Yangyang, I have called an ambulance and will take you to the hospital soon." The onlookers looked on coldly, and Zhu Nian's wife and Zhu Yangyang shared the same hatred for the enemy.
It seemed that at this moment, Zhuang Yi was the target of public criticism. Zhuang Yi felt deeply saddened when he saw Zhu Nian's unkempt wife, his eyes drooping to the point of freezing.
It was in this atmosphere of public contempt. Su Bauer walked over slowly in her white sneakers.
She hugged Zhuang Yi's back gently as if she was doting on her own child, snuggled in his arms, and supported his spine.
It doesn't matter. Bauer saw it all just now. Zhuang Yi is the one who suffered.
When Zhuang Yi heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank.
Su Bauer is an outsider and sees everything clearly. She just saw Zhu Yangyang's lip shape, and also saw Zhu Nian's wife insulting Zhuang Yi for Zhu Yangyang.
Considering everything that happened before, she guessed that Zhuang Yi's love was taken away by Zhu Yangyang. So, she slowly raised her head, blinked her vibrant eyelashes, and said sincerely,
"Zhuang Yi is not afraid, Bauer is here."
Boa was also wronged and slandered, and lost her brother. Under everyone's condemnation, she knelt down before the murderer. At that time, Bauer also hoped that there would be someone who could appear in front of Bauer, protect Bauer, and argue for Bauer. It's a pity that it didn't happen, it ended up causing me pain and hurting my cheerful personality. However, you don't have such worries today, because Bauer knows the truth, and Bauer is right in front of you.
When people say bad things about you, Bauer will stand against them and prevent them from bullying you.
Su Bauer looked up at him sincerely, loosened her arms from hugging him, and gently held his cheeks.
Boa is standing by you, always by your side.